Today we crown a regional champion in North America. Later on, Shopify Rebellion and Space Station Gaming will battle it out to lift the trophy. But our first order of business is declaring the best team in T2. It is time for the finals of Element 6. Welcome to the second day of the North American Regional Finals, everybody. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger, joining me on the desk for the first time in studio. Two guys who have been covering Element all year long since Elements existed. CDAPS, Clems. How you guys doing today? So glad to have you here. It's been an amazing weekend. The energy, the atmosphere, the crowd. We had some snow last night. We're all cozying up in studio. Connor, So glad you guys are here.
Yeah, it's been incredibly exciting because you cover these players for now years and you get to meet them, you get to talk with them. There's the crowd outside that's so incredibly passionate and the energy just bleeds into you in a way that's so incredibly exciting. Just breaking in LAN and bringing it to T2 has been phenomenal.
It's a way different atmosphere being in person as staff. Instead of like being there as a fan and getting to talk to the players and stuff is really nice. It's different vibes. It's a lot of energy in the building tonight. And then ultimately, yeah, the snow is nice. Being from Arizona, it's a little crazy, but you know, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Did you bring a jacket this weekend at all? Do you have one?
They don't have any of that in Arizona, man.
It doesn't exist?
It doesn't exist. It's not there.
Incredible. Well, we're here, of course, to cover the Element Finals. But first, let's get you up to speed about what happened yesterday in the NAL Regional Finals. A couple weeks ago, we started with 6. We came to Philly with 3 teams. And now, Connor, we're just down to 2, Space Station and Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, and M80'd yesterday, going out in an absolute heartbreak after their big Munich win to go down, have to play 6 maps in a gauntlet, and just to lose was incredibly just heartbreaking. But right now, the grand final is looking so good.
But it's nice to have some new teams ultimately be crowned the champions. M80 still have their flowers from Munich. They could still be happy about it. Of course, not the result that they were wanting here in Philly, but still, they're still holding on to their win. It's time to let someone else shine in the spotlight, and I'll be excited to see whether that's SSG or Shopify.
And they get to lift this beautiful trophy right here, which is going to be very exciting. On the Element side of things, this competition has also been unfolding over the course of the last few weeks, the last few months. Another double elimination bracket that leads SOS and Team CLB into the grand final.
Yeah, and the upper bracket final was a preview into the game we're seeing today, but Mason, that wasn't that good of a game. Overall, sure, CLB, we knew they were going to get here, but they still had to fight hard.
It was a bit of a pretext, right? A precursor to this match, but I think it'll be an entirely different, it's a whole different atmosphere between the two teams. But yeah, I mean, overall, SOS, one of the most dominant teams that we've seen in the history of Element, not dropping a map all season. And then you have CLB, a team of experienced and inexperienced players coming together and looking really solid. They made their way even through that one lower bracket game against Alex, and they showed out that they could still get the job done when they need.
Yeah, both of these pieces of hardware right here on the line today. We'll give you our schedule so you get a better idea of when we're bringing you the action. As I said, we'll start things off with Element, Team CLB and SOS. Later on, Shopify Rebellion and Space Station, a rivalry we have seen take shape over the course of 2025 and beyond. So the next iteration to decide a regional champion. Cannot wait to get that one started. But to the match at hand, the Element 6 final, it is Team CLB Mason taking on SOS, as Connor mentioned. It is a rematch of that upper bracket final. We're going to want to see, though, a little bit more of a competitive match this time.
100%. I think we will get that more competitive match, but when you look at the stats on paper, SOS are completely dominant over CLB, and they're dominant over every single team in Element. And I think that ultimately, SOS, when you look at them, it's their match to lose, right? They are the team that are in control of their own situation, their own destiny. It's their game to lose. CLB have a chance to take it away from them.
Well, obviously, we have a crowd in person. We're here in person, and our teams are here in person as well, already getting set up on our stage. A few minutes ago, Jacob had a chance to catch up with our T2 legends before they step into the server.
We're talking to Packer from SOS, a team that has now made the grand final without losing a single game so far. How have you managed to pull that off? And do you have any specific mentalities coming into Philadelphia to make sure you still don't lose a game in this entire bracket?
No, we just need to come into every game with confidence and just have a great time. I mean, we haven't lost a game, but we have also just been having way more fun recently through playoffs. So it's just been a good time for us, and we're trying to keep that up here. It's the first time for a lot of these players playing in LAN, and we're just excited to do so.
We did see the announcement that you're playing with the NV Core from this point forward. Does that then make this the last time that you're going to be playing with this team overall? And how has it been playing with this group of guys in general now that you're at a grand final?
It was a big teaching moment for me. I learned a lot about myself. I also was able to help them learn a lot. I taught them a lot about the T1 scene and how they can improve just to make it there. A lot of them are very new to comp. But yes, this is my last time playing with this core. I will be playing with NV going forward. I'm very excited for that. But yeah, I'm just happy that I was able to teach them a lot, and this was kind of our last spot, and I'm just very excited for that.
Cool. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. We're talking to Rice from CLB, a team that's only lost 2 games so far through Element 6, one of which was the team that you're going to be facing across stage today. How cool is it to have the opportunity to get revenge on LAN as opposed to doing it online?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I just like to see them. I just like to look at their faces when they lose.
Yep, and they're literally right there. I wanted to ask this because we did a double check, but I want to make sure we're not getting it wrong. Is this the first time you're having the chance to play on LAN since the Atlanta major with DZ?
Yes.
How does it feel to be back?
Feels good.
Sweet. Did you have anything else you wanted to tack on?
No.
Sweet. That's Rice, everybody.
Well, I do not envy Jacob. He's got quite a job there interviewing someone like Rice, who's obviously trolling just a little bit. But great to hear some early thoughts from the players before they step into this match. Obviously, we heard from Packer, building up that team, starting to get into shape, and eventually he's going to be stepping away. But over his time on this roster with SOS, they have been incredibly dominant. This is a team with a wide range of experience, but it's been working out well.
I love the role that Packer has taken with this SOS team, taking it as an opportunity to grow himself. When you teach, you end up learning so much more, and I think that that's something that's really critical for Packer going on forward in his career. I think that he has been a very good leader for this team, which is something we've always seen out of Packer, but I feel like he's really elevated that stuff, especially with the younger players on this team. Ions, Volsper, Butcher being a rookie, right? So, like, you've got some experience on this team and former champions in Packer and Vil, but ultimately, it's really all about the core components of these players coming together, taking under the leadership of Packer, and getting the job done.
Well, as we said, a wide range of experience, Connor, from someone like Packer, who has international Siege experience, to someone like Butcher, who literally has never played in a T2 tournament before Element 6. That is a wide range of experience with a wide range of results.
Yeah, and for Packer being just kind of the father of this roster and handpicking out the pieces, he's looking for potential. He's finding the diamonds in the roughs where you have Volspar and Ions never even making it to playoffs, and all of a sudden just the sum of all parts for this SOS team is so much more than the individual pieces. And Mason, even with Butcher, it's been so phenomenal to see somebody step up just out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think Butcher is a really talented player, and ultimately the whole SOS team has just been a very good team.
Well, tell me more about that, because as somebody who's coming in as a rookie, you don't expect the biggest success. You don't expect a ton of numbers, but what Butcher is doing has been a little bit like a cut above the rest.
And he was a focal point in that upper bracket final, the preview to this grand final. He started off that game hot, 6-0, 7-1, like a really strong scoreline on Lair, and he was that spearhead that SOS relied on to get that really early advantage, and then just continue to pile on the rounds there against CLB. And you can see his stats aren't necessarily pretty for Butcher. It's not like anything that really is flashy or outlandish, but he's performing well, and for being a young star and a rookie, it is so exciting to see the new, fresh talent that we have in the Tier 2 scene really starting to come through North America.
And it's a big deal here on LAN with a crowd at the same place where the pros are going to be taking the stage in just a few minutes. That is no small thing. But his opponent today, and the team that SOS have to go up against, Team CLB, they are a name at least that a lot of Element fans are familiar with. They played in Element 2 under the same banner, Element 5, and now Element 6, and here they are again.
Yeah, for CLB, it's a roster that you know exactly what you're going to get because they've been around the block so many times. They will always be at least, at minimum, a top 6 team. Every iteration always looking so incredibly good. And you even have players like Asian, like Rice, that have made it to the top, the upper echelons of Siege, playing in Tier 1, playing on LAN. It's just really nice to see.
You know, I think it's that LAN experience that really separates CLB from SOS. Ions did play in like the recent Philadelphia LAN, and then same with Packer obviously being at some of the recent majors, but you've got Asian who played in NAL regional finals. You have Rice who played at Atlanta. You've got Zonky who played and won at the Denver local host LAN. So there is some pretty good LAN experience. However, for most of these players, they've never been in a grand final, and especially at this level, it is totally a different atmosphere, especially when you've got a crowd out there, you've got friends and family from many of the teams. It is definitely a different feeling that the players are going to have.
Well, what we've seen from this team is how well they play when that kind of three-headed monster, that Asian Zonky Vic Bands combo, Mason, how well it looks when they are playing well together.
And you can see how bad it looks when they're not playing well together. You've got the Element 6 average on the left in the upper final results on the right, and you can see that ultimately, Asian, Zonky, and Vic were just not able to put a good performance together. -15 in kills, -2 on the entry. Like, this is a team that relies on these 3 players to really get the job done. They've got a great supporting cast in Rice and Zonky, or in Rice and Center, sorry. But ultimately, this team really needs these players to all 3 step up. Asian was the only player that had a good performance against SOS in the upper bracket final. Zonky and Vic are going to have to show up, and it's going to be tough with the elements in the atmosphere tonight.
Well, Connor, one thing that stands out, or rather one thing that I think is something we have to look at a bit more, that upper bracket final, CLB could not get up to speed with SOS quick enough. 5 rounds over the course of 2 maps, did not even send it to map 3. What stands out to you as part of the reason that did not go well?
It's just the strengths of SOS lined up perfectly with the weaknesses of CLB, where this roster needs so much momentum coming from their attacking side, where they traditionally struggle, going up against the best defensive team. And on their defensive side, where it's kind of a given that they're going to do well, they're going up against such a strong and prolific attacking team.
Yeah, and ultimately, SOS are a team that can kind of get the job done no matter what. CLB, they rely heavily on momentum, and you saw in their game against SOS, they couldn't build anything going, they couldn't get anything going at all, and you saw how much they struggled, how hard it was for them to get their feet underneath them, and I think that that's going to matter a ton here in this match as well, is can CLB bounce back from when they lose rounds and start to string them back together? Because I think that's really going to tip the balance in their favor, because SOS, we've never really seen a team challenge them in such a way.
Well, they were unable to challenge, or CLB was unable to challenge SOS on Lair and on Border. Those were the 2 maps they ended up playing in that winner's bracket final. What do you think how that is going to shape their strategy today?
I think it's going to change a good amount, and these teams have had a good week and a half to prepare. So ultimately, there's a lot of VOD. There's a lot of time to go through, pick apart strats. The players, you know, they might be like, we don't really care that much. This is just for fun. We want to have a good time. But they care. They are going to be doing their research. They've had their time on the airplanes to travel, downloading VODs, going through strats. They've got some preparedness, and you can see that with the pick of Chalet of SOS, of CLB picking into Chalet. I really want to highlight that, because that's been an auto ban for them the entire time. And Connor, I think that you and I both agree it's a little bit shocking to see it, but also contrary, not so much, because it's definitely been prepped by CLB.
Yeah, it has to be, especially when every single team that goes up against SOS bans Chalet. They obviously know something that we don't, that this Packer-led roster is probably going to be pretty dang good on Chalet. Going to Conflict from a decider, it's going to be up in the air if we even need it, but Nighthaven Labs, I think we have to put a lot of emphasis on because of that momentum we were talking about. CLB needs to come out swinging, and for SOS, if you don't punch them early, they're probably just going to roll over you.
Well, Connor, tell me how that impacts how you feel about this series as a whole. I get that this is a rematch, so it's very easy to go with the team that won that game. Do you think CLB have what it takes to flip the script and get that win?
I think they really do, because the CLB team always finds a way to win, and that's what good teams do. But for SOS, I'm almost a little bit worried that the lights are so bright. There's cheering fans out there. There's going to be nerves from rookies, and this is a team that has not dropped a single map. Therefore, you can say they don't know how to lose, but they don't know how to lose. What happens if they do? Are they going to crumble? Are they going to bounce back? I'm not necessarily that sure.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember that, like, SOS has that X factor in Packer, though, right? He's a smart guy. He's been a big leader for this team, and they're a vibes team. And being in person next to your teammates, that is the most vibes you can get, right? You got the fist bumps. You're going to have energy. You can stare your opponents in the eyes and talk all the trash you want. Like, that is a big difference, I think, that is ultimately going to propel SOS to the win. In my opinion, that's what I think will be the deciding factor.
Let's talk a little bit more about the spotlight, because this is a more unique for T2 players than it is for your NAL pros. You guys know these guys well. You've been following them practically their whole careers, it feels like. Connor, if you were to pick one team that's going to thrive under the pressure a little bit more, that might be the team to get more trash talky, get in each other's face, which team would that be?
I really feel like CLB is going to be the one screaming across the stage. I can see Asian, I can see Rice, all of them just ready to go. Even Zonky, I feel like, could get a little bit rowdy today.
Could be fun to see that happening. Do you feel the same way on that? I mean, like, I don't know which of these individual players, you know best.
I think both teams are going to be firing at all cylinders. I definitely see a lot of trash coming from Asian, coming from, I think Center is going to talk a bit. Like, I think that the whole team is going to get vocal. And then you have the side of SOS. They're a known team for being vocal. They've been vocal with us so far at the event. Ions is a very loud guy. He likes to get loud. Packer, of course, is famously known for being someone who likes to get into it. So I think that there's going to be a lot of trash talk, and it would be very exciting to hear some of that from the venue.
And it sounded like it's a momentum-based game in your mind, Connor, because you're looking at two teams. Map bans, right, in T2 feel a little bit more significant than they do on a T1 level. Do you think this is going 3 if CLB are going to take this, like you said in your prediction, or is this going to be that 2-0 or bust?
I really feel like it's a 2-0 and bust for either of these teams. I think SOS, if they take care of business, we know what they're going to do. And for CLB, it's once again putting the just weight and pressure on SOS to see how they respond if they ever lose.
Oh, this has been great to get your insight on these teams. I'm sure our fans are hyped and ready to go, as are we. So we're going to send it down to Jacob to kick things off from the stage.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Do we have anybody in the building tonight? Karn & Co., Envy, Makers, Space Station Academy, Core. 5 teams from across the North American Tier 2 spectrum who've all won championships in Elements at one point over the past few years. Today, we do it again, but for the first time ever, we're doing it on LAN in front of an audience. Some of the players on this stage have had the ability to play for top teams in North America, some cases even going across the world to do it. Some of them have never played on LAN or in a grand final at any point in their careers. It's North American Tier 2, and we genuinely wouldn't have it any other way. On one side, SOS. On the other side, CLB. If they're not names you're familiar with, that doesn't matter, because at the end of this, you're going to be intimately familiar with both of them, and one of them will be crowned the champions of Element 6 live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Make some noise! Your Element 6 Grand Final starts right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Element 6 Grand Finals in person. We have our teams right here in front of us. It's going to be an absolute blast. I'm so excited to be here alongside Light Rose. Are you ready for this?
Yes, we started the entire year off with a LAN cast. We end it with a LAN cast, but now we get to be in front of an entire crowd. It's hard not to really get emotional about it and just feel the energy, because I was here yesterday. You were not, coming in from Pittsburgh. It was really quaint. It was nice. It felt familiar with the entire space, and it should be today. We see the social prediction, 57% for SOS, 43% for CLB. Kind of shocking. I expected it to be a little bit more SOS-sided given how that upper final is. But as I was saying to all the other production members, I was hoping that being on LAN, having to travel here, would light a fire inside of CLB. I don't want a 7-0. I don't want a 7-2, 7-4. I want a close game, given that this is only a best of 3.
See, it's funny you say that, because I was talking to SOS before the game, and the main thing that they said was they were winning basically because they weren't trying to win. Like, they literally do not care, and it's what's been getting them, like, all this progress so far, and they've made a lot of progress, have yet to drop a map. It is, like, it's not very often that you see that glass ban immediately. A little bit of a thing you could take note of maybe, but yeah, I think that, like, coming into this environment, it's a lot different. Like, obviously you say you don't really care, but who knows, maybe sometimes those nerves can kind of just jump up on you. But for 10 of these players, some of them have played on the LAN before, some of them have not. They're gonna have to adapt or die right now.
We start off with the SOS attack. If you've paid attention to this team, the attack should actually surprise you, because it feels like it is an incredibly strong side of theirs. Usually helmed, it originally was Packer at the beginning of the season, and it slowly shifted more towards Ions being the in-game leader, and I think he's done a wonderful job. If you look at their most recent experiences,
yes!
we have a disconnect. LAN experience, ladies and gentlemen. It does not just stay up to T1, it all goes back down to D2 as well. And I was gonna say, I was gonna start complimenting Ions. I think he's done a wonderful job. I would honestly, even past Element 6, expect him to potentially find success in the future if he continues to do that, even beyond with Packer potentially in the LCQ, but that's for the future as we take a little bit of a technical pause. We'll see how long this is. I think the second game was pretty rough.
Yeah, so obviously this game has already happened before between CLB and SOS, and it was, well, what did you expect? A 2-0 for SOS. But not only that, it was 14-5 in round score. The first map was a 7-1, and it was dominant. So I honestly think that SOS, with this different map pool, they could have a little bit of a different challenge here. I think CLB are on some maps that they're pretty comfortable with, pretty known for Consulate at map 3 if we're ever going to get there. But yeah, I think that this is a map pool that can favor both sides. I think that this is something where, is that Hat in the back coaching? Oh my God, that is.
Yeah, it is.
So CLB have recruited ex-CLB member Hat to coach them. That is going to be interesting for sure. But yeah, mentioning Packer and Ions, that's a discussion we were having. Like, I think that it's allowed Packer to kind of just flow into his role once again, where he's just able to go around and just gun everybody in the lobby, because I feel like we might have forgot that he could do that.
You know, what's actually interesting is, so you look at Packer's role on Envy, he's actually not really in an in-game leader position. No. He's in more of a flex support. Yeah. And I'm kind of excited about that. I think, you know, we've harped on Packer throughout these past 2-3 years as this crazy IGL, you know, leading, what, M80 and then, what was it, Cloud9 that he was most recently on? So, ooh, don't worry about that. But he's a very good player. I don't know if you can hear us hyping him up, but I think he will definitely slot into a nice role on Envy, but he's not worried about that right now. He's worried about winning the Tier 2 Grand Finals. Hopefully this pause will not be that long. Obviously, we don't want to wait too long, but, you know, we're playing on an old build. There's some bugs. What Siege is kind of known for.
Packer has definitely been playing to win. Highest rated player on SOS right now, and I just think that role swap has made him so comfortable in that position. Again, he doesn't really have to focus on micromanaging and everything like that. And like you said, I think Ions is taking it very well. I think that he's slotted into this role coming off of, basically, he played for it was a Purdue branch campus. I think it's I don't remember the full name of it, but he played for a Purdue college collegiate team. And that's kind of like where his career really started. Has some LAN experience with that, but other than that, floating around in Tier 3 up until Challenger Series, where he comes along with the Unks and what I would argue to be maybe some Tier 2 players that you wouldn't expect to make it as far as they did, getting top 4 at their first ever tournament. So I feel like Ions is already impressed at that level, and now here he is in a grand final. He's gotten to the point where he is no longer just that, you know, scrappy kid that we knew from collegiate and from Tier 2. He's undeniable now. I mean, this is his chance to get his crown and get Packer his third.
It's interesting how we actually talk about CLB versus SOS, because it feels like SOS are kind of, you know, these up-and-comers. Obviously, you know, you have had Packer and Vil Element champions, but then you do have Butcher, Volsper, and Ions, compared to the other side of CLB, of which you have Center, who's been an incredible T2 mainstay. You've got Asian and Rice, both old Pro League players, and then Vic Bands and Zonky. I talk about how we, you know, discuss both teams because it feels like they have the same vibe with the old Pro League players, with some, you know, quote-unquote newcomers like Vic Bands, Zonky, Butcher, Volsper, and having them go at it on LAN in a grand final, I think really does showcase who potentially will be the next ones up.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. This is what Tier 2 is. Without a Tier 2 system, you can't really foster those future pros. And of course, because of Packer's success in Tier 2, he was able to get on Pro League teams. And the same can be said for Rice and Asian and for the other players who may or may not be future pros. And that's the beauty of it. You just get to watch these players either make it together as a team, like Team Envy did back during whenever relegations first came back. And that's just something you don't always get. But we might already have a first engagement. Just one thing about SOS that I wanted to highlight that's going to be potentially problematic for CLB, and that is SOS just go on the fly. They will change up their strategy on a dime, and I attribute that to Ions and his shot calling, because I feel like that's them being able to switch up all the time. That's going to catch CLB off guard in some.
And one thing that CLB did in their previous game that really hurt them, especially on the first map of Lair, was they gave SOS a lot of space. They played with a lot of passivity, and SOS simply took that space. They have the Monty, they would bring the Blackbeard, and they would push this team as far as they can into the side with a considerable amount of time remaining. This is going to be very different because, you know, you're going to be able to hold Rafters, you're going to be able to hold IT as a defender, so potentially we would see SOS maybe go towards projector push, try their best to shrink that area of control that the defense has as much as they can.
As the push begins, SOS very aware of CLB's aggressive play style. They are not afraid to take fights, and that is certainly going to be something that both hurts and helps them in the long run. Is that bandit trick successful? It is. Beautiful timing from Rice. It's the small things in Siege at the end of the day that matter. So now SOS are going to have to come up with a backup plan. They've gotten the IT wall thanks to Vil on that map trick, and they've got Ions with the shield inside of Electrical. But he's going to move away and start to shift his focus over towards IT side. And it makes a lot of sense. He can challenge the Raptor players as he walks up, and Zonky could get isolated if he's not careful. But so far, CLB are holding strong. Fenrir Mine going to force back Ions as VicBand still plays inside of Raptors. He'll be the first one dead in this finals. Bill on the upside down rappel takes down Rice. And that is 2 frags for CLB, who now have a way in.
And it's going to make this push so much better. The Echo, you got to be careful, but Warden's not looking the right way, and now it's just that Echo all alone. He's able to find one, but SOS, they show their attacking prowess and claim the first round.
Just waited for those kills, just absolutely put themselves in the best scenario possible to play trades and to take a positional advantage. Ions was up there in IT like swimwear, and there was really no way to get him out because he's a big shield. So all he can really do is gather info, make Vic Bands and others feel a little bit more uncomfortable, and that's all you sometimes need to flush out those picks, despite the Rice bandit trick. Again, that immediate adaptation, the fact that they just went over and decided we don't need this, it doesn't matter. Some teams will get stuck up on that. They're like, we can't open Conwall, can't hold this cross, can't get the perfect setup. With SOS, there is no perfect setup. Any setup that they want to go for, they just go for it. And I think that's going to be the beauty of their attacks. Their flexibility is certainly going to help. And if CLB can't find a counter to that, it's going to end up like this more times than not. But of course, with this defense, you can pick whatever site you want. You can kind of switch things up. And certainly going to be dealing with that Monty. I feel like that's the thing that we're going to need to highlight this game, or we're going to be saying a lot, is just shield, shield, shield.
Yes, this is the old patch, so we don't have the limb damage reverted, so shields are going to be a lot stronger. Maybe could see some Denari, who's very popular on Labs as well. We'll have to see as CLB, they do have the Solus, they do have the Sentry as they head down to the basement, not really wanting to tempt SOS again. And I do agree with that. I think, you know, you see the potential that your team can have if you can really stand up to the mettle of their attacks. So you don't fall back, and now you're going to potentially rely on the roamers like Asian Center and Vic Bands, but that can be a real hindrance because SOS are so good at droning and so good at isolating these players and just closing the walls all around them. They're going to do that with Ions on the Monty, I'm expecting.
See how much time those roamers can waste, though, as they do their initial rounds, shooting drones, trying to get the whole shebang going. Obviously, you have Asian playing on that games hatch, so whenever he feels like he's being forced off, he can go for the drop and, again, continue to waste more time. And that's the thing about CLB, is they're not afraid to take these gunfights at times, and it can hurt them and it can help them. Obviously, we see a lot of aggressive play from them, and they can get into fights that really they shouldn't be involved in, and it can be unexpected for the attack. But the thing with SOS is their info has been pretty good all semester, all stage. So there's really not much CLB can get away with without SOS knowing.
Almost found one. There goes the Monty, spot one. You don't even need to put that much pressure on. The existence of the Monty indicates other roamers, and so CLB, they get the idea. They back off. Vic and Asian are kind of playing half on, half off, seeing how much time they could potentially waste, especially Asian in this corner, but Packers holding such a good angle. We'll have to see how long this stalemate goes on and if SOS just get a little too careless with that hallway.
You've also got Vic Bands above. He was first picked on the last round. May also be the first point of contact between CLB and SOS. We are currently just holding those crosses. Entry for Volspur, getting into Exo. Tons of space being taken here with just a minute remaining. They're going to try and use that Monty to force anyone in EXO back into those Maverick holes from Vil. So far, no one's been caught just yet. Volspur in a fight with Zonky from sight. CLB can probably set up a flank here, but there's just so many crosses being held, and Butcher on this lurk inside of IT is going to pose a serious threat to Asian. The Solus goes down thanks to that cross from Butcher. Rice is going to try and pick up the pieces here, and he does. Beautiful shot onto Butcher. So that top floor control now relinquished to the defense, but SOS are starting to hit this site. You've got Ions in that default spot. Packer finds Vic Bands upstairs. This is going so well in terms of getting that plant down for SOS. C4 does not land. There's nobody to deny this, and that plant will go down. Now a post plant for SOS. But that top floor has been retaken. Doesn't matter though. Volspur slams Zonky above, but gets traded by center. 2 versus 2. You have to face the Monty. He's gonna waste so much time on this case if you can't get rid of him early. And all that Vil has to do is stay outside on that breach and hold him off. Center trying to fight with that, but Vil just lets him walk right into his crosshairs. It's all down to Rice. No utility to work with. All of those Mav holes just holding him. It's all a conclusion that we're too familiar with. This post plan is successful, and SOS lock in their second round.
Bit closer, I think, especially with that trade onto Butcher upstairs. Something that SOS, when their closest game of the entire stage was up against Team Carry, and the reason for that was the trades. So initially, with the time remaining, with a good amount of vertical coverage, that you would think that CLB would be able to do something about that. But with the plant going down, nobody's able to find a good angle with that C4 it goes too wide. Nobody's covering on the vertical, which is the main thing you want as the defense. Is if you can control the first floor, you can stop that plant from going down. But CLB can't do that. The plant goes down, there's a Monty, there's a Maverick outside. You are not winning that, and any day of the week. And so it's just these very minor things. I think SOS is just still doing a wonderful job. Their attacks are pristine sometimes. And for CLB, if another tech pause, they're going to have a little bit of time to figure out what they're going to do to counter this. Because so far, 2 attacking rounds, it seems like we have a headset issue. The tempo is just still firmly in SOS's corner, and it's going to be really hard to wrestle that away from them. They have the upper final. They know that they have bested this team before. Has CLB done anything to put up any sort of fight or change anything?
During their last series, CLB were kind of struggling in the exact same way, where SOS got 5 rounds on them on a lair attack, which is just kind of insane to say out loud. Obviously, there's some reasons for that, and I think the shield play is a big one. But, I mean, that's just the truth in it. CLB were not able to hang on their defense, and I think that that's going to be a continuous problem in this series, especially when you go to map number 2 of Chalet, which can kind of be a bit of a toss-up at times. It's not exactly defender-sided, not exactly attacker-sided all the time. It's very flip-floppy, but I think that Labs is where you want to get as many of your defensive round wins as you possibly can. And you're already starting off with a 2-0. Like you said, though, that second round was a little bit closer. There were trades after trades, but I think mainly the positioning. They got upstairs, but they just really weren't able to do much of anything with that. I think that the horizontal take from SOS was extremely strong. They had Vil playing so patiently. Actually, all of the players on SOS playing those crosses so patiently. Butcher, I mean, he held an angle for 2 minutes, and he's like 18 years old. That's unexpected. Like, that's crazy to me. I feel like if you're just young gun, like you just want to swing everything, he's holding an angle with an R4C 1X. Like, that's insane to me. That's
hey, we're gonna strap the Zoomers to a chair and fix their attention span. We're gonna have to. Hey, you're gonna have to hold this angle.
Butcher's actually wearing a seatbelt right now.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Can you do that? No Subway Surfers. No YouTube video playing on the second monitor. Can you do it? It's another tech pause. So this one seems a bit more technical than like software. So hopefully that one will make it easier to go through. As I hope that we don't have these tech pauses. Nobody really wants the tech pauses throughout the entire game. It's definitely a lot more punishing on LAN sometimes because you feel like you build up the energy in the entire arena, you're getting into a flow state, and then just all the momentum is sucked out of the room.
And the thing with CLB is like, I don't know, the stats kind of speak for themselves. Both CLB and SOS have actually a very similar defensive win rate. They're sitting at around 64%. SOS has 67.
I mean, yeah, but look at the KD.
That's not the important stat that I wanted to look, although that is probably important. SOS have a 56% attacking win rate to CLB's 45. So CLB are currently one of the lowest, although the lower numbers go into the 30%ers. So they're not exactly drowning on their attacks, but certainly an argument to be made that their defenses should be stronger. So again, gonna need to see a reset here. Gonna need to see CLB getting back into shape on this attack, on its defense, because this is where they can gather up a ton of points. This is where they can build as much momentum as possible. Whenever they switch over to that attack, it's not going to feel as rough. But again, SOS have been playing this brilliantly. They've been playing so patient, as opposed to what we can sometimes see from them, where they go at a completely opposite pace, where they get so aggressive. That's something that CLB are used to and kind of trying to break out of.
Trying to think of what CLB can do to alleviate these issues that they have. Part of me wants to tell this team to potentially play balls to the wall. Be more aggressive. Completely flip the script on what happened in your upper final, where your passivity was really the main issue. Maybe let's see, you know, Asian start to push that Monty a little bit farther back. Center as well. It's why we could see the Ella, because a pretty good counter to that Montaigne and the Capcan as well. Here's where we could potentially see them really start to hammer home shutting down that Monty in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, if there's anyone that you want to call to deal with the shields, it's probably the shield main himself for CLB. Center's going to be picking up the Monty, the Blitz, the Blackbeard, whatever he needs to throughout this game, and we're probably going to get pretty sick of it, but you know, it's the meta right now. And like you said, with no limb damage changes, because this is an older patch and all that stuff, all that fun goodies with the map tricking, you're going to be able to use those shields pretty effectively. The limb change is no joke, but for SOS, it's Ions again on the Montaigne. The tertiary bomb site is going to be the site of choice. So CLB going through that full rotation. Vosper, unfortunately, a little bit electrified. This might be a successful band trick if Bryce can get there, but I don't think he has the time for that, and it's especially not the space. So wall gets opened up. Again, now for CLB, the main priority is stay alive until you see where that push is coming from. Try to fight that Monty with the utility that you have and go from there. If you can't, find a way around him, because he is going to be a problem throughout the rest of this game or until they ban him.
Yeah, but the difficult part of that is SOS are just going to hit the pause button. They're not going to open that wall and immediately try to take as much space as they can. They're going to drone out. I mean, we just saw it from Wolfsburg. Now Vil on the Twitch drone. 3 players on SOS, 4 if you technically want to count a Monty as a drone. That is how precise this team is. Do not look at the top right. The drone counter does lie. It's going to lead to another Butcher entry. That is 3 in a row. He is a monster. Can he get more? Just around the corner, gets another one. It is a trade on the 2 that Zonky was able to get. The top floor is pushed out. I think that's a win. You still have your Monty. You still have the Boogie drones. And now Vic Band's on the cut. It's like SOS perfectly read into what CLB are doing and lead one player directly into the guns of another.
Yeah, it's just nothing that Zonky can do at this point. He's so low, he's forced to back away. He's lucky that he gets away because of that cross being held by Vil. Vic Band's not so fortunate, and now Vil will take that space. This is so free in terms of space making here for SOS, but Zonky's below. C4 prepped. This could be huge. This could be a massive way to turn this round around, but Butcher's on the case. It's a third for Butcher, and Vil lights it up as well. It just seems so simple. You almost forget that this is Butcher's first Tier 2 stage, and he is just lighting up the scoreboard immediately. Confidence is flowing for this man, and there is nothing that can stop SOS right now.
You have a team that's really good at communicating and coordinating with each other when it comes to positioning, certain utility usage. What can you do when a team like that has somebody like Butcher who is red hot? It is a difficult task, because first, you're going to need someone to step up to the plate to counter Butcher, and so far, there has been nobody within these first 3 rounds. I think, you know, Zonky did get that 2K, which kind of got overlooked because we were all looking at the Butcher show, but you first have to have somebody step up, then you have to worry about how you're going to counter them with utility. I was going to have a tactical timeout, and I think SOS
Show me the clipboard. I gotta see Panda's clipboard. What did he draw? I know he said he was gonna draw stuff on his clipboard. He also said that he was going to break like an individual colored pencil for every round that they lost. And his knee is in great shape right now because obviously they haven't lost a round yet.
Do you need a knee to break a colored pencil?
I'm very weak.
All right,
I'm just kidding. I lift, guys. I lift. Okay, listen, I'm 6'5", 270 pounds of muscle. Hi, Fett. It's a funny thing, actually. So we're sitting across the stage from Fett. If this gets loud, I'm going to scream in his ear, and he's probably just going to be so pissed off at me because I'm just going to be like yelling my head off right in front of him. Yeah. So this is going to be an interesting dichotomy. You've got two of the loudest people probably in this room just sitting across from each other.
Hey, hasn't picked up yet.
Yeah.
So I think we're okay.
We're good for now. But I mean, regardless, SOS, like, on fire right now for CLB. They're going to bring out center on the shield. They're just trying to do damage control for this Montaigne because so far, it's been the driving force for SOS. Has it been the main issue? I don't think so. I think SOS have actually just been playing crosses really well. So there's plenty of problems that CLB are running into thanks to SOS's play right now. The main thing, 3 attacking rounds on Labs. No response for CLB on the defense.
Yeah, and Ion's actually potentially swapping onto the Ying, which could be very nice, countering that with, you have the Deimos, you have the Capitao, you could potentially see some underneath play, which is maybe why Asian is wanting to be a little bit of a obstacle for this team, because it's kind of, I'm hemming and hawing about how much of an actual obstacle CLB have put up throughout these maps, because I think in the last round, they were definitely very firm in their hold of servers, but in the rounds before, they were definitely more, okay, we're just gonna kind of let you have this space. We know you're there, but we've said we've done enough. Let's back off. And so far, SOS, I mean, you already have Packer hopping into Cafeteria. Not a great thing, but I think that's exactly what the Black Eye is going to be for. We also have the walls getting open. So far, this attack hasn't really met any of those obstacles that I talked about.
Yeah, I think for CLB, you mentioned a really important point there, which is that they were able to back up. Like in the rounds where it felt like they were way more successful, was in the rounds that they were able to just back away from the position that was causing them all these problems. And that's kind of the objective, I feel like, now for CLB. It's not to chase these kills. It's not to hunt for SOS. I feel like it's just to live, survive, wait out the round, let the time do the defense itself, and kind of allow SOS to take that space, given that you give them a little bit of resistance, that you make them waste drones. Right now, though, I'm a little bit worried because SOS have Butcher, who's on fire, walking at people, and hasn't really met any of that resistance. So he's not afraid to take this space quickly. And I feel like the quicker that SOS get, the more that CLB are going to run into this problem, as they're already in electrical. And Zonky is the first line of defense, but he is jabbed off. He cannot play that shotgun at the most optimal level until Butcher is super pushed up, but half the round is gone. CLB haven't dropped the body yet, but they're going to have to start thinking about the positions that they need to give up.
Butcher should not be able to feel confident hopping into electrical like that. Like, a minute 30 within the round, the fact that he's like, okay, I'll just get on in here. I'm not feeling any pressure. I'm not feeling really anything that's going to stop me from taking what is, I think, an incredibly powerful position on this map. Sometimes there will be defenders who will die inside of electrical. Not only have you hit the air jab, now another player in IT. SOS is working all on cylinders, but now Zonky gets that opener.
There's Ions in with the shotgun, not on the shield. Claims center and Rice. Maybe he doesn't need the shield. He's in such a good spot. He's completely cleared out that plant spot, but Vil goes down. Still a very winnable round, but you have to be careful not to take this fight against Ions. Vic Bench tries to run, but Volsper with the double. SOS are so locked in on this, but Asian nearly gets the first round for CLB. It's a one-on-one with Ions. 1 HP to his name. Vil down. What does he go for here with 17 seconds? It's got to be the res. Now Vil can play the cover and Ions can go for the plant. Asian needs to fish for these picks, but he's not going to get anything. Confidence across the faces of SOS as they take a fourth uninterrupted round.
No colored pencils broken yet. The trade game is just so superior. Every single time we get into these fights, it's always SOS who come out on top. Their positioning, perfect. Their Candela's, perfect. It's hard to criticize this team so far, and I think we're seeing that in the results. It's 4-0. That was a great attempt there, and I honestly thought he was going to get that final spray, and we would have been jumping out of our seats cheering, thinking, hey, CLB's got a dog left in this fight, but
Oh, so close, man. That's so heartbreaking.
It's hard because when you're in that position, your team is down, you know, maybe the mental's going somewhere, and then you don't hit those shots, and then you lose the round. We're hoping for a good game, but so far CLB have just been washed away under the attacks of SOS.
Yeah, gonna need a massive comeback here from CLB, and I think that they're plenty capable of doing it. One thing that the desk spoke on that I really wanted to highlight was momentum, and I think that CLB are a team that can absolutely play when they're down. I think that they've had plenty of circumstances in the past. I don't even know how many iterations they've actually had at this point, like basically one for every element. I feel like they're able to do that. I think that they have the ability to win a round and then just kind of stack it up, even against an opponent like SOS, who have just been so good throughout Element 6. But for Certified Lover Boys, this is a question of winning an element after you've been in how many at this point? I think they've almost been in all of them. Getting second, third, fourth, like this just does not suit them anymore. Surely they break the curse today, but they've had a rough go at it so far. But there's the entry pick here for CLB. Last round we saw an entry from CLB, but the trade was pretty immediate from SOS. But so far, no response. CLB looking fly on this round.
And that's huge. SOS are a team that loves to get those entries, and they immediately are able to find success because of that. And there is the eventual trade. Great individual play by Rice. That's going to drop the diffuser. I talked about how somebody needed to step up to the plate to counter Butcher's entries, and Rice says, fine, I will do the job. And you look at where these SOS players are, the three. They're pretty far away from each other. Packer's going to drone himself out, seeing if there's anybody he can catch on those stairs, but Rice is in the hallway. If Packer is not careful, he will be the next victim of the Goyo within this round.
Butcher's been pretty good about winning his ones. We'll now look to challenge. Completely stuck here is Asian. There's no way he can get out of that. Even if he found Butcher, Packer was just waiting for him at the bottom of the lobby stairs, making this a 3-on-3. Drone that. Come on. You have to. They droned it.
There it is.
Rice is holding case. That's the only, I feel like that's a massive win con here for CLB, but what's more important again is letting them live, getting away with the plays that you've made. CLB have now wasted 2 minutes, but Rice, he stayed in the exact same spot that he got droned in. Butcher now tagging up Saki. It's Phil with the third, and SOS completely trucking through CLB. It's gonna require another potential 1v3 out of the defense to win this round. Now center stuck in games, can't do a thing. 5 in a row, CLB. It's time to get blood into the heart. It's time to start pumping your veins. Please, wake up for God's sakes.
I want to go back to Rice inside the freezer. He hesitates, doesn't really know if he wants to hit the impact or if he wants to potentially go for the kill. He has that choice eventually taken away from him because SOS then have a player go into vending in games so that if he does impact that, there's going to be a player right around the corner. That is the difference between a good team knowing that they can push a player within the freezer and that he is stuck or eventually he's going to be cornered versus a great team like SOS who are going to have a player rotate, have that cut off, and shut off any avenue of escape. And Rice really was the key factor. He gets those 2 openers. Potentially could have had a third if he holds the angle onto the cafe hallway door. But instead, it's just SOS when it feels like sauntering towards victory. They have not really looked weak at all in this game so far. Maintained control of the entire thing from start to finish. And it's plainly obvious from the score to the kills. Can CLB have any say in this entire game?
Yeah, the beauty of like SOS and the way that they play is they're very comfortable with each other, and I think that like Ions has basically surrounded himself with like just 4 absolute demons, like there's 4 gunnies, and you've got Packer with a plus 42 KD. Phil now 9-1 in this game. We haven't even said like Phil's name unless it's Phil triple kill. Like he's 9-1. Like he is going absolutely insane, playing those cuts to perfection. And CLB are kind of just walking into it. For now, we need to see CLB play together, maybe try and force a trade because it doesn't really feel like CLB are doing that.
Vic Bands is stranded in rafters with nobody to help him, and Wolfsburg just W keys into IT. They've gotten 2 players dead, have taken sight, and Butcher gets his second. Asian and Rice now have to retake against 2 shields. It's a 1-on-5 here. Asian's been in this spot before, but never in a 1v5. He'll only get 1 on his way out, but CLB get none. 0 rounds on a Labs defense is cause for concern.
It feels like they don't have a lot of energy. Let's take a look at the strat book. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I think
beautiful.
That's plainly obvious. What can you do against a strat like that?
You just gotta smile and wave. I don't think they're smiling though.
SOS are definitely smiling. Right? Look, this element has been, you know, for a lot of reasons, may have been a little bit more lighthearted. You know, we've had a lot of poaching from Pro League teams. We could say that we definitely have fun. SOS have said that they want to have fun from the very beginning, from the, you know, Pandasaurus, breaking a colored pencil, which hasn't happened, the strat book. They're here to have a fun time.
CLB not having fun. My goodness, he is talented.
Oh, yeah.
AI can't recreate that. That's gorgeous. That's gorge.
What an artist. Just pulling out the colored pencil.
I was going to say, he has yet to break a colored pencil.
I was going to say, if they lose a round, can he not color in?
No. Yeah, he loses the color. So he's got to be very, like, he has to choose. But I don't think he has to right now. I mean, he's not even thinking about that.
You know, it'd be funny if after the game, after a map, if it's like a 7-4 and SOS win, he like pulls up the coloring page, just like, guys, this is how poorly we did, and it's stuff that's just not colored in.
Look at this drawing and tell me how much color there is on there. Do you see any color? I don't. Get back to work. Like that's the method here for SOS. And you talked about having fun. That's, I think, the important message here for SOS. I literally talked to Ions, and he was like, yeah, we go into every game thinking that we're just going to lose, and then we win. I'm like, dude, that's actually heat. That's such a cool strategy. And it's taken them this far. They're 10-0, about to be 11-0 on map count throughout Element. Very much just dominating in this game. For CLB, I don't know if they're going to find their answers on the attack. Notably, the shield bans from SOS. Center's not going to be able to play the Monty. Center's not going to be able to play that blitz. He's going to have to be forced on the gun, and I think that he can shoot back. I don't think that that's a problem. But so far, CLB have not been playing together. They really haven't been trying to take advantageous gunfights. So it really doesn't matter how gunny, it doesn't matter how much gun skill CLB have if they can barely get a winning gunfight in their hands, if they can barely put themselves in a situation to actually win a gunfight. So for now, we're going to need to see CLB going for those trades, pushing individual players out, and trying to get trades. Even if you can't go 1-for-0, go 1-for-1.
You see the first point of contention for CLB. They get the wall open. They have center down below. There is nobody roaming, so he should have free reign from down below to destroy the floor as he pleases. We'll just have to wait to see when that happens, when CLB start to turn towards their point of entry, as so far they're just cutting off avenues of sight for SOS, whether it's putting down those air jabs, whether it's holding angles onto connector. The job of CLB right now seems to be just stopping the aggression. And Vic Band, go back to the Nomad hopping into electrical as Vic Bands does take out Butcher. That is another entry, but like last round, they weren't able to capitalize on it. You get the Black Mirror. So far, CLB, I mean, we're actually making progress here.
Yeah, again, like you said, though, you got to worry about that trade from SOS. They've been so good at getting refrags after those individual picks. You got to have that intel, but no way. There's a drone there. Nobody watching the 90 drone allows Vil to stalk into games and get rid of center from below. No more skeleton key, no more vert to work with. Now your entire attack is coming from this horizontal angle, and Packer chasing this fight with Vic Bands, and it's a winning one, but he gets a little too aggressive, swings onto Asian, does not trade him out. 3 versus 3, CLB now pushing in, Ions tucked. Does Asian have a clue? It doesn't seem like he does. A freebie here for Ions. And it's all just good positioning, but Wolfsburg goes down. Zonky stuck in the smoke in a 1-on-2 as Rice gets taken down. But the res, potentially successful, using it for bait, but nobody falling for it. There's a smoke from Bill. Might confirm the kill onto Rice, and it does. There's no way Zonky can win this. No time left. One more smoke bait from Bill. They're gonna let this plant go down and play that retake. Zonky goes for the swing, but it is simply not enough. 7-0. We need to call SOS for CLB. They're gonna need a pulse after this. Absolutely absurd performance out of SOS, taking map 1 dominantly.
I'd hoped that Philly would light a fire in CLB. Well, if there is a fire, it's an incredibly dim one at best. And you can see the crowd cheering for SOS. There's smiles on their faces. That coloring page is colored in to, you know, the best of Pandasaurus' ability. He didn't have a lot of time to color in. This was defiant, and it was quick.
Well, map number 1, 7-0. Let's hope that map number 2 is just a little bit closer. We'll be back with Chalet after this. Potentially a CLB map. We'll have to see.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Smoke off.
You kill him.
Nice.
He's got to be on the box, Ions.
Yep, off me, Winston.
Yep, I am.
Baiting plant.
Let me go first.
One, right? 3, 2, 1. Swing right side.
Yeah.
Nice! Come on!
So, very fast 7-0. My ultimate question is, did you see it going that quickly? And was any of this what you were expecting LAN to feel like against this team that you've usually just been facing in online context until this point?
I mean, LAN is fantastic. The game feels so good. It's so easy. We have absolutely no expectations going into any of our games. We haven't practiced in who knows how long. We're just here to have fun, enjoy it. We had fun that last map. We're going to keep having fun. Our game plan is let them fuck up. They did that, so.
Certainly wouldn't be the first time that you get an Element Championship under your belt, but it would be the first time in a LAN environment. What's the biggest difference and how much better does it feel playing the game in an environment like this?
I mean, this environment is just so much more fun. The Element 4 win that I have was obviously super important to me because I beat a team that I really wanted to beat and I was playing with players that I really love. But this environment is incredible. It's super fun.
All right, good luck.
Well, Vil clearly having a good time out there, as he said, dropping 11 kills over the course of just that one map, absolutely dominating the competition. A 7-0 start for SOS. Connor, we were talking between the games. It would be brutal for CLB to come out here on LAN just to get absolutely stomped like this. They need a bounce back, that much is clear.
It is going to be such a big requirement because we've seen this team go down very heavily to SOS. In the upper bracket finals, it's like history already wrote itself. The preview was a very true preview into exactly what we were going to get over and over and over again, where I don't know if CLB has anything, any sort of answer for what SOS is bringing to the table.
I'm not gonna lie, Connor, I feel pretty confident in my pick right now. You may have bested me and who was gonna get here, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable right now. A 7-0 slaughter, it's just like what we saw in the upper bracket final, but even more clean, even more dominant, and CLB just looked like a mess. Butcher, so many entry frags. SOS dominant in the stats department. I mean, this is a game, and I mentioned SOS's game to lose. And I think that ultimately they came in not wanting to lose. They're playing for fun, and they're having a lot of fun while they're doing it.
Yes, 7-0, as I mentioned. Vil was 11-1. Only died one time. They looked good the entire time. We heard the comms that final round. Still playing coordinated, Connor. Still playing patient. That discipline winning out at the end of the day.
Yeah, and also at the end of the day, the biggest strength that we talked about for CLB is how good they are on the defensive side. 0. Not a single round win starting on the defensive side of Nighthaven Labs, which is, you know, traditionally a more defender-sided map, is just incredibly alarming. Just every single alarm bell is ringing in my head to a point where it almost feels like a fire alarm for CLB.
And it's a case of now, for CLB, what can you possibly do at this point? You're going to Chalet next. That's great. You get a reset. You get to start over. What is it that they need to do to fix this problem?
Totally wipe their brains. I mean, that's it. Like, that's all you can really do. You reset and you go, all right, we just got to win 2 maps. That's it. That's all CLB can really do. Forget about that first map. Don't let it affect you anymore. Go into your map pick where you've done the prep. You've prepared yourselves. They've set themselves up perfectly to take Chalet away from SOS. But they just have to mentally forget about that first game, and I think they'll be all right.
And as we said, they have to figure out a way to stop Vil, who was on a complete tear. He sounded confident. He was playing confident on that first map. Somehow have to get a handle on the player who went 11-1 when you go to map 2.
Yeah, Vil was playing in a way that's just capitalizing on mistakes. He said it in a much more colorful way during his interview, but at the end of the day, when CLB is playing how they are, they're running all over the place. It's like chickens with their head cut off. There's no cohesion. That's not a unit for the side of CLB, which we're expecting to see. That's where Vil is going to absolutely thrive, which means on Chalet, they need to play tight. They need to play more connected.
SOS are just playing with more passion. They're the passion stack. They're definitely getting it done. You can feel their vibes, their energy still more than ever, especially in those replay comms. Ultimately, SOS feel like they're in total control of this game. Vil played very well. The rest of SOS played very well. It seems like there's nothing to falter for that team. There's almost no weakness that they have.
Well, Connor, unfortunately, I'm going to have to give you the responsibility of giving me a win condition for CLB because you picked them to win this game. If you had to put your finger on 1 or 2 things, I'll let you go that far, that they should think about going into Chalet. If they can address it, they'll be able to get over the line and send us to map 3.
I think it's just simplify the game, don't do anything crazy, and just rest on your laurels because they're a solid fundamental team that's been around the block.
All right. Clean and simple. Can they pull it off? We would love to see a third map. Frankly, we'd love to see CLB get on the board and make this one competitive. Adam B, take it away.
Philadelphia was once the hearth of colonial America, once the capital of America, and CLB have gone all this way and have not got a single round on the board yet. We're hoping that the second map will be much more exciting, and if we could even get to a third, because, I mean, we're casting on LAN in front of a crowd. We want this to be good. You want this to be good. And clearly the social prediction does not believe it will be good. Much more what I was expecting in that first map.
Yeah, typically whenever casters are like, oh, I want this to go to map 3, I can't wait to go to map 5. We're lying, like almost 95% of the time.
Not now.
This is my 5%. I am begging you, CLB, give me a game, because I've been having so much fun doing this LAN thing, and if I only get 14 rounds, I'm gonna be very mad, but it's all good. We can't assume anything. It is a 0-0 at the end of the day. CLB versus SOS. I don't know if the crowd can hear me. They're Pennsylvanians, so I want to speak to my former Pennsylvanians. So if you can hear me and you're cheering for CLB, give me some noise. Wow. There's like 2 people.
There's nobody.
All right.
You gotta do one.
Okay.
Do the other?
Sure, I'll do it. So if you are cheering for SOS, let me hear you. That worked! I can't believe that worked. Thank you guys so much. I love it here.
You got to do that.
I did get to do that.
That's definitely. So
do you want to just do it?
I mean, no, I don't want to step on your toes. It's okay.
Okay.
For just saying, this casting a
I can literally
LAN
step on your toes, like physically.
All right, let's calm down. Just for posterity's sake, casting in a LAN with a crowd that is here to watch the game and not like a collegiate LAN is kind of the dream of a lot of casters. So we've never gotten to do this in our lives, and we don't know if this will happen again, if we're going to have the same regional finals LAN with the T2 grand final. So we are here enjoying it to the best of our ability. It's a pleasure to even do this to begin with. But saying that, let's get into the actual game itself. SOS get to start on the defense this time, something that CLB, surprisingly enough, probably wants, because they didn't really get many rounds to showcase their attacking prowess. And what we already know, that SOS can be a lethal team on attack. Maybe CLB just didn't get their time to shine.
CLB have access to the Montane as well now, because SOS sacked the ban to get rid of the Ying. So they will be able to use that shield, and with CLB banning the Clash, it makes a ton of sense. Because now you're just able to walk pretty freely. I feel like the main counter right now in this patch for Monty has got to be Clash. So any way to get rid of that, and also Clash is great on this map. So any way to get rid of that pressure for CLB, for that shield, that's where a lot of the heart of their attack comes from. So I'm wondering if that's going to be the change-up that they need, because they weren't able to have access for the one round that they attacked. So we'll have to see if that's a change-up for CLB, who get into the building and into the basement.
Already walking into Fireplace. Really nobody's there to really put that pressure, but walking up the stairs, here's where we could see that first interaction. Don't know if Bill was spotted by center. He's got to be careful, because eventually he could be crept up on by these players, and now you have Zonky on the window. I think CLB are doing a very good job, you know, early on in the round. I've destroyed those walls. They've got the Monty now. He's pushing up into Ivy, and you have another angle of the player watching up Library Stairs. So far, the CLB roam, I think you've checked all the boxes that you really need to.
Got themselves pushed up into Piano as well. This is tons of pressure now for CLB, who have been kind of timid in this game. I like seeing them take a little bit of an aggressive stance, as they're now trying to clear out the shield inside of Piano. Currently, a player sits behind. SOS have been pretty powerful in these power spots, but with that nade clearing out the shield, Volsport's gonna have to get a little bit creative here as he makes his way into bathroom. Rice is holding that cut. Needs to be careful. I don't think Butcher's afraid of it at all. Gonna go for that swing onto the DMR. Rice has a very important fight here, and so does Butcher. Wow. Run out is caught way before it happens, though, as Rice gets the first kill. Aizen tries to go in, but Bill wins that fight. Now pushes up onto the breach, and Ion's claiming center. The Monty is dead. The pressure inside of Piano is dead, too. So this is gonna be a lot of heavy lifting from CLB, who are currently outside of the site. So all of that space that you've just taken, it's now being held up up by Vil. Now prone peeking his way through in half wall. Gets cut down by Rice. Vic Bands gets the trade onto Volspur to 2 versus 2. Case on the breach. Vic Bands reses Zonky. And Packer's below. I don't know if he has a pre-place. I don't know if he uses C4 yet. He's gonna blow it, but doesn't find anything. But more importantly, Ions is alone, and Ions is tucked. Have they spotted him? They have! But he gets one on his way out. Nearly wins the fight.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. I didn't even hear the timer. Zonky and Vic Bands are so low. This drop is going to be fatal for at least one of them. There goes Zonky. All that Packer has to do is hold. Vic Bands, no way he can win that. Packer with the power position, and he doesn't even care, making it look so easy. The king of Tier 2 currently wearing his crown, round 1 and round 8 in a row for SOS.
Very chaotic for CLB. One thing you always want when you have that mess of kills is you want to control that chaos to the best of your ability. With something like a Monty, you want to narrow that field of vision or field of chaos, if you will, within a certain radius so that you know, okay, we might have so many things going on, but we know the Aruni is going to be here. We know that the Wamai potentially will be here. But that just didn't really happen. For CLB, their heads are constantly on a swivel. They're having to worry about so many things at once that even after all that, you're having a player rappel onto Fluke Balcony. Nobody's having the cut. Nobody's being where they need to be. And I think CLB did a great job with what they were given, especially with Ions. Ions could have been the nail in the coffin. He flubs it a little bit, sits down, leaves it so that Packer just has to hit a couple SMG-11 bullets and even a shotgun shell. Even if he misses 70%, he's gonna get the kill. He does, and SOS are able to get the first win. Close. I think that's what we want. Even if it is another 7-0, if we can have more rounds where it's just one kill or 5 seconds away from teetering over to the other side, I think that's going to be enjoyable for you and the audience.
Yeah, I would hope so. They came all this way to watch Tier 2 after all, right?
Yeah, that's why they're here, right?
Yeah,
you guys are here just to watch T2.
Yeah, Space Station or Pike, Space Station Academy, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, wait, that's a while ago.
Don't exist anymore.
Call out, where's my SSGA? I want my SSGA back. Anyways, ex-SSGA Manville, the top frag, I believe, of last game, has been showing his teachings well. Master Callout has taught him very well. I think Vil's actually the most tenured player on that old SSGA core, now slotting his way into SOS. This is basically a pug stack that has been looking absolutely like the opposite, like they've scrimmed every single day of their lives, like they've been together for a really long time. Their teamwork is just so good. And again, I cannot emphasize enough how good Ions has been at controlling the tempo of this team, switching over to the IGL role to allow Packer to flex in that support role that he loves so much and has been so good at. But opening pick found by the Lover Boys as Volspur gets killed inside a piano, and it doesn't really look like he's set up to get traded. But Vil stuck inside a Master. It's a beautiful pinch onto the player, and Master, CLB finally starting to look alive here.
I want to say that's the first time I can confidently say that CLB did a wonderful attacking job there. Drone goes out, definitely know that the Solus is there. Cannot lose another body as Ions is able to find Asian. We don't know what the Clutch Drone hacked, if the Clutch Drone hacked anything, so that's going to leave some of those Suryas and those Banshees available if they work. Like I said, we have no idea, but what we do know is about a minute left. CLB are going to take that time and slow it down, drone it out, see what they can get. As we do know that the BP was hacked, and Packer's going to be able to, it's a little Christmas show, flickering back and forth. But that takes away a crucial bit of information away from the defense.
More importantly for Packer, though, is he's being pressured by the Vert as well as from the hatch, and he's the only one with a C4. Currently pre-placed on Fireplace, so he can extend his pressure a little bit as he rotates into stock. He's in a really good spot. But again, no utility to really work with, as it's a 3 versus 4. CLB haven't really found anything since their first 2 kills at the beginning minutes of the round. But as I say that, it's SOS to strike instead as Vic Bands gets caught from blue stairs. Not been having the series we expect out of him. But Butcher with this flank, it's so deadly. The player above is gone. Zonky hops in and just dies. Center's now all alone, 1 versus 3. Yeah, he has the smoke, but really not much of a threat as he just holds outside of the window. It's attack timeout. Butcher above. The timing on that flank could not have been any more perfect. It's the 9th round in a row for SOS.
Starting to lose a bit of hope, Adam.
No, the hopium's running dry, absolutely.
That was such a good start to the round. They cornered the roamers. They made every single angle that could be taken on
I'm pretty sure
those
Fed's going to
roamers.
fall asleep, by the way.
Yeah, he's lounging in that chair pretty far. And as we say that, he leans back up. But when you have such a good opener and you follow it up with what feels like a minute 30 of nothing, what are you doing? With that time remaining, are you shutting off avenues of roam? That didn't happen. We saw Butcher. Are you destroying some utility potentially? That didn't happen. The Banshee on the window. There are so many hurdles to that remaining attack with the remaining time that TLB just did not address. And so of course that attack failed because you did not do anything with your advantages. That's something that SOS have done on their attack in spades.
Gonna have to see it change up here. Out of CLB, what that is, I don't know. Hat just gave him a stern talking to, though. Talking to him, sorry. And we're gonna have to hope that that's something. You've obviously got Center in the IGL chair. His brother playing later in the grand finals, Surf for Shopify Rebellion after beating the major champions in the lower bracket. But that's after this game. We've got the other Medina brother for CLB. He's got a lot to prove here. He's got to be able to prove that he can IGL when he's down, when he's in this cornered position. Last time around that SOS played CLB, they got 5 rounds. CLB that was, got 5 rounds on SOS to 14. We have yet to see a round out of CLB. Gonna need to see what that timeout from Hat does for that team and what Center can do for the team. Because right now, I'm not liking what I'm seeing out of CLB. And it's even worse because I'm confident that they can bring it back. And I'm gonna be confident till this game is over that they can bring it back.
Don't exactly know what within the communication or strategy just is not clicking for this team. And it's surprising because this is a group of 5 that for the most of Element, they've been able to find success with what's working. But then you have a really good team like SOS, who, if you have that the Peacekeeper meme, he's like me, but better. I talked about how I don't want not stereotype generalizations of each roster. You had the pro players and the other newcomers was very similar on both sides, but SOS clearly have shown that they have the better fundamentals, that they have potentially the better IGL of Ions, and I think that's really the difference because CLB, we talked about the controlling chaos. That's something that a good IGL is going to be able to help you out with.
We'll have to see if Center's going to be able to bring that sort of fury here for CLB. They immediately get into red and get that wall open, but as I say, that frozen by Mr. IGL himself, Ions. Definitely a big talking point is these IGLs, but there are other players on the server, and certainly for SOS, as they have been racking up kills. Packer currently yet to die. 3 on him, but Vil will fall. He's been having a bit of a rough start to this game comparatively, but Ions gets the trade. Big Bands falls, and it's just 2 kills for SOS outside of the breach. Ions gets, he swings into red, gets a little too aggressive and goes down, but he's able to get one with the C4 on the way out. Zonky now the next heads up on this fight, but Butcher's backed away. He's gonna wait for the rotation to fall into his hands, as Volsper stays inside the site. Finally, Ions confirmed. Volsper just needs to hold here, needs to stay alive while Butcher sets up this flank. He's been so good on the flank timings. You can almost guarantee that he's going to have impact. But Volsper goes down. Tough job ahead of Butcher. Slams Asian. We talked about experience versus experience. Asian, the former pro. Butcher, newly into tier 2. Has been playing like he's been here forever, drops into Whiskey and wins it! Are you kidding me, Butcher? Just an insane performance from this young gun, and he's letting him know, having so much fun on this LAN stage, 10 rounds in a row, unanswered.
You should not win that. You should not win that at all. It's a 1v1. And you have that like 0.5 milliseconds, and I'm like, oh, missed the initial spray. Surely that's it.
I was a little nervous.
Yeah.
I can't lie.
I mean, to be fair, like we've had enough of the game where it's like, okay, the the scale's gonna flip to the other side. We're finally gonna give CLB a breather. We're gonna give them something to work with, and then nothing. I don't think there's anything that we haven't seen in the previous rounds that really changed within round 3. We had those constant trades, we had that constant utility, and then just one slip up. You don't know where Butcher is. He's going to be on the hatch, and you know, the very micro decisions that the individual made come back to haunt you in the end. Could there have been a better way to play that? Maybe, but I just don't think criticizing the individuals is really going to help you when it's very clear that the problem with CLB is at a team level and how they're working with each other.
Man, it just doesn't feel like with CLB, historically they've relied a lot on individual performance to get through. I was actually talking with Center about, you know, what the mindset's gonna be here for CLB. And he basically told me, I just want my boys to play comfort operators. I want them to play characters that they are comfortable playing. So what that tells me is that they have that little bit of individualism where they want somebody to take the reins on this game. Sometimes it's Zonky. It's this stage, it's been Asian and Rice a little bit. But right now, I'm not seeing any of that. So it's not gonna work, and it's continuously not working because SOS are so much better at playing the trades in this game, and the Asian, though, immediately gets rid of the problem child of SOS right now. Butcher, after a phenomenal clutch, a 1 versus 2 from above, he has been so problematic on this flank. Reminds me of old Hat sometimes, but he will be taken down first in this round.
That's the 4th entry that CLB have got.
That's crazy.
So it is...
That's criminal.
It is not an entry problem. Before this game, I was thinking, okay, if CLB are gonna be able to, you know, get an entry, they might be able to snowball that forward. Not the case. Absolutely not. The problem lies in CLB's ability to actually take advantage of that entry itself. Going back to round 2, when they had the first 2 kills, they didn't do anything with that time and with that space they were given. Are they going to have that here, as they're a little bit iced out, haha, pun intended, of this piano area?
That was such a great joke. Don't ever do that again. Volsberg in a very familiar spot. Last round he was forced out of this piano position with the shield, but the main thing is that SOS wasted so much time before they had to rotate downstairs. Oh my God, Winston. Vil just smokes Zonky. The Zonk pack is lit, and unfortunately, that trade comes in. Like you said, CLB, they've been having a really good go at it in terms of the trade game. God, there it is again. The entry game, but there's 2 for Vil. Big Bands at least finally deals with Vil, but Volsper with the C4 puts this at a 3 versus 2. CLB are just gonna continue to walk at SOS until they bleed out. It is another kill for Volsper, traded by Asian, but you cannot be making W plays when you're just completely lost on that engagement. I mean, there's no man advantage for CLB, despite the fact that they had the entry pick.
I mean, what did they do to try to help themselves out on the piano?
W key?
W key, M2, M1. That's basically all they did. Utility is non-existent. This is a gun first CLB team. Drop happens and immediately gets shredded. 0 rounds for CLB. We have known about this grand final for a long time. We've been thinking about it. Who would be the team to fight? Who would it be? You know, a real barn burner of a series. And then we come on here and we have a team who has not put up a single round in 11 straight rounds.
We're gonna keep counting that ticker down or up, it feels like. Oh, that's ambitious.
Look, I know that clearly with being coached, the energy is kind of gone for a lot of these teams, but it's a little embarrassing. It feels a little embarrassing.
Yeah, for a team that I hold a lot of high standards for CLB because whenever they come into Element, they always manage to find their way into playoffs. They always look like a top 3 threat. We always say, oh yeah, CLB are a team that could potentially win this out. Here they are. In another playoff opportunity. They've made it past the 3rd and 4th place hub, finally, into a grand finals on LAN. And SOS are playing like they're an experienced team when they have Ions, Butcher, Volsper, all completely new additions to tier 2. Actually, minus Volsper, he's been playing for Spacious for a while. it's an incredible team, to be fair. I mean, SOS got 2 of the entries from Space Tubes, and they have been showing out so well for this team. But CLB are getting outgunned. And that is a sentence that I do not say often about CLB and have not said often about CLB in their past. They're going to have to rely on some other form of strategy if they want to win this game.
I don't think a single person has gone. Technically, Rice went positive in round 9 because he got the first kill onto Butcher. And I think that's been it, really, for players on CLB that have gone positive. Because when you're losing 7-0 on a map, you're not going to be positive because you're almost never ending the round without a death. A lot of times in that first game, it was SOS who would win with 2 bodies, 3 bodies. It's been so defiant for this defensive team. Is there any fight left? We have 3 potential rounds before SOS are going to saunter away with the Element 6 championship. Is anybody there for CLB?
Well, right now, I like the positioning here from CLB. Rice is below inside of Black Stairs, but Vic Bands taken down first. Butcher again entried. But man, Vic Bands has been struggling to stay alive in these rounds. And that's the main thing for CLB. They're just not able to keep bodies up. It doesn't matter if they win the engagement. Butcher literally just died, and Vic Bands fell immediately after that. That's 5 entry wins for CLB as V literally, I mean, we're in person, just held out her palm and just like looked at me. I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, you're winning all of these entry engagements, and you cannot hold a man advantage in the middle to late rounds. It's just so rough for CLB, but they make their way into blue. Huge swing out of Asian, and a beautiful shot onto Volspur. Clears out that blue position. Now the question is, with 58 seconds left, you finally have top 4 control. How do you convert this?
There's technically only one person inside of the building right now, and that is Asian. Everybody else is in the exterior. Are we gonna get some vert? Are we gonna get, you know, some hacks onto some Suryas potentially from Zonky? Because with this time remaining, slowly dwindling down, you do have the ROUs, and Rice just goes down to Ions in the bar, and nobody's there for a trade. This feels like simple fundamental things that CLB are just not doing, but they get the man count advantage.
Finally, Zonky makes his way in, claims the kill onto short. You still have heavy positions for SOS. You have Packer playing inside of stock and Vil playing bottom blue. Those are 2 hard positions to clear, but as Zonky goes for the fight, Packer with 2! I was just about to say that this is the best chance CLB have, but now Packer holding it down. Zonky guesses wrong. They both miss. Zonky wins it. And we can finally say it, CLB, after 11 rounds in a row, will take their first. It is a long time coming, but they had to scrap and claw for that one.
It's a breather, but only in the sense of the word that there is air leaving your mouth. You are not going to get any sort of reprieve from that entire round. 3v1. I should have been a lot better for CLB. I talked about nobody having to trade there onto Ions, but then the Warden pushing up. There's so many of these minor things that CLB, I feel like they just have to be lucky that Zonky was able to, I mean, look at that. His crosshair is not even on Packer. Like one stray bullet, or I guess shell shrapnel, hits Packer, and because he's so low, he dies. It's a round win for CLB. They can say they were not 14-0'd, but it's not a good indicator of the future.
Well, at the very least, you get one attack here. And, you know, kind of looking at the big picture of this game, if we were to ignore the 11-round streak that SOS just went on, you're actually looking at a decently favorable attacking half if you're able to get this next round. You're looking at a 2-4 scoreline, which is a great position to be in when you switch onto a defense. I mentioned that Chalet's not very defender-sided, but CLB are a very defensive-sided team, at least compared to their 45% win rate on attack. They have a much better chance of winning these rounds out on defense. So we're gonna need to see if they can get this next round, if they can sort of bring all together, culminate all of the hard work that they've done in these past 5 rounds to finally claim their first attack and put it to work. I'm looking at the entries and I'm looking at the survivability after the entries. I've seen way too many times where Vic Bands will die first, kind of in a nothing burger position. Really can't be seeing that, especially when CLB are given the advantage more times than not.
This could be something. Flashbang goes out. Still holding downstairs. Pushing too far up. There is somebody right above you, Asian, but he has no idea. He's trying to find the angle. There's the gridlock. A little bit of damage done, but the fight is not taken. And now Vil is just playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse with multiple people as well. Everybody is coalescing around this west main. It could be a bloodbath for either side.
I'm really scared because the moment that Asian is spotted here, he's going to be challenged by that vert from Vil. That's going to be really dangerous. Center goes down. The shield falls first, and he's completely stranded inside a split. The trade is there, though, for Packer, but Volsper finds Zonky. 2v4. Center living way longer than I expected, but will finally go down. Rice, however, finds Butcher, makes his way in. It's a 2 versus 3, thanks to the down here. Rice is in a really good spot, but SOS have reset. They aren't gonna challenge this anymore. As Volsper heads for the hills, he will run away into 45. And Rice, he's got a lot from that downstairs push. Is it enough is the question.
And he is not in a good spot. He's having to worry about that library area.
No.
Ions is just hiding in a corner, and it's Vil to clean up.
Wow.
And SOS get a 5-1 split on Chalet. Yeah, look at that strat book. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can we see some from the strat book?
Dude.
I don't know, we had the coloring book.
No. I put on those headphones, dude. There's no way you can hear
Yeah,
anything.
I mean, I could hope, because they've
Those
got
are no
something. Yeah, we know the coloring page.
Wait, did he break a colored pencil?
Oh,
Yeah, they lost
We didn't
a
get to
round.
see if he broke a colored pencil.
I wonder what color they lost. Did they lose red? They can't do that. They can't do ornaments anymore, dude. That's so sad. They can't make like a stereotypical red present. Ooh, see that could chalk SOS. You know, their drawing isn't going to be optimal now. This is really scary. But kind of coming back into this game, 5-1. If there's a light that I can paint at the end of the tunnel here for CLB, it is the fact that they're on defense. At the same time, we just witnessed the 6-0 defensive half for SOS on their attack. So that's rough. Look at that. I love how we just have a Pandasaurus cam. Oh my God. Wait, is it a coloring book?
That is a coloring book.
I thought he was just drawing that the whole time.
Wow, if Pandasaurus could draw that in that amount of time, I think he should give up Siege. Go to some arts colleges. There's some nice ones here in Philly.
Yeah, I can't believe I let myself think that. I was like, man, he drew a really good stitch just from that. Anyways, back to my point, right? CLB are in an advantageous side, I feel like, whenever they have this defense. This is the best chance for CLB to get some of that momentum back. Some of the best plays that I've seen out of CLB in their history have been on them going for lurks on defense, getting those kills early. Now that they have this idea that they can get the entry pick every time, all they have to do is survive. Objective is to survive. I wrote that down in my notes, in my prep, and it's very, very much the theme here. If CLB can play these power spots successfully without losing bodies, or even with continuing that entry game, there's no way in hell that this shouldn't swing in their favor. But the main thing is, they have 4 rounds that they have to claw back, and we couldn't even see them get one-on-ones.
Yeah, that's exactly what C-Dub said on the desk. Just play your fundamentals, play to survive, and you should find success. Now, obviously, it's going to be a little bit harder because CLB can't be the ones to set the tempo. That is up to SOS and their attacks, how they move. Granted, CLB could provide some sort of hurdle that they have to overcome that could really disrupt that tempo, but we'll just have to see. Through the round, pretty typical. The information phase, as people like to call it, SOS are going to drone it out, see if they can catch any roamers. The only one is going to be Asian, who's sneaking into Bar and Games. I don't think he's been spotted, though, and so far it doesn't seem like he's actually putting that much pressure onto SOS, so we'll put a pin in that. Could be something for later.
Packer going to take advantage of the glass. One of the strongest 1v1 operators, just simply because he can look through smokes. There is a Warden on the board that you're going to have to be careful of. Asian taken down immediately. So any advantage that we thought CLB could gather from that entry will not happen in this round, as the roamer is cut down with, it looks like relative ease. I mean, everyone on SOS is full HP. Packer spotted one. He wins that against center. Beautiful shot. A second headshot. Just popping skulls inside of office. But Rice at least claims it. The round is over. Just like that, SOS get into the building. Packer just snipes a few people, and Butcher is 1 round away from winning his first element in his first element.
You know, we're talking, this is not a BO5 grand final. I mean, you know, maybe people were hemming and hawing about that, going, ooh, you know, you go back to like element 5. That was a great best of 5. Element 1. Maybe this was a good thing that this wasn't a VO5, because SOS are looking so good, and can we get? No, we gotta see it. We can't see it. Show the camera.
It must be easy being a coach when your team is just like slamming. JJ is one.
I think we got one more.
That is incredible. Dude,
Something about Butcher.
That is so funny.
You get the idea. That is so. That is SOS's strat book. I was told by that by Pandasaurus yesterday. I mean, we didn't get to see exactly what was on every page. I know one of them was Packer do something.
Yeah, I did see that.
And then we have the replay of Packer opening up the entire site.
9-3, highest KD for this SOS squad in all of Element. And I feel like this is where I start my monologue about Packer, right? Not dialogue, I guess we can make it. Obviously, a lot of people that might be watching this who are prepping to watch the Tier 1 stream might know Packer because of his previous stints, Wildcard, M80, Cloud9. He's experienced in Pro League, but his biggest stage, M80, at SI, and we saw his individual performance, and it was not great. But now, we see him where he's not IGL, where he's focused on playing the game. This is a Packer that we have seen on Wildcard, where he was one of the driving forces behind them getting their first ever top 4 performance. Wildcard at that point hadn't really done much in the NAL, but thanks to Packer, they got through it. Now, he's dragging SOS on his back without their permission at this point, because he is 9-3, walking in and just slamming people. And this is the Packer that we know. And that's the thing about SOS. Ions is the only player that's negative on this team in terms of just overall element, and he's 7-4 right now. So all 5 of your players are gunning. Like, there's literally nothing that SOS have to worry about. CLB, on the other hand, gotta see some life out of you here. This could potentially be their last round, and it could have went down even worse than their upper bracket final against SOS previously.
There's nobody in stock. Very clearly called out by Vil. You're gonna be able to have the Surya as well. And Rice is looking for that clutch. Will find it, but the job is done. Those windows have been cleared out. And now Butcher is just sauntering his way through piano. SOS do not feel like they have anything that they really have to worry about. They can walk into a contested area and feel confident that they will walk away.
Ooh.
Maybe a little too much, as it's 2 for CLB.
Now what's the objective, V? It's to survive. You've got your 2 picks, now just play back. Volsper with the TK. It's looking like CLB may have this one. A 5 versus 1. Packer's been pretty clutch in these games so far, but it is CLB, a sign of life out of them. Their second defense, and it was a pretty perfect one. The team kill onto Volsper certainly helped, but for most of that, they played that really well. And that's the thing about CLB, is whenever they stay alive in these power spots, there should not be a gunfight that they lose.
I do also feel like part of it is that I mentioned in the round, CLB, or SOS, sorry, don't really have to play their strictest.
Yeah.
It feels like you've won, what, 13? No, 13 to 1 rounds.
Oh
Don't do math on broadcast. That's rule 1. Don't do math on broadcast.
Good point.
You feel like you're on top of the world. You are currently what looks like the best team in the entire T2 atmosphere of America. So why do you need to play your strictest when you're up 6-1? You can give a round. You can give a second round, and you know that once you actually lock in and play your game, CLB don't stand a chance. They haven't stood a chance this entire match, so I don't think the 1 round is really the end of it. If, you know, maybe we get to like 6-4, ooh, maybe that's a little dangerous territory, but I would.
Don't tell me with a good time.
I would love CLB to come back. It would really, really blow to end the T2 Grand Finals like this, but sometimes that's just the cards are dealt. That's how it is.
Yeah, for SOS, they've been dealing out a lot of punishment. They finally taking some of it too. It's 2 rounds for CLB on this map. It's the only rounds that they've gotten in this series. Again, gonna need to see that survivability out of them. Gonna need to see SOS having trouble walking in for free, as they did last round. Obviously, that round was a little bit of a rush, but Rice onto Butcher. Not sure where that was at. Looked like he was peeking outside of West Main. That's a very important cut taken down. Now CLB can kind of roam freely around this area. Rice can challenge the player inside of Trophy and extend his pressure out a little bit. But again, if he ends up going down here, it'll be all for naught. And he's a little bit trapped because of the player top Solar. So he's not going to be able to rotate through Solar. His impact is going to be felt purely from below. He's naded out by Ions. Manages to make his way back down into sight and run away. Ions thought he had that free kill. But CLB still hunting for this. And I don't know if it's super necessary. Rice should not be sacking his life away for that pick, at least not yet, especially when CLB still need to burn some time off the clock.
I think he understands that. He's backed off. Now putting it to his other defenders on the top floor. First one of center. It's 1 and 7. He could make a huge impact here as he is caught out by that Kawan Hive. Actually makes the decision to push up, but he is being caught out by that Kawan Hive, so he has to be very careful. But Ion's pushing forward. There's 2 players directly opposite of him. There is a kill following up by Packer, but it seems like CLB are going to put together another round pretty easily. I mean, they only lose 1 body in 2 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and I felt like in that position, right, like CLB, they listened to me. It feels like they finally decided to play back. They played their crosses properly. Sometimes you just don't have to challenge the angle. Sometimes you can just sit and hold with your teammate and establish that crossfire, just like CLB did inside a split whenever Ions was pushing on the Blackbeard. And that was a perfect way to take advantage of that kill. Clash Band gonna come on out. CLB haven't really been running it, so I'm not too worried, but they can't really go upstairs without that clash, it feels like. So retreat down to Wine and Snow. But yeah, that's their 3rd round here. For SOS, it doesn't really feel like it's been a them issue, right? They've been playing their fundamentals just as they have been every single game. But that time around, whenever there were opportunities for picks, like Rice inside a Trophy, kind of sprinting back and forth between Kitchen, that was a chance to get a kill there that they just missed out on. And sometimes it's those simple mistakes that really allow CLB to get activated. Rice is now 10 and 7. It's the first time we've really been able to highlight a player on CLB for their performance. There's definitely signs of life for this team. We're going to need to see, again, letting CLB play those power positions and living through it to tell the tale. They were good at wasting time on that defense. Let's see just a little bit more of that.
No clash ban, or a clash ban, which means you do not have clash throughout these rounds. Definitely feels like that is something that is mainly for, let's say, piano or potentially the basement. We have seen some clash, definitely not as much. It seems that SOS are also wanting to look towards the future, saying, hey, even if we drop this round, they're eventually going to have to go to that top floor, so we'll have a better chance knowing that center cannot play this clash, will be denied of any sort of shield, which will take away some of his power, as he is a very good shield player. Not that we've seen that much of it. It feels like, it's, you know, Monty hasn't really had his say from the side of CLB so far. And this match point, map point, series point for SOS. They already catch out Vic bans. When he's died first, SOS have gone on to win so many rounds. So far, goes unabated.
Typically, this is where I would call out SOS getting like 2 kills on the cross, but they haven't done so just yet, even with Packer playing outside. He was unfortunately holding that drone, so couldn't have been active on the 45 cut like he would have probably liked to be. Still gets valuable information on the Goyo playing below. Like you said, Vic Vans has had a struggle with staying alive. He's kind of been the low-hanging fruit for SOS in a way.
playing in a very aggressive spot inside a fireplace. I believe is that aforementioned Goyo. With Asian above, he's a little bit safe in that corner. And Asian may be set up for the trade. This is good positioning right now for CLB, but SOS are going to start to look towards that horizontal take. They're realizing the roam that's going on here. For now, just sitting outside the building, holding those cuts, waiting for a pick to fall into their lap, of which none has yet.
One thing that SOS are, very patient. They'll wait, they'll hold an angle, wait for you to slip up. Very dangerous there for Vil, as he doesn't have the exact angle, but not able to hit the shots. Sub 60 seconds now, and CLB are in some pretty good positions. Vic Band's in fireplace, center over in trench. I think Rice is also going to be holding a pretty good angle. And SOS haven't got the entry that they really need. There's a shield in front of your face. The Mossberg is gonna be your best friend in this situation. It's Asian for one as well, and it seems like CLB are going to get yet another round, and they stave off defeat. There is life in this team unless Butcher, with 30 seconds left, can do something magical.
Oh man, what a way to win your first element, a 1 versus 3. But he's got Case stranded inside of red. CLB have their win condition, and Butcher is just too damn slow, I feel like, to actually make this play happen, unfortunately. Has barbed wire in his way, and has CLB tucked in corners. The swing out from Asian. It's a fight one for CLB, and the defense claimed yet another. You said that the 4 scoreline for CLB could be cause for concern on SOS, and I'm wondering if Pandasaurus' little strap book gimmick that he had there, using that tack timeout, maybe he's regretting it a little bit, because SOS, I mean, man, I don't want to say, SOS are not chalking, honestly, it's not that. The fact that CLB played patiently on those crossfires, specifically Packer and main stairs, it shows that they finally have adapted to the way that SOS are playing.
One of the things that I was going to talk about before all of the action started was how playing a game that depends on the mistakes of your opponent can be a very risky thing. When your opponent plays sloppy, you're going to look like you are the smartest team in the world. I think we saw it on Labs. It was like round 2 or something, where they would directly lead a player into the arms of another, finding a kill. But when CLB are playing patient, they're not taking these angles, suddenly SOS just seem like a very slow team. And when they can't get that entry, suddenly they're having to rush with 30 seconds left, and they don't have anything to work off of because CLB has given them nothing to work with.
Yep. Again, it's that patience. CLB are plenty capable, I feel like, of winning gunfights. They just have to communicate it with each other. And I saw that. I saw that with Vic Bands inside of Fireplace. I need more of that. CLB have been so good now playing these power positions that typically SOS are just able to kind of find easy pickings on. That's not the case anymore. SOS are going to have to start working for these now. But it comes down to this site, this bar gaming. There's a lot of roaming that you have to do here for CLB. SOS, they've been a quick team at times, but have kind of slowed down the pace a little bit here, playing outside the building, holding those crosses. For this, you're gonna need to ramp it up a little bit. You've got Ions on the blitz to potentially do just that as they position themselves outside of Library. You've got Vic Band sitting in that Jaeger spot. He's got a DMR in hand. Pretty good spot to sit in here for him, but all that matters is that he stays alive here and plays those angles with the advantage that he has with that ACOG and DMR.
And 2 ADSs, a Surya, and a Magnet. And looking at the destructive utility of SOS, they've got nothing. There's no frag grenades, no Capital, because that's banned. You are essentially going to have to either ignore this dark position or try your best to face tank it with something like Ions.
Ions comes in, flashes, pre-fires, but Vic Bands wins it. Packer and Butcher, though, get the trades. It's a 2 or 4 versus 3, as Asian, Rice, and Zonky, I believe, are downstairs, except for Asian. Potentially game-winning or game-breaking flank here for Asian, but he'll back off of it. He won't play it, especially with that Dokkaebi call. He needs to silence his phone. And as he does, he's spotted by the drone. Rice claims Packer in the meantime. This is giving Asian plenty of space now to work with because CLB are creating so many problems for SOS that they have to pull their attention away. Now Asian is just wasting time inside a piano. There's 58 seconds left, but my main concern is you don't have a lot of utility to stop this plant beat.
They don't have any can openers, don't have any hard reach. You can't use this hatch. Rice, he's getting pinged. Can he get away with his life? It seems like he will. And yet Asian has gone down to the basement. Now, not on the second floor. It seems like he's going for a lurk up blue stairs. SOS are angling for some sort of entry into this position, but he's just going to play patiently, and here's where the time is really going to start to dig into the skulls of SOS.
Phil doesn't check it. Rice claims Butcher. 3 versus 1, and a third from Rice. He's just been absolutely on fire in this game. I believe that is his 14th or 15th kill in this game. We all know that Rice can do it. We all know that Rice can hang. And finally, we're seeing that CLB have life. The hearts are pumping, but still, SOS, they're on match point. They could turn this around at any moment, and CLB are aware of that. No timeouts for either teams, no resets. They're gonna have to do this all on their own. Are SOS going to go into overtime here? Philly, do you want overtime? Which is funny because CLB actually, thank you, Fed. It's actually funny because CLB don't really have a lot of fans in this crowd. It seems like SOS are kind of the favorites in this.
I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. Overtime is...
You like having a villain, right?
Yes, it's so fun to be overtime and going from 0-7 and then 6-1, and then CLB starts this amazing comeback, and then we go to overtime. That is such an exciting thing to watch, especially as a crowd member, but it's not an inevitability. We have seen so many games where a team has seemingly overcome an insurmountable odds, whether it is 6-0, 6-1, and then they reach the precipice, a 6-5, and then they can't get the job done in the final round before everything resets. It's a tall task, but they have the momentum. The desk harped on it. Can CLB do it? And Butcher does get caught out. What a kill from Rice, and there is no trade.
16 on the board for Rice. 26 combined kills from your ex-pros on CLB, certainly doing the most. And as Butcher goes for that lurk, it's just a beeper, man. That's the only thing that's able to shut him down in that. Has not been as active as we've seen him, but has been playing pretty much the same way, just been getting caught out. Now CLB have that advantage. They have that entry. Sometimes I get worried when CLB have an entry, but right now, CLB have been playing these power spots so well, I'm not too afraid for them. A minute has burned off the clock, and SOS haven't found a response.
And so CLB's guns have come alive. They've been able to counter a lot of what SOS have been doing, specifically with that kill, and you would have wished that Vic Bands would have found that. But the trade is there. Down goes your library player. Zonky is kind of going back and forth. The shotgun blast takes down Vil. Good heads-up play by center. Aggression is rewarded with a kill. And you can see CLB are just taking what they're given.
I was gonna say exactly just that. CLB, they're not playing to fish for those picks anymore. Instead, they're waiting for SOS to maybe rotate away, to have util out. They're swinging whenever they know they have the advantage, and it's working out so well. SOS have not been able to catch CLB on these cuts like they were able to on Nighthaven Labs. Now you have a 4 versus 3. CLB have backed up in the kitchen. They have forfeited the top floor completely. And I think that's the right call. You've got 50 seconds left, right? You've wasted so much time, and you have Asian, the perfect flank for this scenario. He's on the Solus, has so much util to work with, can spot out all those drones, but time is certainly a factor. This Packer has spotted one in trophy. Here comes Volspur. Makes his way in. Look at CLB, stacked up inside a split. Nobody on SOS is holding these upstairs crosses. Nobody is on any windows, and that's gonna just allow CLB to swing for free. Rice, a double, a triple for Rice. It's all up to Ions. He hasn't spotted Zonky yet, but he can't do it. CLB They take us to OT as 6-6 is now the score. For a while, we were seeing if CLB could even win a round. And now here we are, SOS, for the first time this game, might just feel threatened.
I'm gonna say it, Adam. Philly, we are going to overtime. There it is. Come on.
Are you bald? You're not Ace.
No, I took a pill that actually stops that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we do have a baldy.
Yeah,
On the,
we do have Klims. Does that count? I hope that counts. I think Ace would. Yeah, Klims could be our Ace.
We'll take it, but
yeah,
I mean, they got it. They got the round that they needed to put them over the edge. They're playing so much more patient, but they're not being passive, and that's the difference. Go back to center, pushing on that window. That is a clear mistake from SOS, not having their head on a swivel, not cutting their corners off, and it's something that we didn't really see from that first map in CLB, and honestly, from the first half of Chalet, but they've clearly dialed it up. A lot of that has to go to Rice. He's been on it on the entry. 18-7 is unbelievable, especially after what felt like a really weak first half that for a lot of teams, you're in the grand final, you go down 7-0, and then it looks like the second map is going the same way. It only takes a lot of experience and in these high pressure situations like Asian and Rice have been to have a scoreline like that after this entire game.
Yeah, and it feels like it's been a slow burn for CLB, but slowly and surely, Rice has just been racking up kill after kill after kill. And CLB, I mean, Vicban, Center, and Zonky have not gotten a kill in a pretty long time, it feels like. They've been at their 5-kill, 7-kill, actually Center got over 2 last round, literally what am I talking about? But Zonky and Vic have kind of been inactive in this game, and I think that it doesn't exactly matter, especially when CLB are just gunning this hard, and it really helps out. SOS are relying on CLB to make these mistakes in these gunfights, but we're no longer seeing that. CLB have been playing so patiently on their defense, but now they swap over to attack, and things, they change, right? They're gonna have to go back to a half where they went 1-5 on and try to keep that momentum going. We said this would be a momentum-based game. Let's see if CLB can do it.
Drone is spotted. Ping goes out. Frag grenade in the pocket of center. Trying to see if he can angle out a little bit of something that would be beautiful. If he gets this kill, what a frag that would be. Just a bit shy of the desk. And Villa's going to be able to get away. Still hide in these corner positions, but they have pushed these players out from that office. I think the frag grenade and the shield have done their job, but he has to be careful that center doesn't get caught out from a player peeking into bedroom. There are so many bodies that you have to worry about. It feels like this round is dangling on a tightrope that can go either way.
And that tightrope can snap the moment a kill happens, especially when there's a minute left. CLB are dragging this so close to the end of the round. Beautiful shot out of Vicban. Ions can't get the trade. Vicban saves the life of the Blackbeard, but it's Volspur to step up. Claims Asian. And Butcher able to rotate away importantly. The fall is called by SOS, and it's a good one at that. Nobody on those windows except for the DMR of Rice. He's been so incredible on this defense. Can he translate it onto the attack? Packer walks up with a shotgun and stuffs it in Rice's face. 3 versus 3 now. 20 seconds. You still have that shield alive, but Volspur's alive in Trophy 2. Runs away and has a C4 to play with. Plant denial still an option here for SOS. They could win this round off of that alone, but here comes the plant. 5 seconds, C4, shut down by Zonky, and that center gets off the plant. It's all down to Vicban to cover. Center, he doesn't live! And SOS, they take their defense in stride. One more round, and they are crowned Element champions.
And those are the rounds that really get your heart beating. So close, milliseconds. The fact that he's able to eke up and kill center, and Vicban is not able to get that kill in time. Those are the rounds that differentiate who is going to be an Element champion and who is going to be second place. And CLB once again are cornered. They've been used to this. They won 5 consecutive rounds off of that. And you really wish that you would have gotten something here. I think that kill, Packer killing Rice, completely changes the entire round. Because not only does Rice not kill Butcher.
Man, that's so close.
He does not kill Butcher. But then he gets caught out trying to hack his little cell phone, shoot out the camera. Those are things that when you're caught up in the moment and there's so many voices going around and there's so much on the line that you can get caught up making something like that, a mistake that can cost you a round, because I'm going to be honest, Adam, that's the round. Like, he kills Butcher, he doesn't get caught out by Packer. I think CLB take it.
100%, but here we are now at 6-7. Oh, I said it. Oh, I've really done it. I'm really glad, like, I was really expecting Philly to start like a 6-7 champ. I'm so glad that they didn't. But
don't start it now. We're at a point where we can't start the 6-7 chance because the energy is so electric with overtime match point.
Well, it's electric when SOS went around right now. For CLB, they've been the villains of this story. But honestly, they should be the heroes. This has been a long time coming for CLB. They've been waiting for this Element Championship, playing since E2, but have only come close. And now here they are in a grand finals for the first time. Center, first pick onto Packer. Your top frag of SOS, your DMR, your cut player, cut down in the first minute. Your Twitch for util clear gone. Such an important pick here for CLB, and they have the entry once again and have been really good at converting it on this defense specifically. Now all that matters is that they just play their safe game. They just play this well. They don't toss away another pick, because we know that SOS are very good at finding that trade back.
But they just wait. Force SOS to be the one to set the tempo. Magnet is gonna catch DOM. Smoke goes out, another DOM should be deployed, so that leaves Zonky on an island, and it seems like he's going to play it. Butcher goes down. There should be a potential revive onto him, but that's still a pretty big HP takedown, and Zonky is off of the board. It's still 4-4, and oh my goodness, center!
That's not what you want to see. And Vic Bands, there's no way he can drop. He has to get 1 or 2 on his way out. You are asking so much here out of Vic Bands, but he can't find it. 1 versus 3. We came so close for CLB. The man with 19 kills is all that's left. The drop comes through, and SOS slam him down. They drive a knife into the hearts of the Lover Boys. They will bleed and they will burn as SOS. They don't need any help getting this job done. They are your Element 6 champions.
Tried their best. CLB brought us to overtime, made it an incredibly exciting game. But they could not finish the job. 1 or 2 decisions might have decided the first round of overtime, and it's one that they so badly needed. But it definitely feels like after that upper final, SOS established themselves as the top team in Element, and with this grand final win, they cement themselves as the best team in Tier 2.
You never heard of Ions before? Have you never heard of Butcher before? Maybe even Volsper? I don't know how unaware you are. Look at them now. Wake up and open your eyes. You are staring at 5 Element champions. You are staring at Packers' 3rd Element championship. The roller coaster of a career that this player has had has been immense, and he's finally able to call himself the king of Tier 2 at this point. There's no way that you could doubt that anymore. What a performance from Rice. Asian even dropping 10 on the board. It just simply was not enough. Here in Philly, we have crowned an Element champions. Congratulations to SOS. We'll send it over to the interviews. Let's hear what the players have to say.
It didn't happen as fast as we thought, but it still happened in the end. SOS are your Element 6 champions. Give it up for them. Packer, this was a game that we knew was happening for 2 weeks. It took a bit until we finally got there, but now that it's over, it definitely wasn't as easy as the first time around, huh?
It was a little bit, I think we put a little bit more stress on ourselves because it was a LAN event, but to be honest, we did have that game in our control. I mean, in all seriousness, we had a 6-1 lead and 7-0'd, so could have ended the same if we really locked in a little bit better.
There's an achievement that we've just knocked out right now. You are now the first ever 3-time Element champion, and there are some people who may even call you one of the best T2 players of all time. How do you react to something like that? 3 wins in Element now.
I get called a T2 merchant. It's not really what I want to be known for. I'd rather be known for winning tournaments, like T1 tournaments, but I mean, at least it's something. I'm hoping I can progress to doing it in a pro league.
We all know what your future looks like. It's been announced already. We know the team that you're going to be playing for. It's not going to be with these guys. But first of all, how does it feel to close out a chapter with this team finally getting a win, especially in a LAN environment?
I'm very happy for all of them. A lot of them, this is like their first real team, and like one that's like taken serious. We've like had strats and stuff. So I'm just very happy for all of them. It's very nice to like watch them all grow as individuals and players since I've been there, and I'm just very excited for like their future. And I'm hoping that they all achieve big things because I have full faith in all of them.
If you had to give a shout out to anybody, or if you were to throw their names out there in future, because hopefully if they were to stick together, if they want to keep on competing, if it's not going to be with you, how high do you hope that they can climb, and where would you like to see them in future?
I believe they'll win the Challenger thing coming up for relegations. I believe like that's in their future. I mean, they're all the best players in T2. Most of the other T2 players are frauds, so I believe they'll come out on top in that and be in Pro League next stage.
Well, the task has now been accomplished. Packer is now a 3-time champion, but it's not just him. It's everybody that he played with. We do have trophies to give out, and it's some of the T2 guys who have been covering them since the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the boys. Packer, Ions, Vil, Volsper, and Butcher. One more time, your champions of Element 6, SOS! There's still breakdowns to come. There's still things we have to discuss about how this grand final went down. Some of the guys who gave out the trophies still have some things to discuss, but we'll get to them after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey? the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Dark, kill dark.
I have blue walkout.
Dark.
Point dead.
Thomas.
I have sight.
Can we
I'm
play?
coming to side. I'm coming just far. He's in bar. He's in bar. Did I drop the hatch or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Run at him. Track him.
We just play kill.
I'm middle bar. Dead.
Let's go. Good job, guys.
The moment that SOS became Element 6 champions and earned a spot in the SI closed qual. So a big moment for the boys from SOS, and it got a little bit dicey there at the end. Connor, we asked for it to be a competitive game. We said, can CLB bring the fire? Safe to say they did, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I bet a lot of people were thinking, you know, these guys on the desk over there on that couch, they're lying with CLB being a momentum-based team. I mean, they got to see it right there. All of a sudden, you give them an inch, they will absolutely take a mile.
Yeah, CLB, you saw that troll attack timeout kind of to ruffle the feathers, right, of CLB from SOS. They're showing some goofy pictures and just kind of being funny overall. It bit them, right? You saw the momentum start to swing CLB's way. They had the defense, which they favored. They're on Chalet, which is a map that they prepped a very, very long time for this series. Knowing that it was an auto ban for them, they decided to go to Chalet, take all of the risk. It nearly panned off, but in the end, they just fell off, and SOS finally recollected themselves.
And a triumphant win overall. They had to work for it a little bit, so nice to see that they had that grit, that they could deserve a nice victory like that on Chalet. Connor, map 2, it wasn't as open and shut as the first, but it still showed all that SOS has to offer.
And what they have to offer is an inability to lose. I think this is the first time in Element that we have had a champion never drop a single map, and that is so incredibly impressive to achieve just absolute perfection and dominance in a highly competitive circuit like Element in all of Tier 2. Just hats off to SOS.
Well, tell me a little bit more about Packer here. Obviously, the player we talked about coming into this, who will be spending some time on the Envy roster in the new year, but win this kind of last hurrah with SOS, stepping up personally and dropping 14 kills on the way to this victory.
It's always sad to see our very competitive teams in Tier 2 go, but ultimately, it makes me happy and excited to see them yet again get another opportunity. Packer, of course, someone who we followed for so long and is someone that we want to see succeed. We want to see him do well at the Tier 1 level. I think that he has the capability. He's won 3 Tier 2 events. No other player has done that, at least in recent memory. And ultimately, that's just incredible out of Packer. I think that that's truthfully shows like how hard of work he's put in on himself, on the team, and I'm excited to see where these players from SOS sprawl off to in their long-term future.
Yeah, the future is exciting for this roster, right? Obviously, we would like to see them compete at the top if they can get there. On the other side, though, right, CLB, they showed us that they had potential as well. Of course, not able to make this win happen, but dropping 19 kills on the second map. Rice was another standout player.
Yeah, and Rice, it almost feels like didn't get that fair of a shot when he was in Tier 1. He was very kind of last hired, first fired kind of thing, where he was just in and out really quickly. And you have to think that, hey, he's putting out really good performances in Tier 2 once again. It's just a showcase to these Tier 1 teams that, you know, Rice can still shoot. He may end back up on some sort of SI qual roster. It would be nice to see. Maybe he can punch his ticket and just redefine his career once again.
Yeah, I think that Rice was set up to fail in Atlanta. Obviously, a tough spot to come into, straight into a major out the gate, with lots of expectations for what was a very solid DZ roster at the time. So ultimately, I think that it is tough for Rice to kind of get a bad name, but he's still playing incredibly well. Very good siege out of him. I'm a fan of his. I like to see how he plays. And for him to show up in the shooting department is something that he's not always had in his toolbox, but in this game, he showed up in a big way. And I think that that's going to be important for Tier 1 teams to listen into for bringing in potential new future talent.
Well, now that the dust has settled, a final look at your Element 6 bracket with CLB and SOS now fighting both in the upper final and the grand final. But Connor, as you mentioned, SOS not only not dropping a single series here, but on the way to the playoffs, they didn't even drop a single map as well. Completely flawless on the stage. That is a very serious accomplishment.
And once again, it's something that we have never seen before, where it's just complete utter dominance across the board. The main question that we had for SOS is, what would happen if they lose? How are they going to bounce back? we never have to answer that question because it never happened.
I'm glad we didn't have to answer that question. I think that would have been tough to see ultimately on the faces and the players of SOS to see what that would have looked like, but it also would have been nice and interesting to see how that looks. Obviously, they're being scouted to be picked up into the NAL, so they want to kind of have those moments and show teams why they're good and why they can bounce back from those tough challenges. Unfortunately, they didn't face any of those, but also fortunately, they came out as one of the most dominant rosters we've ever seen at this level of Siege.
Well, you guys have been around the scene for a while now, from T4 to Collegiate to T3 to T2, even T1 here and there. What do you make of the state of T2 as a whole right now? And I know you guys can stand up on your soapbox for a while, and I'm giving you a chance to do so. Obviously, a pretty one-sided affair here right now, but we're on land. The state of element of T2, where is this at in your mind right now?
I really like where we ended up, where there were so many teams that we were discussing which one is going to be next to SOS. Was it CLB? Was it Alix? If Freaky Frogs didn't have to forfeit, were they going to make the run through the gauntlet? Space Shoes, they did great. All of the rosters that came into playoffs had a legitimate chance, and it was really nice to see and really refreshing.
I love the rejuvenation of seeing players who have been successful or worse, you know, had success at some point in their career, made it to the tier 1 level, made it to majors or big events, getting a little bit of a revival, right? I think that shows that the game is still healthy, that ultimately the scene is still healthy, and that there's still aspiration to make it to that next level, which is so tough and so competitive. And I think that ultimately it leads to a lot of exciting memories that we've been able to make here for Element 6.
Yeah, memories for us, memories for the players, hopefully, and who knows, like you said, opportunities for these teams and these players down the line. You never know when that opportunity to get picked up is going to be. So thank you guys so much for sharing your insights on these teams on the desk. It's just a shame we couldn't go to 3 maps and get all the way to a barn burner, but it was so good to have you guys here. Thanks so much for all of you as well tuning into our Element 6 final, letting the younger guys shine on the stage for a little while before we turn to the main event of the day, our NAL Regional Grand Final. SSG and Shopify Rebellion is coming up next. We're going to step aside for a few minutes so you can take a quick break. But when we come back, we will settle the score once and for all, and we were going to end 2025 with a bang. We'll see you soon.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours, mon pays et Paris. Toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
Who is hot and cold? A normal dude that grew up playing video games and somehow fell into playing professional Siege. I've never been a leader growing up. I never planned to play professionally or anything. I technically never really had like a real job other than Siege.
A lot of people are saying like the toughest player of all time.
I mean, looking back, I would want my legacy in Siege to... I got my name from playing World of Warcraft back in the day. Ice and Icy Fire was taken, so I tried hot and cold, but that was taken, so I just did hot and cold. I'm from Vegas, I live in Vegas, but M80 will basically get us all in a house in Austin, so just being together is really cool, makes it a lot more fun. I think on my like 7th or 8th birthday, my dad ended up giving me a computer to play. I was already basically competing to become pro in Rainbow Six when I was 17, like in high school. I ended up getting thrown out of my dad's house when I was 18 because he wanted me to go to college and I said no. So I kind of just appeased him by getting a job at some fast food hot dog place. I think I worked there for max 5 days. Like, I had no patience to be there. I've technically never really had like a real job other than Siege. Starting Siege, I was not good. The main thing I did was just watch the competitive tournaments every week. Going to Beast Coast was very interesting for me because none of us ever teamed together. It was just a team of misfits, basically, that all got cut from their old teams. Winning the major with Beast Coast, obviously it wasn't really expected. It wasn't expected by us, by anyone really. It felt amazing. After Beast Coast, I just woke up one day, the M80 bought the whole team out. Eventually ended up on Unwanted for the 6th Invitational. We had, I think, like a week or two to get 2 new players, try to do as best as we can going into Invite. I've never been a leader growing up, so learning how to IGL, it's very hard, very stressful, but it's the most fulfilling role in Siege, in my opinion, because when all the little parts of your plan work, it just feels so good.
Hot and Cold's a great leader, fun person to be around, a great player. Honestly, like seeing him with like 50 kills in the lobby makes everybody around him put in some extra effort.
A lot of what I do is yell at them, honestly, but I feel like I have such good trust with these guys. They have such good trust with me that, you know, even if I say it in a bad way, like they'll take what's needed out of it and not hold grudges at the end of the day. I mean, looking back, I would want my legacy in Siege to, you know, be one of the best IGLs the game's ever seen.
Hot and Cold rushing up in the midst of the smoke.
I'm on my team. I'm gonna worry about myself, my teammates, and as long as we're just getting better every tournament, then, you know, that's the main goal. I'm gonna show what we can do.
Who is Canadian?
Canadian pulls off successful plant.
Eliminated early on from Canadian, and another double kill there from Canadian.
Canadian aggressively all over the place. Taking out K9 in the back has been taken out by Canadian.
And it's going to be a 3rd kill for Canadian.
On the other side here, he's going to have Canadian meet him, and Canadian will win. To go, it's Avian alone, and he drops down. Continue are your world champions.
The most accomplished and longest tenured NA player. And this is Fractures. So I was born and raised in Canada, grew up in Toronto, proud to be Canadian. Always someone that was very big into sports, a lot of hockey, baseball as well. Basically fell out of playing sports and stumbled my way into esports.
What does it mean to be considered like the best North American player?
I think it just comes with kind of pressure. It's almost, if I'm not, you know, in the grand finals or winning titles, then what am I doing kind of thing. It was an advantage I had early on that, you know, teams are a bit more underdeveloped, but I think now it's all the top teams, you know, there was less and less room for players that couldn't keep up. You can't just be someone that can shoot really good, you have to also understand, you know, the big picture.
Talk about the big picture.
I think strategy has become more and more important in the game. The biggest way I learn is by watching the game. I watch other teams play a ton. I've had to constantly evolve and adapt. The moment that I transitioned from kind of just playing off pure passion to being, I'd say, routine-oriented and process-oriented was during the break I took after I was on SSG. So I'd say the reason I had to take a break was kind of a combination of COVID, which caused a lack of international competition. I didn't really have something to look forward to almost. I think on top of that, I didn't take the best care of myself, and a balance I kind of had to maintain. I don't think I've really stumbled since, I'd say. You know, when pressure is higher, when the stakes are higher, stuff like that, you know, it's not going to go perfectly how you practiced it. When you're in game and in the moment, that's like instinct. Honestly, it's down to remaining calm, and if I'm freaking out, it's not going to be good for the rest of the team. They're also going to be freaking out. What makes me a good IGL? Probably my mentality and my work ethic. You know, I've never been, you know, maybe the most talented person in the room, but I was usually always one of, if not the most hardworking guys. Even on teams when I was growing up playing hockey, you know, they'd have me skate the drills all the time because I skated the hardest. I show up every day at practice trying to play for the end goal of, you know, winning SI that year, or whatever it may be. It's just how I am. That's kind of translated into how I lead. I'd say my first experience with fans was the Pro League Finals in Sao Paulo. And they just swarmed like to meet me and say hi and stuff like that, ask for an autograph or a picture. Not to say that, you know, I don't appreciate it. It always kind of throws me off a little. Social media pressure and people saying that you're the best ever and people saying that you're the worst ever. It's honestly a big part of the job. I think it's always kind of been just down to not taking too much value from the praise or the criticism or any of it. The biggest accomplishment, winning SI with SSG. And especially in the fashion we did, you know, we came in, we lost the first 2 maps and then ended up winning the series. Just proving a lot of people wrong, proving to myself like, yeah, I can do this. My big motivation now is to build a team that has, you know, prolonged success. Being part of a team, it's always been a really big part of my life and something that I really cherish. For me, competing, that's what it's really about, is being on that team and trying to become the best team together, sharing the highs and lows.
Well, with our palate cleanser out of the way and a T2 champion crowned, it is time for the main event. What we've all been waiting for, the NAL Grand Finals here in 2025. Welcome back to local host Philly, the site of our wonderful regional finals. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Jonas Willinger, along with Foxe and Laxing now joining me, who are clearly either feeling good, feeling cold, or feeling nefarious. I can't put my finger on it.
We were raised by flies.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But it's been exciting out there. You guys got a chance to watch the T2 final. I don't know, you guys don't watch that much T2 content because you're busy watching SAL.
Yeah, speak for yourself, buddy.
Where do you find the time?
Ever since you moved up from T2 and T1, you've really changed. But me, I've stuck through even with T1. I did really enjoy watching that matchup, though, between SOS and CBL. I also just really like to see how these players deal with the pressure, deal with being in that spotlight. I remember my first time, nerves were definitely there, playing in front of a crowd similar size, and to see who really builds that momentum, who can deal with that pressure. And then I think what we saw towards the very end of that game, I mean, I thought it was going to go all three. We started to see every player start to find comfort. It's always fun to see this experience.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a learning experience for these players because not all of them, besides really Packer, have been able to play on a main stage in front of a crowd. So it doesn't matter the size of the crowd, which I would say, even though this crowd isn't as big as this, let's say, a regular major, it's still very loud. They're in your face. You can hear and feel the environment. And that's something that you want to see if a T2 player can handle that level of experience. Because if you're a T1 team watching, you want to be able to grab a player that, you know, has a little bit of
on land.
Yeah, good performance on land.
Well, the energy was certainly there for the T2 final. It is guaranteed to be there for the grand final of the NAL, which is coming up now after a long bracket. Well, I guess not that long. We started with 6 teams a couple of weeks ago, saw some early bouts with Shopify Rebellion, Space Station, M80 Oxygen, lower bracket with Dark Zero and Wildcard. But through the last few weeks, we've ended up here with Space Station and Shopify Rebellion going toe-to-toe once again in the grand final.
It goes without saying we had the best 3 North American representatives to make it to Philly in the first place. And Shopify Rebellion, what a great story for them to be able to fall first to SSG, be able to bounce all the way back to inevitably catch them in the finals. SSG has been on a hell of a run themselves, though. They've been looking really flawless. So these two teams having that rematch again, being able to really put their best foot forward. And speaking with these players outside, they want it more than ever. It's not necessarily just an event where the T2 teams are saying, we're here to have fun for experience. With these players, even though they both qualified to SI, it's not just fun and games. They want to win.
Not to mention, there is quite a bit of difference between the prize money between first and second. It's not an insignificant number, so these teams are interested. Shopify specifically, we've seen the Rebellion out there practicing, warming up for the majority of the day. And it's not a surprise why. I mean, this is a team that's had a gauntlet to get to this point. They lose in the first round. They have to toil their way through the lower bracket to end up at this point right now.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we really have to look at. Is that gauntlet run that they are continuing on, coming from that loser's bracket, as Fox said, now meeting Space Station back in the grand final where Space Station was the one who put them in this gauntlet run to begin with. So there definitely is a big grudge match ahead of us here, but it really just shows how well Shopify Rebellion was bouncing back with each and every single one of these series where we highlighted specific players, we've highlighted their IGLs, everyone now starting to come in unison when it matters most leading into this grand final, and they are making a very convincing run thus far.
Well, the convincing aspect of their victory yesterday, part of that came from Ambi, who was really playing as well as he really needed to get the team to this point. I mean, when you look at his contributions overall, what do you like?
Yeah, I mean, well, you have to look at two big players coming into this matchup with, I'm sure, on both sides. You're going to be very familiar with both Ambi and Ashen. Similarities, they both start with the letter A in their name. Something to key takeaway here, but no, the bigger thing is here, these are going to be the two players that are going to be poking and prodding around these sites, whether they're on defense, whether they're on attack. They need to be creating that ghost pressure. They need to be getting these opening kills going into their favor, because that's what's always going to start out around for both these teams, whether it's on attack and defense. And time again, we see these two young gunners always open up a lot of these rounds and find success, and they need to replicate that success now more than ever in this matchup, where these opening kills are going to be so instrumental to who's going to start out strong.
Well, you talked about these two teams clashing in the early round here in the regional final, but they've also clashed quite a few times over the course of the year, starting all the way back very early on.
Yeah, now, Jonah, I want to move away from being an analyst. I want to focus more on being a player here. I mean, when you look at this matchup, so far, SR has only beat them 5 times out of 6 times playing them. Now, when you're coming into this matchup, sure, you can say SR, we want to play like ourselves. If we play like ourselves, we'll win no matter what. That clearly has not been the case for 5 out of these matches that they've played so far. Coming into this matchup, it really is going against yourself. You are essentially playing against yourself more than you're playing against SSG, because you're going to come into many situations where you're going to find yourself where this is how we lost last time. This is where things, these little micro details are starting to bite us in the butt. They're starting to build into something bigger, and then we're choking rounds, we're losing series. This really is a matter of mentality here, understanding when they can right their wrongs, not letting the past come in to ruin their future. They need to go against the grain here, whether that's with the strats, play a little unorthodox, try to catch SSG off guard as best as they can. That's what we're going to need to be seeing from this side of SR, and even for something for myself to really hold on to feel that they can finally get over this hurdle, get over this mountain of SSG.
It's one of those situations that takes pressure away from SR too, because you've lost so many times the last 5 that you're coming into it with your head held high. That much another layer of pressure, being able to think, well, we got to beat these guys. We haven't beat them before, so there's really nothing to lose. We just need to be able to switch some things up, because we know, like you said, them playing their game is not going to find success. So when you're on a stage like this and you have that many layers of wanting to win, another chip on your shoulder, so to say, it puts you in a situation where, you know, you get to be able to face a team like this, and in a big moment, you're able to topple them and finally get that win in the right favor.
Well, tell me a little bit more about SSG here, because they haven't had the same gauntlet that Shopify Rebellion have had to go through. Only 2 best-of-3s, 5 maps to get to this point. It's looked pretty convincing so far.
It has. I mean, we highlighted yesterday the 3 keys to success that we needed to see from SSG. It was the managing aggression, Benja doing well, and the opening kills. And I think that's exactly what we've been able to see throughout this stage so far of the regional finals, is SSG hitting the nail on the head for all 3 of those aspects and getting the highs of highs that we want to see. They just need to be able to keep that level of consistency. I think getting a trophy would put them a little bit closer to reaching consistency.
And I suspect they're feeling pretty confident about this one, just given how long, well, I guess how short their road has been to get to this point, how quickly they've conquered their opponents. Jacob had a few minutes to catch up with Callout just a little while ago to see how he was feeling ahead of this game.
Callout now having basically a full day after winning the only game you had to worry about playing yesterday. Is there anything about today that's going to be any different for your mindset of how you want to make sure you take home this LAN?
Preparing the same way we do, you know, for pretty much every game. Same thing as yesterday. Just coming in, doing the prep work, showing up, and just want to execute the fundamentals.
You've had SR's number for the majority of this year. Ever since they came in, it's always felt like there's an SSG win seemingly almost every other week, because the head-to-head has been massively in your favor ever since they've jumped in. What are you going to do to make sure that trend continues here?
It's any given Sunday, right? Like, I mean, we've came out ahead quite a few times we played them, but it doesn't mean they can't beat us. We just got to, you know, not overlook that, maintain the fundamentals, and not, you know, underestimate what they can do.
It's still only a domestic championship, but what would getting a LAN victory under your belt mean for you and the team?
I mean, it'd be good. It's just another step in the road, though, for the end of the game at the end of the day.
Fair play. Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Fox, you mentioned, and we obviously hear this from Callout, but you talked about those 3 keys to success. One of those keys, as you mentioned, was the opening kills. Right off the bat in that game for SSG yesterday, we saw just how clear they were able to get those opening picks. Ashen dropped 9 kills on Bank in just the entries, something that we almost never see.
Yeah, it's not only that they're getting these opening kills, but they're trading, and that was the first stage of managing their aggression. We've seen it. They're amongst the best in the tournament when it comes to their entries getting traded, so now they can do their aggressive plays, but if they lose that opening kill, it's getting traded better than Shopify, better than M80, and especially in their overall total deaths of trades, it's gone significantly up, and that's what we wanted to see from SSG, is being able to manage the aggression. I feel like trading is the biggest aspect in managing that aggression, because SSG is going to play fast and aggressive regardless of the situation. So as long as you're trading those kills, the death is not in vain, and that's the biggest outcome. That's the biggest takeaway, and SSG have been hitting it.
Well, what about takeaway number 2, Mr. Benjamaster, another guy who was having a fantastic game yesterday. Rarely do you see him atop the leaderboard, but that is exactly where he found himself with 31 kills over yesterday's 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, for the 3 stages, this is the one that isn't as necessary as the other 2 because they're team aspects, but it's that much easier when you have Benja, who's in that flex utility role, able to find so much success in the kill department, because your entries aren't always going to be able to find the opening, especially in the current meta. So when you have your player who has that utility, who's there putting up numbers, consistently being able to trade his entries out, it makes the rest of the attacks for SSG that much easier to be able to follow through. And he displayed a level of skill that we haven't really necessarily seen consistently from Benja, and that's what we want to be able to see, is not consistency just from SSG, but Benja's performance as well.
Well, again, it's with those entries we talked about from SSG. It was Ashen specifically a little while. The whole team for a while there, getting in the building quickly and setting the tone, something that they'll definitely be looking to consider, well, replicate here against Shopify.
And that is the final one, is their opening kills. I mean, everybody on the team was doing fairly well. They had 18 opening kills to 14 opening deaths, so it wasn't great, it wasn't fantastic, but it is something to take away from SSG, that if they're doing even the bare minimum of winning the opening kills, they're going to win their games out. So if we can see this final aspect just have a little more opening kills and just playing a lot better together and continuing on the trades, the opening kills will come in succession, and that will be the final nail in the coffin for SSG to be able to finally lift a trophy. It is the NAL trophy, but at the end of the day, it is something to take away for SSG.
And then also, I mean, just to also pivot the discussion of just another key element that we saw yesterday, and even had more hindsight from Fultz, was talking about their aggression. You know, they understood in many of these scenarios, they could have gotten aggressive, but they did play a little more passive. Or there was a situation they played more passive where they should have played aggressive. That was something that I highlighted specifically yesterday, that we are seeing them tap into and get more control and more understanding in these moments. And that really is more of the defining moment for this team, to be able to indoctrinate that sort of style of play, especially, like I said, you're a creature of habit. You're so used to playing aggressive. It gets you through so many controversial moments, many rounds, but it's so important and so imperative for this roster to be able to dial it back sometimes and let the other team make the mistake and then punish them for it. That's what I want to see today. I want to see that exact same replication of what we saw yesterday and what pushed them here into this grand final.
Well, something we've already seen today, and I've been walking around the venue, seeing the coaches kind of prepare the map bans, kind of think about where they want to go, how they want to counter-strat, prepare against their opponents. These two teams played Clubhouse and Nighthaven Labs when they met the first time in that upper bracket to start off the regional final. What do you think we have in store for us today?
Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm hoping for more aggressive style maps from SSG. They thrive on the smaller maps, and when we look at it, they're banning Lair, they're banning Bank. Against a team like Shopify Rebellion that is a lot more structured, you don't want to take them to those big maps, and that's what SSG took M82, because M80 is a lot more aggressive. So this makes perfect sense. SSG is wanting to play those small maps, and that's what I like to see, is the border being picked out. If anything, these maps are looking very strong for SSG's aggressive trading that they've been trying to succeed in. But for the side of SR, I will say, picking Chalet out the gate for an ego pick, I'm not too confident with that choice.
I honestly, I'm gonna argue. I actually really like Chalet because you can pick apart the attack here. Yes, in some regards, it is hard on defense, especially on that top floor, because more often than not, sometimes the attackers can just stay outside of the building and get those line of sights. But that also leaves a lot of those players in 1v2 scenarios where if you just double up on that, you're eliminating an X factor out of it, you're eliminating a crossfire, and then you're able to pick apart the attack once they actually are trying to get into the site. So them starting on attack, I actually do enjoy, because they can, you know, get the comms going. I always say, being on defense, it doesn't get the comms started right away. And what we saw from SR in the beginning, when they start their first match, they don't look too strong out the gates. This will automatically force those comms to be ready. Then when they get into the second map, what I really want to see is when they switch to that defense, is how they handle that aggression from SSG. And I think they can do it very well. Like I said, doubling up on those 1v1 engagements, getting that man advantage, swinging into their favor, then fall back on those layers, play the defensive half, use every piece that you have. And like I said, sometimes you're gonna have to go against the grain. You can't just rely on the blueprint of how this map plays out, especially when you're gonna be going against an SSG that you've lost to time and time again. It really is gonna be so adaptive. It's gonna be adapt heavy for every single player to just identify the situation they're in and, you know, try to find something that they can do differently to really throw SSG up and make them question their decision making, which that will then put them in the driver's seat.
Well, Fox, I want to get your thoughts on that too, because we see two maps, Chalet and Border, where once upon a time when these maps were earlier in the pool, I feel like we would have said, these maps are crazy aggressive, it's going to be chaotic, there's going to be so much fragging. Obviously, the game has come a long way, and the utility focus on these maps has gone way up. Do you think that leans more heavily into SSG's favor here, or is that something the Rebellion will be able to capitalize on?
I 100% think it's going to be favored for SSG just because they're a team that is hyper-aggressive, and we've seen them playing big maps, Bank, Labs, because that's what they can take apart and be able to beat other teams that are also hyper-aggressive. Shopify Rebellion isn't that aggressive. They're more structurally sound, but the thing that they've been relying on most recently is big individual plays. Yes, we've seen them be a little bit more structurally better, but that's something where SSG is then flipping the switch, and instead of playing these big maps, they're going out the gate to a map like Border, leaving Cafe to be up, because at the end of the day, if you take SR into a fight 5v5, 1v1s, SSG is going to win because Canadian is a player that is going to lack in the kill department, but he's going to lift up in the IGL department. On a map like Border, you don't really need to IGL. On a map like Chalet, you don't really need to IGL. So I love these choices for SSG to be able to go ahead with, and I think they're going to be able to take away from it.
So you think SSG are going to win this game?
I do.
Laxic?
I'm going to say SR only if they can diversify their style of play and not be so strategic to a degree where that's going to be ran through the entire game. They need to be able to switch things up. They need to be able to pivot on a dime's notice. They need to understand what SSG is really trying to get from each and every single round, each piece of the map that they try to take. That is something, again, if they can diversify their little bit of style of play and change it just at a small level that really does throw SSG up, I can get behind this SR, and I'm going to stick with SR for this pick.
Amazing. Clean and easy there. We go 1-1 both ways. We'll see. A big best-of-3 to decide the grand final winner here in the NAL. But for those of you watching, if you followed Stage 1 and Stage 2, you know about something called the NAL Fantasy League. Commissioner Jesse J. Chick had us all draft teams and put us in a position where, well, there would be an outright winner in Stage 2 and an outright loser. I believe Intero is the outright loser, and his punishment, we'll see how that shapes up in just a few minutes. But the overall winner was our good friend Laxing. So I am now going to present him with the prize, which he has no idea about, by the way, the grand prize for winning NAL Fantasy League Stage 2, and it is this right here. I'm not proposing to you, but I'm gonna I'll show camera.
Yes.
It is a NAL chain.
That's pretty cool.
Which way we're going over here?
Hey, give me it.
Look at that.
I want to show it off.
Look at that.
That's Lax's chain.
This is my chain.
That's good.
Hey, it's actually pretty sick. You see that?
You do like wearing chains, so that's like perfect.
I'm about to be 3 chains.
When I saw this, I was like, this is a perfect Laxing gift. He's actually going to love it.
Did you pick it out?
I did not. I did not. But for those who did, great work.
Is this platinum? Oh, we get paid here in the
So
NAL.
what a way to finish
money.
it off. Your Laxing's going to put that chain on. While he does, we're going to send it down to Jacob because we've got a grand final to decide who is going to be your regional champion in 2025. Jacob?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Make some noise! Ladies and gentlemen, your following contest is your main event of the evening and is for the 2025 North American League Championship. Two teams on very different sides of the coin this year. One who won in Stage 1 of the regular season, Space Station Gaming. Make some noise. The other, a team that made the podium 2 straight times in 2 consecutive stages, but they want more, Shopify Rebellion. With M80 gone, there's only one more team in North America that has the chance to win a LAN. And at this point, there are no more professional games of Rainbow Six in Tier 1 to be played for the rest of the calendar year. Now is the opportunity for one of these two to walk out from 2025 with a LAN victory under their belts right here. But all they have to do is go through each other. Historically, it has not gone Shopify's way. This is a series that Space Station have taken very handily over the course of 2025, but it does not matter, because all that matters now is the here and now. They're playing for pride. They're playing for a nearly $20,000 prize pool increase, and they are playing for the first time in 4 years for the rights on LAN to be called North American League champion. Make some noise, Philadelphia. Only need a little more than that. Philadelphia, are you ready? Your NAL Grand Final starts right now.
My message to Shopify is just good luck, dude.
To Shopify, we're gonna destroy you.
They can be sporadic at times, maybe not have enough teamwork to win games.
They like to scream a lot. They get too hyped up. We're coming after you again.
Oh, it does seem a bit odd to go from that hyped up circumstance to this, but this is my punishment for losing the R6 Fantasy League.
I think you look great.
These are wiener glasses, Jesse.
Yeah.
Because I am a wiener.
Laxing's the winner, you're the wiener. And I think most people could have predicted that before the Fantasy League started, but I think you look good in it, Parker. I think you're styling.
I heard rumors that originally they were going to send me a Los Angeles Dodgers hat, which as a Blue Jays fan would have sent me probably over my balcony. But instead, they sent me a hat that says, probably going to clog your toilet later. I have to imagine that one's from Laxing. Either way, it's just one of two outfits that I am being forced to wear here in our grand finals. But again, back to the big moment. Space Station is looking for yet another feather in their cap. Shopify Rebellion, I don't want to say the unlikely opponents, but M80 kind of bombed out yesterday. From Munich Majors to wherever they are now, it's SR and SSG. Jesse, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Parker, I couldn't wish for a better grand finals here in the North American League. Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming. M80, a lot of folks thought they'd be here in the finals, but they had their moment in Munich, okay? Now we get to see who's the real king of the region. SR versus SSG, and as the desk touched on, this matchup has been lopsided in favor of the Astronauts over the whole season that we've had. 9-map winning streak is the record that SSG have against SR. If they can win this series 2-0, that'll be 11 straight maps that they've beaten Shopify Rebellion this season. They did lose a couple way back in stage 1, so the overall record is 9-2. But even still, history suggests this should be Space Station's matchup. Now, Shopify Rebellion, they're not here on accident. This team has been really grinding over the last couple of months. They did not have the performance they were looking for in Munich. You and I got a good chance to chat with the team, actually, in Toronto a couple of weeks ago. And I think it's pretty clear they're fired up and they want to get this NA title.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Shopify is a gigantic company, and here they have the Rebellion, a massive esports organization they have funneled no shortage of money into. They found quite a bit of success in a wide variety of esports. Why not add a Rainbow Six trophy to their trophy case, which you and I physically got to see? It does seem a little odd with all of the pedigree that this team has. Players that have won majors before, players that have won world championships before, to not have something right now. I mean, granted, they've only been in the scene for about a year at this point, a little bit longer than a year, but at some point you're gonna have to start winning. NA is very competitive. M80 has looked like a juggernaut, but they're not here. Now, you have to vanquish Space Station.
Well, SSG, they've been targeting Canadian. They banned 2 of his shields, but that still leaves up the Blitz, which Troy will bring to the very first round, and he jumps into sight.
Where's Canadian, though? No diffuser in hand, tussling with J90 right off the rip. J90 in this particular part of the map, incredible yesterday, and he will start off in the same spot he left Chalet on. Spoit will answer back by taking down Newers. So both teams will lose one. The Blitz rushing in, doing battle, immediately dying. What does that gain for the Rebellion?
I think they wanted to go for a rush there, Parker, but as soon as Canadian dies, doesn't get that pick on the anchor, they've got to rethink things. It's nice from Spoit to work a pick back, take down Newers, but now you got to start cleaning the rest of this map. Ambi, focus on the bathroom size, hops right into the Denari trip, hoping to find Benja, but it's Spoit who continues to strike. Ashen falls next.
Benja holding this powerful position, watching as his teammates fall by the wayside. Denari seeing a steady increase in pick rate. Solus recently buffed up in that same area, and Benja finds two very quickly. The Rebellion now reduced to just Spoit and Rexen. Rexen finds one, Spoit has the other kill, two technically. And into a stalemate. A lot of action and still over a minute to go. Benja and J90 holding this position. Good time for Rexen to go on to drone, and immediately SSG gets off of this position and scampers away.
The Scandinavians have really been shooting the hardest, Parker, so far to start this game. Spoit and Benja both having a good start, but with J90 and Benja backing off, they concede this space over to Shopify Rebellion. They're happy to let them play with these hatches. They're out of toxic babes. They don't have any more nitro cells. If this plant goes down from Rexen, there's not a lot SSG can do about it. It's going to be important SR step up and start to take these fights. They can't let SR get into these plant positions.
Now the double up. Staring in towards this bomb site. Benja Master fallen back enough. No real utility here. Still a black mirror in pocket for Benja, but you know he's not going to use it, and he loses his head. Spoit with 3 kills. Can J90 clutch out from the same spot? Does lightning strike twice? J90 falling back. Seeing the long range onto Spoit. He's got a line on Rexen. 10 seconds remain. Playing around the deployable shield. Right now barricaded inside the site, and Jack does it again. My goodness. Ice in his veins. SSG take round number 1.
J90, he has been on fire this weekend, Parker. He had the game-winning ace to beat M80 yesterday and claim their spot in the grand finals. Not quite an ace this time around, but still a huge performance late in the site to win out that 1v2. Excellent control over the SMG-11. I really thought Spoit was doing enough in that round. He made a huge advantage for his team. It felt like they had so much space, so much time to make that plant come down, but in the end, they just weren't able to find J90 playing in the standard spot, hitting those shots. An extremely close round to start us off on Chalet, and I think that's what we wanted to see. That tells me that we're going to be set up for a pretty damn good series.
I'm expecting theatrics, and we've already gotten it through round number 1. One thing you cannot argue is that the two teams involved in this bout are anything but entertaining. Shopify Rebellion have seen constant growth, but have gone through a cycle of where they've looked like among the best teams in the region and then fallen flat against weaker competition. SSG, same issues. Both of these teams suffering a pretty bad run in Munich, which was a surprise for a lot of people, casters, players, probably even the teams themselves. So here's where you redeem yourself. The regional finals, first time in 4 years. Can either of these teams prove without a shadow of a doubt that they are the best in the region, or will be a grueling affair where we see a 1A, 1B, but the 1A takes home the trophy? Can't get closer than a 1v1 to start off round number 1, so I'm expecting it to continue in that pattern.
And don't forget, Parker, there's more than just a trophy on the line. The winner of this game is guaranteed to be a number 1 seed heading into the 6 Invitational. They'll both be there regardless, but being that number 1 seed means you won't have to face FaZe, you won't have to face Falcons, and you won't have to face Weibo in the group stage. So there's a huge advantage to be gained heading into the 6 Invitational. If you can get that 1 seed, the loser will be locked in as a 2 seed just based on the SI points. So still a good position, but you want to be that 1 seed going into SI if you can at all make it happen. So plenty to play for here in the grand finals of the North American League. The top floor is going to be focused on in round number 2. We move up a level for this second bomb site. And of course, it's going to be all about SR clearing through this top of the map. I'm wondering where their entry point is. It looks like it's going to be over towards the library side. There's a lot of roamers around the map they've got to be worried about, Parker.
This is an interesting ping here that they have on Newers. Drone right at his feet. Multiple pings now as they are coordinating this, and this might be a swift kill. They get some damage done through the wall, but Newers is able to get away, and he'll spot drones as he backs off, knowing that, oh, the jig is up. Rexen might have wanted that kill onto J90, but he redeems himself here in round number 2. Shopify Rebellion with an unanswered first blood.
Good start from Richie. hoping to get a couple more now. They've cleared out the one roamer that was in the basement. There's still J90 sitting in the site, and then all 3 other players of Space Station sitting above, inside Master. This wall on Office is going to be a really tough spot to get past. They've done a great job so far, breaching it from Mez, popping that mirror window, breaking it so that they can't use it as a one-way angle. They have to choose if they want to commit to full clearing top. Based on the time and based on where they're at, Parker, it feels like they just want to go for it. They'll have players pressuring from up above. They're going to have guys trying to put that pressure on Spoit and Ambi. That's their job. But really, it's going to be a game of, can we get this plant down behind the bomb chassis, behind the table, without getting denied by these 3 C4s?
You've just got the Clash as your first line of defense. Fultz is standing like a statue inside a kitchen, 30 seconds to go. The other round, action happened fast and furious. This time it has been a plodding round. A nice swing from Benja. The Dane finds 2, and he manages to get away. Canadian's reflexes, or Rexon's reflexes, just not what they need to be in that regard. Canadian does take down Benja Master. The time continues to run against the Rebellion. SSG will now suffer through a logic bomb as Surf uses the final bit of his gadget. Nitro Cell goes out, does not collect anybody. Still one in back pocket for J90. Surf has an eye read on 1, swings in through, down goes Ashen. J90 will suffer the same fate. Fultz in a 1v3, but it's a clean sweep for Shopify Rebellion, and they answer back in round 2.
And that's not an easy execute, Parker. Really good stuff coming out from the Rebellion. They come in from all different angles. Surf ends up walking up from the basement. He enters in through West Main. Canadian, of course, pushing the main breach fireplace. And then Rexon from up above. 3 different angles. No real ability to trade if somebody loses their fight, but there are no fights to be lost. They hit every head that they need to. They work those picks around the Clash before finally focusing on Fultz in the 1v3. Thought maybe it was going to be enough. That time was really low, and all they had to do was deny it from going down. But SR didn't try to plant. They went in for kills. They were able to flood the site and take those gunfights. Really good identification of the situation coming out from Canadian. And the IGL is his team to tie us up 1-1.
We wanted a close one so far. We are getting it. And my. Now upstairs they will go. A very, very spread out defense by Space Station. And now they're going to be even more spread out, Jesse, because they're not even in the server anymore.
Yeah, can't really be farther apart than that. Not really going to be able to play, but it's okay. There's a reason we've got the best in the business there to fix things. Look like it might be a little bit of issue on the Space Station side, but all in all, this has been a fantastic start to the series. We've really started to see some of these players pop off, particularly Benja. We haven't gotten to talk about him too much, but I feel like he's been so consistent for these first couple of rounds. 2 2Ks to start off Chalet.
Not bad at all. Every single player that loaded in this server today has the ability to dominate a round. Yes?
Of course.
Even Canadian. I know it might seem surprising to some of you, but it is definitely possible. But the way that Shopify Rebellion plays is to not rely on Canadian as a fragger. Despite that, Jesse, his stats have been pretty good over the last couple of months, especially at Munich. In terms of killing potential, Canadian is battling with, I don't want to say the best of them, but he's certainly keeping pace with a lot of other support players. Now, usually that's a cause for celebration. But with the way the Rebellion plays and the way that Canadians teams like to play, that usually means somebody's not doing their job. Whether it be Rexon, whether it be Spoit, whether it be Ambi, maybe even Surf at times, Canadian should not be near the top of the scoreboard.
Exactly. I mean, we had a good conversation with him in Toronto when we were there for the Spoit Contender Series. It was a great opportunity to chat to the Rebellion guys. And Canadian, he said exactly what you just mentioned, Parker, that like he shouldn't be the guy fragging out. If his stats look good, that means somebody else is not doing their job. They're not getting the kills that they maybe should be. So Canadian to start off, this game hasn't been bad by any means. The opening death on the Blitz wasn't ideal, but he got a good couple of frags in that second round. Really, what's going to be more important is how he's able to lead the rest of his teammates. What is he calling through the mid-round? What is he noticing inside the site? And I think he's done a great job of that so far through 2 very close rounds that SR have looked pretty strong in. This is once again going to be their map pick, and the devs touched on this a little bit, but it's kind of a weird map choice to come through from Shopify Rebellion. Both of these teams did win Chalet just yesterday, and they had very similar results, both beating M80 7-4 as the decider map in the 2 series that were played. So very interesting, very similar set of circumstances between both these teams on Chalet. One thing that's going to be important, because both teams showed this map yesterday, is what you can do to change things up. And Chalet could be a fun map in that regard. You have a lot of options for how aggressive you want to play. There are spawn peak potentials for sure, but even just deciding where you want to play some of the zombies, what part of the map you want to roam around, it can be quite a large map. So I'm going to really look out for these defending teams and try to find out what they're doing differently compared to the games we saw yesterday. So far, I think we're seeing a good variety coming through from Space Station. I don't think they've been read into too easily, but as the game ticks on, it's going to be another thing to watch out for. Is this team being read? Are we maybe being a bit too predictable because we did just play this map the other day?
That's the thing, right? That when you play a map, you're going to be counter-stratted on it almost immediately. These teams had a daybreak. They were able to watch the matches, and, you know, M80 was the team that played 2 games yesterday. It's not like they were able to, you know, spend time between these maps prepping. They had very limited downtime. They had to go immediately into their second matchup against SR after losing SSG. Both of these teams are very well rested. They both have great coaching staff behind them. Super and Callout are 2 staples of North America and staples of the entire pro scene. Both receive a lot of commendations and praise from people within pro play, whether it be coaches, players, analysts, etc., for having a great command of what their teams are good at and what their teams need to do to succeed. That's why you see and can often hear very informative timeouts whenever they need to bring it out. So I have no doubt that both of these squads load in with a very intimate knowledge of how this is going to be played. And I mean, it's a small sample size. We're 2 rounds in, but both rounds have been relatively close. And that leads me to think, as I've said earlier, we're going to see a long game between these two.
Speaking of the coaches, quickly, I mean, the bar is set pretty high. Who watch the finals will know that the coach of SOS was frankly revolutionizing the coaching game with the coloring book that he brought on stage and the strats that he was able to show to his teammates. Arguably almost through the series with his second tag timeout on the final map, but in the end, he did lead his team to a 2-0 victory. So listen, there's plenty to be learned from coaches in both Tier 1 and Tier 2, and it's good to see a big victory from SOS in the previous matchup. But yes, both Callout and Super, some of the best in the business, and they've got their own ways to lead their team in moments like this. We are back in the game, thankfully, though, Parker, so we can kind of get back into this series. Hopefully there'll be no more interruptions in this important matchup between these two teams. Space Station choosing to go top floor now. Not a bomb site we've seen from them, but it's going to act quite similar to the last round. Fault once again bringing that clash, hoping to stall things out so that SR can't get an early swing into the site.
I mean, in both rounds, SR has been very quick to the punch. Canadian tried in vain to get the first kill in round 1. It did not go his way. It was ultimately a trade, but losing your shield early hurt, and J90 was able to clutch up. Second round, it was Rexon with that first blood, getting in very fast, and it was the mid-round that slowed things down as SR dotted their I's and crossed their T's. Now we've got to the halfway point of the round, and there's been no real action. Surf has taken a couple pot shots just moments ago, but beyond that, these teams have not come to blows yet. It's the slowest round so far of the 3 that we've seen.
Ashen wants to make something happen, though. He'll hear this rappel. This could be very scary. Smoke goes off, though, and Surf jumps away. He might know that Ashen is nearby. Ashen ends up backing off. He just walked up the blue stairs, so it doesn't look like we're going to see an engagement. The mute jammer down. Ashen almost wanted to jump out for it, but deciding he's going to be more valuable in the late rounds. This Deimos down below has not really been pressured because of Ashen's passive play, though, and that's going to make things a little bit awkward for SSG inside the site.
Spoit's going to get a leg up there as you hear some shotgun shells doing work above him. He was hoping to do that with the sidearm as SSG's wrecking house on this floor. But trying to fire back to the map control that the Rebellion have on floor number 1. Chalet isn't a particularly big map, but it can feel awfully big, as you pointed out, but also gets very, very small once you've lost the walls and the floors around you. Space Station will cling to dear life for the next 30 seconds. All 10 players in the lobby still upright.
This is going to be chaotic, Parker, and the first blood gets spilled. Benja finds Spoit.
The clash will move up. Great opportunity for SSG to go on full offense, and that's exactly what they will do. SR falling like dominoes. Canadian in a 1v5 as Benja looks for kill number 4. He's got Troy out on a wire, doing some serious damage. The old dog can still learn some new tricks, but he'll hang on for dear life. Deny a 4K to Benja. The round will go to Space Station. Ashen calling him out in the chat. And that was just a mismanage of the clock from SR as SSG denied them control and bled the clock dry. Excellent defense by the astronauts.
And I gotta say, Parker, Benja has come out swinging today. That's his third multi-kill in the first 3 rounds. He puts his stats up to 7 and 2. We won't have it on the scoreboard because of the rehost, but he's been fantastic so far up against SR, and I think it's been his real sharp gunplay that has given them these early advantages. Sometimes Benja can be a guy who likes to flex around. I think especially when Newers came onto this roster, he kind of got squeezed out of that entry role. Ashen and Newers retaking that entry duo spot on the team. But we know how good Benja can be in the early game. We know how dangerous he can be lurking around the map, going for big swings, playing in the site in that previous round, but not afraid to step up and take those fights. It's that confidence that I find just never gets shaken from SSG. They can be down 6-0 in the most important game of their careers, and they're still willing to go for swings. They're still willing to play aggressive. Makes it really difficult to play against. And SR, they know that extremely well.
You know, if we're in a tech pause here or what's going on, it seems like there's a bit of a delay. There is indeed another tech pause.
We're just waiting.
Not involving themselves yet.
We're just waiting on the operator bans. They have not gone through, I can tell you that. We might get a little bit more time to think about what needs to get banned out, but may also have to rehost. We're not sure just yet. I will say, Parker, it'd be nice to maybe see some of those Clash bans come through. I don't know if we'll see another shield ban for the attackers because Canadian hasn't played much shield since the first round and it didn't really go that well, but plenty of time to sit and ponder what they might want to ban heading into round 4.
Well, there's a break ready, Jesse, so more time to ponder, and we'll come back when everything is fixed with the game. Thank you so very much for your patience. We are 3 rounds in, and we are ready to go for a 4th, as all of the tech issues have been fixed as far as we've heard, fingers crossed.
Yes, Parker, we are back. It's been a while, but we're back into the game. I believe before we had the tech pause, dinosaurs still roamed the earth. I think Abe Lincoln was president, and Jaeger still had his ACOG. So it's been a little while, but it seems like everything is good to go for this North American League Grand Finals, Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. If you don't remember, SSG did have the lead 2-1 here starting defense on Chalet, but it's been a very close game so far, and feels like everybody was kind of firing on all cylinders to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually going to be very interesting to see how teams bounce back from this, because there was a lengthy pause. Any momentum that you had is evaporated at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you think about it, and like, if you were feeling really good, are you still feeling that good? Are you still warmed up? If you took an energy drink, if you drank a really big coffee, maybe like an extra large coffee, maybe even another X on that XL, I'm not sure. But we're going to get a tactical timeout that the Rebellion wanted to call in between those rounds. They were not presumably able to talk for the previous 40 minutes. So hopefully this 40-second timeout will do them well.
Yeah, I believe they decided to call this before we got the tech issues. So hopefully Super can remember what he was hoping to say in this moment. But I guess trying to get SR back on track, they're not in that big of a deficit, but maybe just not feeling like he likes how his team are playing so far. They've been very close rounds up until this point, but I guess it's just something about seeing the way SSG are playing. It's been relatively passive as far as SSG's standard goes. They haven't been going for crazy spawn peaks, getting hyper aggressive in the early game. They've been relatively restrained. Tough to say if that will continue after such a long break. I know even when there's just a normal tac timeout, oftentimes the other team who didn't call it will try to switch up their play style, try to catch the enemy team off guard, but Super deciding that there is something that needs to be said. It does look like spirits are pretty high on the SR side of things, and looks like we might be still a short while away before we get into the game. Parker?
Another tech pause. I'm not sure how long this one will last for. Fingers crossed.
I'm not seeing, I can see the game. Everybody is still in the lobby, knock on wood. So I hope this one's maybe a little bit quicker.
Knocking on wood. I don't know if you heard that.
I did hear that. Thank you.
My desk is made of wood.
Looks like they're getting some confirmation for the admins.
I knocked on the wood, and my partner just came to the door and was like, "Was that you knocking?" It sure was.
Doing your best to keep us on track, Parker. We do appreciate it.
Just trying to keep people awake, okay? It did certainly seem like the matchup we saw earlier between CLB and SOS, the T2 matchup that was so wonderfully casted by Jasmine and Light Rose. By the way, I don't know how many people tuned in, but I am familiar with both Jazz and Light Rose's work from the T2 scene. But I gotta say, their first cast on LAN, we're not even on LAN. Their first cast on LAN, I thought they did a stellar job. Good work, energy overall. Big fan. Made watching two teams that frankly I don't really know that much about far more entertaining. Credit to them. I know we both know what it's like to have your first opportunity to cast in front of a crowd with teams there, being able to soak it all in and take in that moment. And I know that it is a monumental occasion in somebody's career. Both of them have been grinding for, at this point, I think pretty close to half a decade. I think for Jasmine, it might even be about that time. It's nice to see hard work get rewarded, so just hats off to both Jasmine and Light Rose for the work that they did in that T2 cast. But the point that I was making was that it was a 7-0 on map 1, and it was 5-0 on map 2, I think, or 4-0 on map 2, and we were like, okay, you messaged me, and you were like, yeah, this one's over.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, cool, we're gonna be on track for a relatively early night, and wrong answer. So here we are. Round number 4, map number 1. We could be going all the way, which would mean probably around a 10, 11 o'clock finish, which is still pretty early on the East Coast.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm expecting that this game should be a little closer than the Tier 2 finals. Unfortunately, that one didn't quite live up to the hype, but SSG and SR, these teams always go the distance. As we come into the 4th round, we do have that second round of operator bans that have come through too. SSG did choose to continue removing those shields. Canadian only played Blitz a single time in the first 3 rounds, and it was kind of a disaster, so I'm a little surprised to see them stick with that game plan, but there's something to be said about that consistency. Ashen deciding he's done with the game plan and jumps straight out to his death, and Faults goes down early too, playing in the basement. Oh, Ambi lets him know a little bit right after that 40-minute break.
I believe it's SSG who usually lets it hang, but in this round, it's the Rebellion letting it hang. Before we got sent away, there were incredible moments from both J90 and Benjamaster, the two standout performers on Space Station. The American and the Dane working together. J90 is a thing of beauty on this map. You referenced his ace clutch to win yesterday in their series against M80, breaking the hearts of the Munich Major champs, sending them down to the lower bracket. You've still got both of those players upright for Space Station. So even though they are at a disadvantage, you've still got the two biggest threats on the side of Space Station walking among us.
Don't forget about Newers either, just barely drops away after being caught by that line scan, and J90 answers back, taking down Rexon after he uses his utility, so the number's getting a little bit closer to even. We know how deadly these players can be, Parker. SR, they've got some Candelas, Canadian still 2 in his pocket. That's gonna be their key to get back in this game if they don't lose him first.
Canadian's very low on HP now. Holding that Candela, waiting, already using some of that utility. No line scans to keep them locked in place. The logic bombs will have to do the trick, of which Ambi still has one in pocket. Assembled around a quick jump in through that game's window, as we see teams like to do here on this map. SR obviously has other work to do before they can go about it. Canadian will be taking close quarters engagements with that shotgun. A double Candela flash. No smokes remaining, and he will be choked off by the gas thrown out by J90. Surf eliminates the smoke, so it's just Benji and Newers left standing. SR doubling up on that. Spoit and Canadian both taking a beating, but elsewhere it's the supporting cast. Ambi gunning down Benjamaster, leaving Newers to fend for himself. He's got a read on Surf, a missed opportunity, and now the walls will close in. Ambi with the final 2 kills. An answer back from the Rebellion, and we have a tie game.
Yeah, nice round to come right back out of that pause. Of course, they took their attack timeout, and SR keep it slow, they keep it steady in round number 4. They get that early advantage, they don't choose to try to snowball into the site, they take their time with it, and even after their util game doesn't really go so well, right? We saw it with Canadian on the Candelas, get smoked out, not able to plant off of that Ying utility. They're still able to work picks around the map. SSG, a lot of movement in round number 4, and it kind of comes back to bite them. Early aggression from Ashen, Faults on a deep roam, none of that pays out, and then even in the site, so much movement coming out from these anchors. I think just feeling a little bit of desperation with how the game had started off, but SR really good to lock that down.
A good answer back. The SR round wins, both of them, have been much more dominant than what we've seen out of Space Station. The wins that SSG amassed, quite scrappy, down to the very bitter end. I mean, you are defending on Chalet. That can be quite an onerous task, so I can understand why the scoreline is what it is. And again, it is really hard to gauge the energy of these teams, especially after you have to endure a 45-minute tech delay. There will be some frustration there. I didn't see much in the body language or the faces of the SSG players. They are notoriously hard to read to begin with. Because Ashen is always happy. Faults always looks like he's never felt an emotion in his life. Very hard to read off of him, same with Benjamaster. But on the side of SR, you saw some big smiles on their faces. And that is the right mindset to have when you are in this position, because it is very easy to spiral when you see constant delays or a long delay happening, especially if you think you've got stuff that you can work on and immediately put into practice. The good news was they were able to call their timeout so the Rebellion can settle things down, get some leadership from their coach Super, and enact it. And sure enough, that's exactly what they did in the previous round.
I think SSG looking to settle down a little bit too. They tried to get aggressive right after the break, didn't really go their way. SR were ready for it. So now in round 5, we're seeing a bit more of a restrained defense from SSG, holding the top floor with almost all of their players as they did previously back in round number 2. We've still got Faults on this Clash, which I maybe thought was going to get banned out coming into this round, into round 4 even, but every other player has swapped their operator around. So we are seeing a bit of a different hold presented by SSG. This is the bomb site that's Shopify Rebellion won back in round 2, so they were hoping to get a bit of a repeat going, but so far through the first 90 seconds of this game, Parker, we're not seeing anything too crazy from Shopify Rebellion. Taking the office side of the map, trying to find some way into it, but nobody in the building yet.
No, and what were quick rounds to start off this first half, slowed down tremendously. Logic Bomb will go out. It will give the information away to SR as to where Space Station's players are. And J90 has found himself in the bomb site, just waiting patiently for the attackers to arrive. Ashen, the first kill. J90 answered back as SR knocking on this door. Clash of bolts will extend the shield, getting out of her position. And SR are very close to this bomb site. Canadian has defuse kit. The remaining 3 players on SR will need to lock this down. But there is some hesitation here. Canadian has not made his way into the building. Oh boy, oh boy. If Surf had that defuse kit, they could have attempted the plant, but the offsite players of SSG are the bigger focus for the Rebellion.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot, Parker. Canadian needs to find a way to get in, but Ben just still holding from up above. He's got a vert angle, and the Clash can see everything going on Trophy. Nice shot from Spoit. Will take care of some of that vert pressure, but he's still got to get in and find a plant.
There's that upstairs control. Ashen has expended all utility, takes down Spoit on a great read. Canadian looking for an entry point. Newer's heading back to the bomb site. He's deftly handled. Spolt shreds Rexen, and that top floor control is still so strong for SSG. Ashen and Surf in a 1v1 with 20 seconds left. Ashen at top floor control. Surf will retrieve the diffuser and attempt a successful plant. Ashen has a read on him. As Newer's bleeds out, smoke will rotate around. I don't know if Ashen can see him and might have to go for the drop. Surf will pull this off successfully, shotgun out. Ashen looking to be the hero, doing some damage, and he grabs Surf, a quad kill for the Chicago native, and SSG regains the lead.
Big round from Ashen, 4K coming through, and it all starts with that early game. He gets the opening pick onto Shopify Rebellion's entry, another Chicago-born player. Ambi loses that initial duel on the Dokkaebi, and that opens up the round then for Ashen to do what he does best. He plays around those vert angles. He stops the repellent through solar window, and then comes up with the 1v1 up against Surf. A massive play to come through from what is probably the most talented mechanical player on SSG. Ashen, he's loud in the server, he's loud in the chat, and he has a huge round to give the lead back over to Space Station.
Excellent play all around, and maybe too singular focus for the Rebellion to not deal with these offside players. I mean, they tried. They really did, to their credit. Most of the instances here of execution happened over on the trophy side of things. But Solarium was not wrestled away. That top floor was not wrestled away. Ashen getting the very first pick on, I believe it was Rexen, who attempted the first bit of map control upstairs, was really the beginning of the end for the Rebellion. But again, all of these SSG rounds, Jesse, they've been so scrappy. 1v1, 1v1, 1v1. What is happening here that SSG keeps winning it by just the thinnest of margins? It's not exactly the type of thing that you can rely upon. And it would be a bit worrying if I was SSG, only if you had more rounds to go. Because right now, final round before SSG gets to go attack on Chalet.
I mean, it's also, I think, a bit deceptive, right? Ashen gets a lot of help there from Faults on the Clash. Faults doesn't get any of those kills, finished off one of the downs, but it's still that team play that comes through to enable Ashen to get a lot of those big kills. So there is still some team play happening here on the side of SSG. They'll get one more chance now. This is going to be their opportunity to take the lead here early on Chalet. This is Shopify Rebellion's map, so we want to see SR putting up a big fight. Chalet can be attacker-sided at times as well. This map very 50-50, so going down in this first half would be a big blunder for the Rebellion team. Good early drones. They've caught Faults here inside of Library. Ambi's got this player on lock. Getting the pick is still not going to be easy. They know that he's retreated back over towards Mezzanine. It's Rexen who strikes first. Ashen not able to keep the pace from round 5.
Back and forth they go, trading these first bloods. We noted that there was a bit of a slower tempo being set by the Rebellion in the previous rounds. Well, Rexen has been very eager to engage in some bloodshed, and blood has certainly been shed. All 4 of the kills that are visible on the screen. Keep in mind there was a rehost, so all the numbers originally disappeared. From Ashen now in the ground. Surf is hunting for more, and he finds a freebie onto Fultz. He's got a read on somebody over towards Library, but Newers picks up a double very quickly on the run out from Big Garage. And he's off to the races. Final Logic Bomb has been used as well. So all you've got for utility at this point, smokes and the Candelas from Canadian. All right, you know what? We're not bad to work with.
That's that relentless aggression from SSG. They keep with the runouts, but now in the 3v3, they've got to survive the Candelas. Getting aggressive on some of these players could work out, and that's exactly what Jack does. Huge headshot on a Canadian.
He's got the read on the smoke now. Jane, I know, just needs to avoid that DMR. It's actually Surf credited with the kill. A nice lineup from Ambi as he searches for Newers. Waiting for Surf to get into position. Newers can quarterback this defense, but he swings for the fences. Ambi shuts him down, and through 6. Both teams tied at 3.
Good to see Ambi getting active here in the final attacking round to even things out. I really thought it was going to be the aggression from SSG that defines that round, Parker, because initially it was Ashen going for a run out. He gets stopped by Rexon. He uses his impact to try to get out of Big Garage. Doesn't go his way, but then Newers uses the same impact rotation to make another run out from Big Garage. Gets rewarded with 2 big kills, almost tilts the round back in his teammates' favor, but just a little bit too smart from Surf and Ambi, getting those long-range DMR gunfights up on the top floor, equalizing this to a 3-3 split. Exactly where they wanted to be, starting off on Chalet. Now we get the operator bans to come through. It's again a heavy focus on the shields, with Blackbeard being removed alongside that Dokkaebi, and then really heavy window pressure. With both the Zombie and Castle being taken off the board, it's going to make some of these top floor positions really tough to play for the Rebellion.
Yeah, very good point on that. Denari will be brought in this very first round of the second half. We did get to see Denari quite a bit through the first couple rounds. It was employed by SSG. He's a great trap operator that can slow things down. It's been great to see the creativity emerge from teams regarding those tripwires. You get 7 of them. As long as they have a line of sight, they will connect. They slow you down. They do some damage. They make a very, very satisfying sound. I don't know how many of you here that are listening right now like the audio portions of this game, but there are certain things in Siege that just, they tickle a part of my brain. The suppressed sound of Ying's LMG, oh, be still my heart. The popping sound of the gas canisters on smoke, the little plinking noises of Denari's trip mines, oh, they get you. They get you, Jesse.
You said the popping of the canisters. I immediately thought of a Twitch drone popping a mirror window. Nothing better than hearing that. Quite miserable if you're the mirror in this situation, but always a fun sound to hear when you're the Twitch drone driving through that site, getting your utility. Instead, we're going to see this Denari setup that is oh so popular going down inside of bar and games. This is something that has been really in the game and in the meta ever since Denari got brought into this map. You see the creative lines going through between the 2 rooms. Makes it really awkward to jump into that game's window, and you could see initially Faltz was looking to do just that, but once he sees the Denari wire, he's going to think twice about this. Ambi lurking around as well. Knows there's somebody just outside the front door looking for a gunfight.
What on earth is that? Jesus, wow. Have you ever seen such a play? I'd be smoking mad. There'd be steam coming out of my ears like a 1950s cartoon.
Okay, Willie, why not?
Oh my goodness. Surf takes down Benjamaster, and SSG having some struggles to gain ground as they look to push towards this bar gaming section of the map. That's not where the bomb site is, but it's where most of the focus has been from SSG at this point in time. Fultz inside a mudroom all by his lonesome as Ashen sits far enough back, and if Spoit dares to test his reflexes, he could find another. But he sees the Monty menacingly moving in on him, and just like that, Shopify Rebellion have vacated the first floor, and Surf and Spoit will work together to go upstairs. Surf gets down, Spoit gets the hell out of dodge. They're gonna leave him to bleed for now. Finished off by Fultz, as bullet tracers will go in through library. And hold on a second, SSG are beautifully answering this SR fallback.
Yeah, this is the power of that Azami Castle band, Parker. Once you remove these operators, the top floor becomes extremely dangerous for the defenders to play. With the numbers being equalized, I think this tilts back in the favor of SSG. They're gonna get the office wall open with no problems, and they got the Monty taking space as well.
Down goes Ashen. The guns on SR will now fire back. The Monty coming in ever closer. J90 shredding one. Fultz, at this point in time, a sitting duck. As Ambi and Canadian try to decide what's next best for him. J90 falters, and Fultz with the pistol out will have to get it all done by himself. Former teammates and world champions on the same roster. Canadian and Fultz will come to blows. Canadian walking away with the final 2 kills, and SR will gain the lead.
A little scary in the mid-round, Parker, but the Rebellion do close it out in the end. Nice couple shots from Canadian to be able to find those last couple of players. J9O and False were not playing together, and that's just how they were setting up for the push. It was supposed to be Ashen pushing in behind False while J9O came in for that lurk, that second dimension to the push. But as soon as Ashen goes down, it leaves False all by himself, and things really aren't winnable from that position. So nice target prioritization coming through from Shopify Rebellion. They take what is their first lead in this game. It all comes off of a really nice early game from Willie and Ambi playing together, that entry duo in Shopify Rebellion, which has been so dangerous all season long, looking mighty fine here in the NAL Finals.
I'm very glad you noted that, because I was going to hop in if you didn't and say the same thing. SR has been tied or trailing in every single one of these rounds, and the seesaw back and forth that we see. Round number 3, to their credit, SSG did win flawlessly, but beyond that, these SSG wins have been very hard to come by. They have been exceptionally scrappy. They're going to have to be a bit more dominant in these rounds. What if they changed up this time? They're going to bring another shield op, so not just the Monty. They'll bring the Blitz alongside him, and then Grim, one of the strongest operators presently in the game, a real Swiss Army knife of an operator, and then lots of good guns. DMR in the hands of Newers, but Benjimaster running the F2 is a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, he was running this yesterday too, Parker. He kind of loves this gun.
I know. And I mean, it is a headshot machine, and you are playing on LAN. There has been something that has been said about high rate of fire weapons on LAN, whether it be the SMG-11, SMG-12, whether it be the FAMAS. These guns absolutely shred. All you need to do is hit the head one time, and look at Benjimaster making us look foolish. Down goes Canadian by Big Garage, and the F2 in the hands of the Dane. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, he's scary with that weapon. Makes it look like how it did before it got nerfed. I mean, just so good with this one operator, with this one gun. Now with the man advantage, they're going to hunt for some more of these frags. It's only Surf who's sitting in the bomb site. Everybody else is going to be roaming around that top floor. Entering trophy side, they shouldn't find much contest over here. The vert play, again, Ambi and Spoit playing as a duo on the top floor could be the problem.
Oh my, flash galore, the Mozzie is Spoit being bullied. Down he goes in the hands of Ashen, but Ambi is still there. The two shields not able to work together effectively, and Ambi will find a second, turning his attention towards that bathroom door. Surf and Ambi will have their work cut out for them. J9O is in the ground. Can Ambi clutch out to win the round? Space Station on these scrappy runs will look for yet another victory in the same circumstance. Ambi playing a game of keep away. Benjimaster holds the case, so there's really not anything going well for the Rebellion at this point in time. The only thing that really benefits Ambi is that he is on a heater. The clock, 1:15 left. That benefits the attackers of SSG. They have good utility. Smokes in pocket. Benja attempting a plant. What intel is there for the Rebellion to play off of?
They're very separated on the side of SSG, though. They need to group up if they want a chance of winning this. You can't give Ambi 2 1v1s.
They know he's made his way back to the bomb site, Jesse. Over towards the main lobby. He gets a red ping. He will immediately follow up on it, hoping to catch them off guard. Benja will attempt the plant for a second time. Ambi tries to outrun Newers, can't get the job done. SSG answers back, and we have a tie game yet again.
Scary round from SSG, but they do eventually group up. Benja is planting in the site while Newers is still outside the building. As soon as Ambi sneaks past, gets back to the bomb site, Benja has the wherewithal to jump off that defuse kit, make sure he's gun up in case he does get rushed down by Ambi. It's a great clear of the top floor that gets SSG into that position. The blitz play coming through, really catching off guard those roamers. Ashen making a massive play to be able to get that early advantage going the way of SSG. This game just gets closer and closer, Parker, but even after a round win, it looks like Callout wants to talk to the boys. Another TAC timeout that's happening at a pretty close point of the game.
Just really wanted listenings on LAN.
I know, right?
Just why not? Why do you deprive me of these things?
We got a battle of the Seths on the coaching staff, by the way, here. We've got Seth Callout Mick taking on Seth Super Hoffman. Both coaches transitioned to a coach from the player role back in 2022, and they haven't looked back since. Looking very good in this role, have cemented themselves as some of the best North American coaches that we have ever seen in Siege. Again, nothing compared to what we saw from the coach of SOS, but they're doing their best out here still.
He just had the drawing.
The whole game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was working on his coloring book.
I'm very embarrassed because I don't know Lilo and Stitch well enough to know which one is Lilo and which one is Stitch. I'm assuming Stitch is the alien.
Yes. Pretty sure, yeah.
I mean, I'm at a computer. I could realistically
Stitch is the
Google
alien.
it, but...
It's okay. It wasn't my childhood movie either.
Sorry?
It wasn't my childhood movie either, Parker. We're
Yes,
ignorant
while
together.
we were on our break, Jesse spent no shortage of time insulting my age.
Wow. I don't know if that's true. Just stating facts.
Uh-huh.
5 seconds to go.
When do you think we hit the do or die point for these teams in this map? We're 4-4 right now. 5-5 is very likely. SR's won 2 in a row. That's the only consecutive round win for either of these teams.
Yeah.
What's the point of no return?
I think probably round 15. I don't expect we're going to see a lead of more than 1 round until we get to the very end of it. I mean, they've just been so neck and neck. It seems like every single player has had their moments, too. There's not a single guy in this server that's been quiet so far today. I know some of the numbers don't look that great, but again, we've had a couple of rehosts, so Benja sitting at 1 and 4 on your screen is actually one of the top fraggers in the server right now. So really feels like anybody can have their moment today, and everybody has at different points of the round. Round 9 will be the final bomb site in our rotation. We go to kitchen and dining, so both these teams avoiding the basement as so many teams have been in recent months on Chalet. And the clash coming out as well from Canadian. We saw Faults playing a ton of this. He moves over to the attacking big shield of Montaigne. Where is the entry point going to come from, though? It looks like it's coming library side over with not much of a contest just yet.
Rocking these shields, being able to call the power of an experienced player or just an older player who isn't able to gun as well. They say once you hit the age of 25, you get put on shields or support. Volts announced earlier today it hit 4,000 kills in his entire career. That is an incredible tally. He is one of only a tiny number of players to accomplish that. And of course, it speaks to his longevity. He's been able to play for so long and has been dominant. I remember when he was on that old, what was it, the old OB roster with Merc way back in the day. That was probably when you were still in diapers, Jesse, because as you like to point out, I am as old as hell.
I casted that roster in Challenger League, actually.
Okay, the one team. All right, man, what am I supposed to do here?
Oh, this smoke could be dangerous. Ashen is hunting for an angle, but do they know there's a glass on the other side of this? Seems like they do. Never mind.
It's a great volley by SSG. They might finally be able to crack this egg that they've had going. Unable to win back-to-back rounds, Canadian Rexen now on defense and on the defensive in that role. Canadian moonwalking his way from a nade thrown over towards trophy side. The bomb site is undefended as that defuse kit continues to run down. Rexen will try to assist from above, but the retake is going to be mighty challenging, especially with a shield still up on the side of Space Station. Not looking good for the Rebellion, especially with the Monty of Fultz blocking off a critical avenue. It allows J90 to go up top in that main floor supremacy, coming out so well. Canadian handling Fultz yet again. He's had Fultz's number and his face on a t-shirt so far today, but there's 3 other players of Space Station, 2 seconds left, 1 second left. That's not enough. The round will go to Space Station, even with Canadian surviving. Not really sure what Jack was doing there, but a kill's a kill. He takes out Benjamaster. Canadian hops on the defuse kit a little bit too late, and Space Station wins their 2nd in a row and regains the lead.
A little bit of target practice from J90, I suppose. Can't hurt when the round is mathematically unlosable at that point, so why not? Great explosive start to that round from SSG. At around the 60-second mark, they took 3 separate gunfights across the map. We were watching as Ashen went in through the office door. He managed to get the pick onto Spoit with the glass. That was a nice play up on the top floor over towards the site. Fultz walks in on the Monty and takes down Surf as that anchor position. And at the same time, Newer's vaults in that trophy window, takes down Ambi walking down the solar stairs. So 3 kills, 3 different parts of the map, all happening simultaneously. There's the window kill that I was talking about earlier. So good to see that coming through from Space Station. The timing buried together. And then that final kill, maybe the cleanest from J90. I don't think Benja was expected that to come out from his teammate, but again, really nice moment coming out from SSG. They're just 2 rounds away from stealing their opponent's map pick now.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
A devastating blow for the Rebellion. These teams both looking to themselves after the Munich Major unfolded in very dramatic and disappointing fashion. These 2 teams both came in with rosters that many thought could go the distance. M80, of course, the kings of North America, so the assumption was that they'd make a deep run, and boy, did they ever. They won the thing. But Space Station finished first in Stage 1 and almost repeated in Stage 2. If they win the grand finals here, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but you got to do it internationally. So no matter what happens in this matchup, Jesse, this is also practice for these teams. When you look at SI, yes, it's an old patch. Yes, the game is being played with different balance than what you see right now. The mute changes, not in this present game. The hard breach changes, not in this game. The Thatcher rework, the DMR, not in this game. So we are playing on an outdated patch that teams aren't necessarily able to scrim on any longer. So take as that what you will, but it still allows you game day reps, still allows you to work on the fundamentals. And let's be completely clear. Both of these teams are very experienced, but it's never a bad time to work on your fundamentals.
Yeah, it's important to note too. I mean, M80, the only team in recent memory that has done anything internationally. This SSG and SR squads, they've been hyped up a lot. They've got incredible talent on their sides, and they've been great domestically, but yet to really find that success that a lot of their fans are hoping for. This win, whoever comes out on top, it'll be big, but SI's the grand prize. Solar Take begins to go underway as Fault starts with the smokes, and Canadian is the first one to fall.
SSG trying to rack up as many opening bloods and opening first kills as they can. Right now, it's relatively even between these teams. No real advantage has been gained by either squad. And I mean, you look at the scoreline, surprise, surprise, evenly matched across the board. Another will follow now for SSG as down goes Surf. Canadian dying too. Ambi with 8 kills. He's down below and he has a good vantage point. Trying to shut this down, but he's swept on by Benjamaster. SSG with the numbers advantage and full control of the site. Rexon spotted through the hatch, and Benja will send us to map point.
And for the first time, we see a 2-round lead in this series. SSG starting to run away with it, and it's a brilliant push. They come in Solar side. They don't need very much map control. They've got players in the bathroom window, the Solar window, and they just work those picks. This is the game plan that they brought into this map. Right when we hit round 7, Parker, they banned out the Azami, they banned out the Castle, and they said, we're going to play Windows. Did exactly that. The Solus on the bottom floor, Ambi presents a bit of a challenge, but we see that play coming in from Benja, disrupting that verticality. Ambi thinks he's got the denial. He actually saw the head there. Second guesses himself a little bit, uses the gadget to just double check where that plant's going down, and that's all the time that Benja needs to shut him down. SE now in a dominating position, and they are on the verge of winning their 10th map in a row against the Rebellion.
Canadian always seems to struggle against his former teams, whether it be Dark Zero, Space Station, whether it was that old EG core when he was on SSG way back in the day, or DZ when he was on SSG. I'm not sure what it is. Obviously, a terrific IPL, one of the best in the history of this game. If there is a proverbial Mount Rushmore in Siege, I don't think you can leave Canadian off of it. At the same time, there's something to be said about grudge matches and a long history of ownership. I mean, just look at the wildcard SSG matchup, for crying out loud here, Jesse. Like, some teams just have you on a shirt. That's it. There's nothing you can do. I mean, there's actually lots you could do, but I mean, I'm not smart enough to figure that one out.
Yeah, it's tough when you're going up against such great contenders like SSG, right? We're talking directly about this team in Toronto. That's annoying to play against. Being even more of that, Blaz been used exceptionally well by Ashton all night long, and he's tried to first once again take down his fellow entry player on the other side. Cleans up Andy, who's playing the Orc here in round number 11. Two players I was really excited to see go head-to-head with one another. Ambi and Ashen, just 6 months apart in age. They joined the league both when they turned 18 years old. They play the same role. They've got similar names. Both incredibly talented young gunners as well for both their squads. But today it feels like Ashen's been just a tad better.
I have to look at the numbers before the rehost as well. J90 and Benjamaster both sitting at 10 kills in total. Add Ashen's impressive tally to the list. He's up to 9 total. As you can see in the bottom here. Losing Ambi early is devastating. He was 8-1 at some point. So 4 rounds now in a row with nothing contributed other than a death on his team. Ambi doesn't usually play strong util ops. We did see him on the Solus, but on this Oryx, his utility is going to come from map control and the unpredictability that comes with the fastest op in the game. He will be no more, and that might be it for Ambi on Chalet if SSG can find the next 4 kills.
SR have decided to concede this top floor, and with the operator lineup they've brought, they kind of have no other choice. They do have players in the basement. Canadians lurking around West Main, hoping to get a flank. He needs to time this correctly. The site players of Surf, as well as Rexton, will have to hold off this advance while Canadian starts to make his move.
Ashen has 4 first bloods, by the way, and the last 3 rounds, he's cracked open this offense, and with it, SSG is doing an excellent job of converting these first picks. You have to be a little bit worried about the mid-round. We are soon eclipsing that, heading into the end of this round. Final moments with 40 seconds still left on the clock, and there is some good hesitation here from Space Station. They don't seem to have the control that they want. They managed to net Spoit. They're very worried about this main lobby and the retake from the stairs. Canadian and Surf will have to do all this together. It's all up to the team captain. SSG have their shovels out, and Canadian gets buried in the frozen dirt of Chalet. Map 1 goes to Space Station.
The ownership continues. Space Station looking fiery as ever. It gets even for most of the map, but right at the end, they take the lead. Those attacks look so good, Parker. The offensive prowess from Space Station Gaming is so difficult to go up against. The analyst said it on a map like Chalet, it's always going to be tricky, and this time the astronauts just a little bit better than SR.
I mean, Fultz, his overlying numbers, terrible. But guess what? It does not matter because everybody else on that team was explosive. We've got at least 1 more map left. Will SSG pull ahead and become the NA League champions? We'll be back in a few minutes.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
Two on me bar. Short. And stock.
Stock lit.
Stock.
Stock
Short last.
Cap cans. No!
Fucking
Let's go!
Good fucking shit.
So, Ashen, do me a favor and run me through what you guys have to do to make sure that long tech pauses don't wreck your mental in situations like that. Is there any technique that you're able to do to make sure that you still stay in the zone when you have to wait a long time to get back into a game?
Honestly, just being goofballs and just laughing at random stuff. Because, like, I mean, you probably could have heard us, like, the stuff we were saying. Like, you probably have no clue what that means or anything. So, you know, we're just cool, fun environment with each other. You just got to stay level-headed. So it's not that deep, you know?
Fair play. A best of five would have been a different situation for a grand final, only having to worry about 3 maps. Is there anything about your situation that now changes, knowing you only have 1 more map left to play and it's not as much of a marathon as a best of 5 might have been?
Was it a best of 5 to begin with?
I actually don't remember this point.
I mean, I got my Ghost energy drink. I'll be fine. You know, we all got our caffeine in us. We're just gonna keep it simple, stick to the game plan. We have these guys read like a book, so we just gotta keep it going.
General sentiment about how you guys played after the first map?
I mean, towards the end of that attack half, we really just kept it simple, trusted our eyes. We just saw what we need to on the drones, and then we made the right adaptations, flips, all that. So we just got to keep hammering that into map 2, and then we'll be looking good.
All right, good stuff. Good luck at map 2.
Well, in a marathon of a map 1, SSG come out on top and set the tone early, 7-4, as they close it out to start things off. Laxing, this was initially a bit back and forth, neither team able to get more than a 1-round lead, but once that attacking half started to settle in, SSG started to set the pace, it really just kind of fell into their favor.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, round 9 was the one convincing round where you really saw SSG take hold of the entire round as a whole. It was the opening round from Ashen to be able to use that smoke, open up that top floor, and then they just would immediately put the clamps on SR in their defense. And then it was through and through. I mean, even at the end of that round 9, we would see that team kill when the time dwindled down. And we talk about mentality. We talk about even what Ashen was saying with being goofballs. That is something that reinforces that mental and having a good time. And as me and Fox know, when you're having fun, you're laughing, no matter what the series is looking like, even it's stressful, if you can find a rhythm where you can laugh, you can find a space for that, that is only going to just bring more success round after round. And that's clearly what we saw immediately after that. 4 rounds in a row, very convincing round to shut out the series. But I do want to highlight SR. I am actually really happy with their performance. Yeah, it's unfortunate they did lose, but they were keeping it very neck and neck. They were playing the trades very well. They were playing off of each other. Troy, I talked about, I want to see a little more unorthodox. He didn't rely on the shields. You know, we saw him switch to the Ying. We saw him play Zofia a couple rounds. He could have played the Blackbeard at any given moment, but he was allowing himself to just play a different, unique operator, to just be more in depth, be more in the fight, and he was on the leaderboards. And this is something that I still want to highlight because we were going to see Troy get many frags, and all of them were all relatively close on the stat side. They just couldn't get over the edge, and that's typically where SSG finds themselves.
Fox, our players are almost ready to go, so I want to pivot to SSG for a moment because they obviously looked good in setting the pace, getting those opening kills. Is that something that you expect them to continue heading into map 2?
Absolutely. I think the maps just favor their fast and sporadic playstyle because it's so difficult on a small map with a bunch of rats scurrying around to IGL if you're Canadian to be able to pinpoint what's going wrong. And especially with going into Border, that's going to be even the same issue because Chalet and Border are equally a small map. So I can't imagine SSG is going to take their foot off the gas. It's SR's game to lose at the end of the day, but they did not play bad, like Lax said. They just need to make sure that they can as quickly respond to SSG.
All right, well, our players are ready. We're ready. Our casters are getting ready as well. So the final order of business, Shopify Rebellion, we need to see them get ready. They need to win here on map 2 in order to send us to that finale. Parker?
This is the worst day of my life. I don't even know what to say. What am I? Like, what the hell am I? Am I the Lorax? Am I like...
You're a fantasy loser, that's for sure, Parker.
I'm a loser, that's for sure.
I think you look fantastic here for the finals. What is potentially the final map to be played in the North America League 2025 season. Shopify Rebellion on the ropes after SSG stole their first map pick of Chalet. Now they get to come into Border, a map they have a 6-2 record on this season. SR, they are in trouble.
I kind of want to leave it on for like the rest of the cast.
Do you like how it feels, or?
No, not at all. And I just ripped out a bunch of eyebrows taking these things off. Like, I I don't even know what to say. I guess damn you all to hell for doing this, but I guess it's my fault for finishing in dead last, so.
Araban coming in. Ashen was dominating on the glass back on Chalet, and it is immediately taken out on Border. Parker, I gotta say, Border allows probably the most flexibility in the operator bands of any map that we have in the pool. Gets paired with a Ying to come out from Shopify Rebellion. I think a bit of respect being shown. Even if they say it's not an Araban, I mean, why not? Take it away. These can be very powerful tools for Space Station Gaming.
It's not a bad photo of me. It's really not a bad look for me. I think I could rock with it.
I think you could roll up to SI in that, and nobody would like really say anything.
All I hope is that the chat enjoyed it. That's really all I can say. Somebody said I look like a Heimerdinger. I also kind of look like, what's his name? Dr. Robotnik from Sonic?
Yep, Dr. Eggman.
The funny thing is that Jesse and I, for the past 4 years, have been in a fantasy hockey league. Flynn is in it as well. Stokes is in it too. And then a bunch of my like real life friends. Brimstone, former T2 host and very briefly T1 host for the NALCQs, also in it. Jesse has beat me every single year in it. And it is awful. And yet again, another fantasy league, Jesse has defeated me one more time. And
I wasn't even playing this one.
You were the commissioner. I have no doubt you sabotaged me. You drafted my team.
All right, listen, your team got auto-drafted because you didn't show up to the draft. Whose fault is that?
Commissioners for setting a stupid time for the draft. What do I do with all this stuff? Do I keep it? Like, I don't have any need for this stuff.
It's yours
now,
now,
a hat
Parker.
with a giraffe on it, Jesse.
It's a good hat.
Barely fits my giant head.
Ashen
I hope people learn from my mistakes here.
Where
This
he's
might be a
about to
quick
take
one,
on
Jesse.
Canadian. Here we go.
Down goes Canadian at the hands of Benjamaster. A big bounce back is needed from SR here after losing their own map. Can it happen on Border?
Canadian loves playing that East Stairs position. He's played it all season long, but unfortunately can't stall out here on the smoke. Spoit takes some early damage as well as SSG take this East Stairs control. There's still going to be players over towards Break Room. That's where Ambi and Spoit have started to make their duo shit, but Surf will fall to Newers as the next one to go down instead.
This is not going very well for SR at all, but hold on a second. They're closing the gap right before SSG finds their own footing, and it's J90 and Benja combining for 3 kills. Rexon topples Newers, has one more lined up, but he misses the shots on the buck of Benja. SSG takes round 1.
It was a great comment from Ashen between maps when he talked to Caliber Jacob, and he said the one thing that we were able to do late on Chalet was just keep our attacks simple. I thought we saw that again here in round number 1 on Border. It's nothing revolutionary. We're just bringing a Blackbeard to take East Stairs over, and then we move west throughout the map, taking office control, having a bit of a pinch player coming in through on the CC side. Really basic stuff from SSG, but it's stuff that they do extremely well. Border is one of those maps, Parker, where you can't overcomplicate things. It's going to come down to your entries. It's going to come down to your gunfights. There's a big reason why Space Station Gaming wanted to come to a map like this. That's their bread and butter. They love to get into these gunfights with relatively even situations. So something that SR have to be ready for. I'm sure they were expecting it. They move off a top floor bomb site and go down below to Ventilation Workshop. When you're playing on this defensive side, you have to be able to get rounds on the board early. They needed to do that, I think, in this next round or the one after. Otherwise, it could just be an SSG snowball.
I've done a lot of silly things. I've never worn a giraffe hat before on stream. I did chug an entire glass of soy milk after SSG won. I think it was the LCQs. I think it was when Bosco was on the team. It was right before they won SI 2020. If memory serves correctly, that was when Bosco was the gatekeeper. And I said I would chug an entire glass of milk on stream. I got back to my apartment in Poland, and I realized that the milk that I had expired the day prior, and the only thing I had was soy milk because apparently it never expires. I bought the soy milk because I can't read Polish. I thought it was normal milk. I had to chug an entire glass of soy milk thanks to SSG, and now here we are again with me in outrageous costume while SSG is playing. I don't know what it is with this team, Jesse.
They have a certain aura about them, Space Station Gaming. It's one that many love, many hate. Polarizing team in many senses, but They bring the drama, and that's all I really care about, Parker. They bring the energy.
They do bring the energy, that's for sure. They seem very fired up. They've been on a terrific run so far, very narrowly losing the Stage 2 finals, winning Stage 1 finals, and are now poised to take it here in the grand finals. They've taken round number 1 of their own map, stealing SR's map 7-4. Is quite the tally, and SR had some issues. They were caught flat-footed quite a bit. SSG's fraggers are fragging, and that is a scary, scary thing.
Oh.
Trying to figure out what happened there.
I have no idea. Did he impact himself?
I have to imagine. What a befuddling round. Very, very puzzling. Canadian goes down at the hands of Ashen, Rexon, and Surf. Last alive with a minute 20 still on the board. A devastating set of rounds now for Shopify Rebellion, as round number 1 did not go well. Round 2 looks even worse. Still got a lot of utility on the side of Space Station, and they've got plenty of time to work through this. I will say the 5v3 to the 5v2 is the most dangerous lead in Siege. This is when you'll see the defenders get quite active. Surf understands the mission. Nitro Cell goes out. The Blackbeard dances around him, and it is played perfectly by Space Station as they pick up their second flawless round of this series.
It took 3 rounds for the TAC timeout to come from Super in map number 1. It could come even quicker if he's not liking what he saw from those first 2 rounds. Quite dominant to start here for Space Station Gaming, and indeed, feels like this game is starting to get a little out of control. Here comes the TAC timeout from Shopify now, deciding it is time. I really don't know what went on with Ambi in the midst of that round. He was playing in ventilation. He tossed out an impact, but he was at 100% health when he tossed that out. Have to go back in the match replay and figure that one out, because it really did start to tilt the scales even farther in SR's favor after Spoit went down as the opening pick to a great shot from Fultz. Talked about how dangerous that 2v5 situation can be, and you're absolutely right, but I thought Ashen played it perfectly. As long as you have a shield up, you should be able to lock down those man count situations. Ashen really started playing the shield a lot more this season back at Reload, when he didn't really find a lot of success with them. They changed their system up a little bit going into Stage 1 after they started their season in Rio. Eventually, Ashen found his footing, and he never stopped playing these shields. Saw him playing a bit in map number 1. Now we're seeing it again in map number 2. I think you combine the aim that he brings to this team with the operator pool that he brings as well, and it just becomes such a scary thing to try to go up against.
I mean, this is a very early timeout, but it's in keeping with the same timing that a lot of teams will use for their very first and only tactical timeout, which is it comes before that 3rd operator ban kicks in. I mean, if you identify that there is some bleeding and you need to stop that bleeding as quickly as possible, now's the time to do it. See if you can right this ship, figure things out, and then lock in that 3rd ban to do maximum damage to your opponents. SR, so far through 2 rounds, is really struggling on Border with these defenses. Border is an unpredictable map. It is chaotic. It has lots of violence. There is tons of potential for gunplay. There is tons of potential for shooting and violence to unfold at any moment's notice. Lots of violence, violence, violence. That is the word to describe this map. And we have seen it so far through 2 rounds. Space Station, methodical with their clears, taking control of this top floor, using Fultz so well with the rest of the team around him to do cleanup. Very equal kills across the board, and now to potentially break the proverbial backs of the Rebellion, they're going to bring a Sens and an Amaru. This will be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, Canadian swapped over to the Clash, but playing East Stairs, he's not going to be involved with this rush when it comes through unless he can get back to site very quickly. The B's being used by Fultz. Benj is just going to be trying to get in with likely the shotgun to try to be a distraction. He wants to draw the attention from these defenders, get in with those kills. Same time, they're contesting with Ambi a little bit. The sole player on this mid floor. Unusual to see a roamer down below the site, and he causes a bit of pause before finally being cleared out by Benja.
First blood so far has been mighty good for this SSG team. It was relatively even through the halfway point of Chalet, but then it was Ashen off to the races. All 3 rounds here on Border. Opening bloods on, or first bloods and opening kills on the side of Space Station. So starting off each round on the right foot, but a trade from SR will keep this one close. That is good news for the Rebellion, and it's frankly very welcome. There hasn't been a lot of good news for this team so far on Border.
Spoit, one of the best security players in the world, playing it with his Aruni DMR, needs to be big now as he's tracked by the Deimos, and Ashen starts to make ways his direction as well. Canadian moves over to support on the Clash, but all eyes are on Spoit.
Down goes Spoit. We said all eyes on him. All you need is 2 in the skulls of Newers. Watching in this angle and now softening up that door frame too. Surf is in a strong position by Metal Detector, but one move and he's going to take some damage, and there it is. Not enough to kill him, but you've at least removed some of that offensive threat. J9O is waiting for an opportunity now as he sees the Clash of Canadian maneuver by. Surf goes down. I don't know if they've got the read on that. Surf might be retrievable. This is a rough spot for SR yet again, Jesse.
I think Canadian's going to try to go for it. Rexon's just watching his back, making sure nobody can push in through offices. Surf bleeding out in front of him, and he sees 2 on the side of Rexon, so he's got to act fast.
Rexon with a 2-piece. Ashen and Fultz pulverized. Surf still bleeding out. Rexon on borrowed time on a single point of HP. Good guns in the hands of Newers and J9O. Still a very winnable round for SSG. It all comes down to the Clash of Canadian. In between the 2 bomb sites. Out goes the ROU projector. J9O will conceal Canadian's movement and his own. Canadian has to play off of these red pings. Newers the distraction as J9O gets the defuse kit to the halfway point. A perfect opportunity for Surf to get back up off the ground. Newers will take matters into his own hands right as the shield comes out from Canadian. We'll have to dance through this time. Surf makes his presence known, immediately shredding one. J9O, last man standing. Excellent in the clutch. One of the most underrated players in North America that's put all of these teams on notice. He's just waiting for Surf. 417 in hand, this gun does so much damage. He cannot allow Canadian to slip through the cracks, and Surf will drown J9O to give SR a much-needed round.
J9O's clutch ability is unbelievable, but Surf's is as well. He's had his fair share of late round moments, and he teams up with the support duo of Canadian in that round, Parker, to lock down that win. A desperation win coming through from the Rebellion. After their tack timeout, they couldn't afford to lose that round. They managed to get it on the board. It's not pretty, it's not clean. It goes a little awry to start things off with the opening duel favoring SSG, but they stick together. They don't over-panic. Canadian spends a lot of time debating whether he needs to pick up Surf or not, eventually commits to it, and it is the right call. They'll ban out his Clash. They don't want to let him play in that situation once again, but a good round for Shopify Rebellion to stop the bleeding.
What an incredible match this has been, despite the scoreline being a bit lopsided for Space Station and their fans. You have to expect these 2 teams to come to blows, and that is exactly what is happening. The shrewd move from Canadian with the timer running out to get Surf back from the dead, and the Phantom will come back to haunt them. J9O got the down. There was no secure to be had. Newers charging in instead of holding that security side, awaiting the cross. They often call that cut, where you stand posted up and you grab a player as they try to rotate between sites or between certain parts of the map that you're watching. Newers was not able to get it done. Surf is an incredible player with great mechanical ability and an ever-growing game sense. He is a force of nature for this SR team, and when he is on, there are few players who can stand against him. He put teams on notice with that round, and SR gets a much-needed victory, but that's still a really close round, and one that doesn't inspire as much confidence as you'd hope for if you want SR to win this game outright.
Yeah, don't forget, they lost map 1, so it's still a large mountain to climb up against SSG, but it gives them a bit of life here on Border. Canadian plays East Stairs once again. I love this Denari setup. This was something that was first brought out by some of the Brazilian teams to hold this part of the map, because we started seeing a lot of these smoke and a zombie bans, making it harder to play this position. With the shield, Denari can do a lot of good work to stall players out from this spot. Canadian can still play aggressive with the Scorpion as well, hold at close angles on the door or maybe farther angles on the window. It's given a bit of pause to SSG, who looks like they wanted to go that side of the map, but now are adjusting their aim elsewhere. Benja droning in through Workshop finds that it's been completely abandoned by Shopify Rebellion. A couple players still working on the top floor, but it's mostly going to be this bottom floor pressure that starts things off for SSG.
What an angle being held by Benja, reflexively expecting a follow-up on main stairs. Not a bad thought. He walks away wounded. Damage has been done to Spoit. Spoit having a bit of a slow day so far, but plenty of time for him to turn on the Jets. You know that Spoit is only a good round away from being back in the game. You can never count him out. Benja shooting through the floor, missing another opportunity. It's a good spot for Benja to play in, and right now it's a very powerful position that SR can ignore, but don't really have an answer to directly confront him. I think that might be the play.
Spoit in security is going to be the target once again. They're looking to clear him out of this spot. Fault wanted to jump in security, but with the smoke going down, it doesn't look like he had the confidence, and Ambi actually the first one to fall. Spoit trades back onto Ashen, making it 4v4.
Another first blood for Ashen. J90 will hop on the board as well as down goes Rexon. Those DMRs are oh so strong. J90 will find a second. Surf and Spoit now on the run. Different parts of the map. Close enough to the bomb site. Surf within arm's reach. Spoit holding a powerful position upstairs in break room, and he will likely go the same route that we saw Surf, just on the different floor. Surf on the main floor. Spoit above, diffuser going down. Foltz at the halfway point. Surf making his presence known. Newer shuts him down, and it's all up to Spoit, who'd found a single kill in this position. He will have to grow that number. Miles away from the defuse kit, Jesse. Dangerous position for him to be in when he goes to drop. The shield of Foltz will encroach upon his spot. Spoit watching. I guess the limb damage changes haven't gone live technically, and well, it makes it a little bit harder to kill the shields. Foltz will take full advantage of that. He gets the exit frag, and the lead goes back to 2 rounds as it's 3-1 for Space Station.
Just not a winnable spot for Spoit. Unfortunately, the round was cracked wide open by J90. We were very focused on the security side of that execute, and rightfully so. That's where most of SSG were positioning themselves. But while all that was going on, J90 sneaks into Archives. He works a pick onto Rexon, backs off, goes over towards the office side, and then also manages to work a pick onto Canadian. All by himself, solo lurking on the other side of the map. He's the one that gets that advantage and throws it in the hands of SSG. The security players, they trade 1 for 1. That goes okay for Space Station as well, but it's really Jack Bricard, J90, who steps up and makes the game-winning play, the round-winning play for SSG to give him this 3-1 lead.
SSG playing on SR's map, likely starting on the side they vastly prefer over the Rebellion, so expect SSG to do better on this first half, as they're a very frag-heavy team. We saw that on Chalet, and that fragging has carried over here now to map number 2. If you are hot and your guns are hot, Border is a great map for you. Again, violence is the name of the game when it comes to this map, often referred to by certain pros as Hell in a Cell, Chaos, etc. And that's what we've seen, action breaking out all over Border. Lots of soft walls, lots of vertical destruction. You can go for very linear takes, you can go for the full clear. Bomb site rotation is really up to the discretion of these teams. We're seeing a supply defense right now, which is very, very bizarre. You don't tend to see this bomb site all that often on the map. The main focus and point of contention will be on Jail. Canadian's Nitro Cell misses by a hair, and now Jail opened up. That will be clear passage for Space Station.
Shopify Rebellion do favor this bomb site, Parker. This is their 7th time defending it this season, and they currently have a 4-2 record through their first 6 rounds. This is a cool strat with the Rara. They're gonna set down the doorway so that it opens up this wall for Newers. Now he can use it on the Rara gadget to open up the wall straight into Custom, but look at that play from Canadian. Ooh. He's gonna use the tuber out to open up the Rara door and cancel out that thermite charge. Beautiful utility play coming out from Shopify Rebellion to keep the most important wall on the map nice and closed.
Canadian redeems himself after the Nitro Cell failed to keep that Jail wall closed. Thermite only with 2 exothermic charges, because again, this is the old patch. Thermite, Hibana, Maverick, Ace, none of them have undergone the hard breach changes that we see on the live component. So if you're watching this and you're playing the game wondering, why does Thermite only have 2? What happened? It's because we're playing on the same patch that Stage 2 was played on. It's interesting to see the teams continue to use this and adapt to the changes after they've been scrimming on the live patch, getting ready for SI.
Important that SR can continue to stay alive on the top floor. This bomb site is impossible to hold if you don't maintain control up above. Ashen pressuring up above, but Spoit strikes first, taking him out and giving SR the lead.
First opening duel for SR, and they come in a flurry. SSG reduced to just Benjamaster. Shopify Rebellion closing this gap very quickly. Benj has been great so far today, but I just don't know if he's going to be able to overcome this SR wall. And no, he doesn't. Rexon in somewhat disbelief. Talking a bit of trash as the gap closes to 1 Chalet was very close in the first half before SSG ran away with it. Will the same thing befall one of these two teams here? One more round for SR to close that gap and send us to the second half of the 3-3 scoreline.
Good to see Shopify Rebellion getting the win on what is the least commonly played bomb site here on Border. They won early with the utility. This play was incredible from Canadian. We've seen this a few times at a pro level, but it's just levels on levels. The chess match, incredibly difficult to come up on top, but there's a reason why Canadians thought of as one of the smartest players in this matchup. It forced SSG to go to a backup plan. They kind of wanted to just hit that mid floor, maybe ignore the top floor a little bit, or at least work an advantage on that main floor before rotating up above. They weren't able to do that, so then they had to send all 5 players up to the top floor. The archives push, the office push, and the break room push all really fell apart for them. Shopify Rebellion, it's important that they do not get steamrolled in this first half. They got to choose what side they wanted to start on. They chose a defensive start side, and historically this season, this has been the better side for them on Border. They cannot afford to go down 5-1. That won't happen, but even a 4-2, Parker, would be a rough half to start on this map.
Oh, absolutely. The Rebellion are a team that can easily battle back. Their mental is very strong. They've got good players that at a moment's notice can turn on the Jets, not just Spoit, but the rest of the team as well. But against a well-oiled SSG squad that we are seeing, you cannot fall behind. This team has been so dominant here in the North American League playoffs through stage 1, through stage 2, now here in the grand finals as well. And you said it, 10 consecutive map victories over SR for this SSG team. That is an unbelievable streak that SR probably has in the back of their mind that they need to overcome, not just once, but twice, to claim the championship here in North America.
Benjo, one of the best vert players in the world, down below the site. He's had to duel with Ambi quite a bit in this position. That's why he's watching his back, making sure that there's nobody coming to flank him. Ambi's just playing the Vigil this time around, in towards break room, in towards the main hallway. Vault sees that East is clear. Canadian was holding this, but is now backed off to try to play closer with Ambi and the rest of his team. They get it down on default with that Boss G, and the impact should finish it off. Looks like it just missed, though. They could recover Fault if he can crawl away fast enough.
Saw how much that retrieval of Surf mattered in round number 3. Now they're able to get the team leader for SSG up off of the ground. Still 2 Selmas in pocket. Integral that you keep some hard breach available to pull off and execute. Ashen will be rocking the Blackbeard with that defuse kit in hand. Did that? That's devastating. That Selma just did not work. So there is a big part of that map that is now no longer accessible. That could be a huge difference maker for SSG.
Yeah, they got to pivot office side instead. This is where Ashen's trying to work towards now. There's nobody radio. There is one guy Fountain. Canadian playing that position now. They do have an angle with they can maybe get a drone in there, but it's not as large as they would have wanted to. Rexton with the TCSG playing a very dangerous spot with the second Selma opening it up. But what a shot!
Ooh. He almost gets taken out by a nade, Jesse, but is able to walk back. A damning first start, and Rexton will find a second for his trouble. Still in this position, they've been unable to flush him out of the spot. Another nade will go in. He backs away yet again. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, and nothing is working. Richie still got that TCSG in hand. Assessing the breach, assessing the window. Newer's using both of his smoke grenades. Finally, Ashen gets him. Those fire arrows from Newer's working out effectively. Still 2 smokes in pocket for Newer, so he can do some serious damage here. Ashen taking a beating, but the numbers favoring SR with 20 seconds left. Good guns in the hands of SSG, but they have to get to the bomb site and deliver the goods. Ashen understands that mission. Suddenly, SR's getting swept away. Newer's the only man standing to shut this down. They're hunting Ashen in this position. Blackbeard's shield goes up, a scramble on top of the case. Surf getting an ever closer. Newer's a factor elsewhere, likely having Canadians' attention. Newer's far enough back. Ashen takes matters into his own hands. This was looking mighty good for SR, and unless the captain can clutch himself, a 4-2 half for Space Station will be on the board. Ashen gets the job done. Blackhawk fan to Blackhawk fan, and it's Ashen with the final kill. 4-2 the first half for Ace SSG.
Oh, it doesn't get more devastating than that, Parker. SR had it in the palm of their hands. Rexton had done it. He got them the advantage. Shouldn't have gotten 1, let alone 2 kills playing close on the breached wall, the radio wall, but in the end, it's really Ashen who makes the play to save it. We continue to praise his shield play for how good he's been, recognizes that they're not going to be able to push him through Fountain, but why not just rotate Archives, get that plant down? Surf is inches away from denying that plant. He sprints through the smoke, but he's just a second too late. And then he's so good with the Blackbeard Parker. Ashen brings his gun up at the right moment, gets those last couple of kills when his team needs him to the most. I mean, a year ago, not even, we were talking about Ashen struggling in this role, but I just feel his development over the last 9 months or so has been incredible in this position. I really think Richie did so much to start this round for SR, but in the end, it doesn't matter if the rest of your team can't follow through.
I mean, it is a really tough bomb site to overcome when you've lost some control, right? That having that control of vents and that main doorway that you saw Ashen playing at is among the most powerful positions on any bomb site. You are trapped. All you can really do at that point, because the floor cannot be shot out for most of that part of the A bomb site, you are looking at a nitro cell over the wall to try and delodge whoever might be there, or dislodge whoever might be there, getting the defuse kit down, or you just simply need to hit your shots from inside of the B bomb site. That's really it for most of these teams. Once you've commandeered that first site, shaking you off, brutally difficult. SR was in a 4v2, and they saw how that bomb site works against them when they give up a tiny bit of control. SSG now 3 rounds away from the NA League Championship. They must be feeling pretty good about their odds.
4 years ago in Las Vegas, the Sonics became NAL champions, winning the NA Finals. We have not had an NA Finals since that event 4 years ago. The Sonics roster over time morphed and changed and now has become this Shopify Rebellion roster that we know today. Rexton and Super are really the only pieces that remain, but to repeat as NA champions is going to take quite a lot of grit at this point. They get to move to the attack. Some would tell you the favorable side on border, but it's not the side they chose to start on. This has to be where things turn around. This has to be where the guns come alive on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Spoit 2-6, Ambi 2-5. Your star players need to come alive right now.
Numbers have not been good for some of the fraggers on the side of SR. Now, obviously, there's still potentially more rounds to play here, so things could turn around, but Spoit is the lowest rated player on this SR team. He has a 9-16 through both maps. If that was Canadian, I'd be saying, that makes sense. But that's Spoit. 16 deaths is an almost unacceptable amount at this level. Spoit is having a really rough day against strong competition. Canadian has been dropped. Canadian's really Spoit's only competition at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, and that's understandable for Canadian on his role. The Glaza Surf taking some damage. He's usually a standout performer. He's gone quiet here on the second map as well. Nobody from SR really finding that 5th gear, or even a 6th gear if need be. Ambi will start things off by taking down Benjamaster, approaching that 90 portion of the map. And the damage that's been done to SR still allows those players to walk with guns in hand, so that is a good sign for the Rebellion.
I was asking for Spoit and Ambi to step up. Ambi gets the kill, and it's Spoit's flashbang that really allows it. So the 2-star players on the Rebellion do come alive in round 7. Plenty of work still to do. J90 holds down east. They have break control. They have security control on the side of SR, but that's not the bomb site. They still got to work their way in and try to find a pick, try to find a plant spot. 40 seconds to find it now.
I mean, the damage that's been done to SR will continue. They are just a single bullet away from being down to 3 players. Benja dying is obviously devastating, but you've still got some great guns in the hands of SSG. J90 is the next in the line of fire. 20 seconds remain with a 5v4. SSG could break the backs of the Rebellion here. Newers taking down Canadian. There goes full. Spoit traded out as well. Ashen is now on the board. Newers dies to the Glaz of Surf. Rexton retrieving the diffuser. 10 seconds left. Ashen getting back to the bomb site. He and J90 will have to shut this down. The Glaz of Surf has a window. He's doing great coverage, allowing Rexton to get to this position. J90 is there, but Rexton will pop off the diffuse kit and get the job done himself.
Another hero round from Richie, this time late enough to actually result in the round win. He has been fantastic on border, but it's a team effort. Surf providing excellent pressure with that Glaz, allows them to get into the spot to win that round. It's scrappy, it's messy, but Shopify Rebellion have started to mount their comeback. A good first round win on the attack.
I always say the comebacks start with a single round. The window is open for SR, but they don't have their timeout. Recall they took it at the tail end of round number 2, and they've won all 3 rounds since then. It was a 2-0 start for Space Station, so after the timeout, albeit with a side swap, SR does lead in rounds 1 after calling that tech timeout. 3-2. I guess the assumption is now that because it's their map, Shopify Rebellion will be on the favored side for the remainder of this second half. That obviously is great. But there's still some structural issues here that need to be addressed.
SSG's map pick, Parker, so they would be now on the favorable side in the second half here on border.
I stand corrected. I looked at the scoreboard up top for a brief moment. For a brief moment, I thought this was the other way. Nope, I forgot that SSG did steal the map away.
So it's even more dire for Shopify Rebellion. But their first attack was good, and ultimately it doesn't matter what the stats say, it doesn't matter what we'd expect based on the side swap. If Shopify Rebellion show up on their attack, then that is all that we're going to be talking about by the end of this game. Starting off 1-0 is strong on your offensive side, and we can see some good utility work coming through from the Rebellion as well. Andy collecting a lot of these Malusi Banshees, a lot of this utility down inside the site. Surf potential to hack something later on too, so a lot of these cameras that are placed around the map, the default cams being set up, could go the way of SR.
First blood's gonna go to Surf. He pays for it immediately with Ashen trading him out. What did we say? First bloods were so strong for SSG through the tail end of map 1, through the start of map number 2, but SR has struck first now twice. Allow Canadian back on this shield. Very limited kill impact for this particular map because that's the role he plays on. He needs to get the most out of these players. We did put some of these players under a microscope, and since then, they have all been flourishing. Spoit is the only player who's languishing on this SR team, and again, there is plenty of time for him to turn it around. We have seen in very tough environments him break double digits. It seems like that's a far cry from where he's at the moment. Only 2 kills through 7 rounds. He's going to be playing on that striker, so he's going to have plenty of secondary utility to assist with the execute.
Yeah, I liked his util play in round number 7, even though he didn't get a kill. Can have more opportunities to get that impact with the util. Still 3 of those throwables in pocket, but the top floor clear is really what we're focused on for Shopify Rebellion. Everybody is focused on this point. Canadian will be the front man. He's made his way into offices. There's nobody playing directly on the radio window, but if Rexon can open that up, maybe use a Selma to open things into archives as well, and that could really start to apply pressure to these top floor players. And as that happens, everybody falls off. It's only Newers who is stuck around top floor, and he is playing on a hatch.
Oh, Ashen gets shut down. Benja trades him right out. Benja's the player that I think SR needs to fear the most. This Solus off-site waiting for the defuse kit to be shepherded in the hands of Canadian with Spoit and Rexon there as a supporting cast. But he'll have a vantage point, a good one at that, and information to play off of. Rexon with top floor control now, trying to hunt somebody down over towards bathroom. Time running out on the ability to pull off and execute. Spoit and Canadian both taking damage. How does this happen? How does J9O go undroned in this position? Being watched by Rexon, he pops up. Jack has his hands full, getting out of the way, but everybody else on the team comes alive. SSG answers SR's round win back with a victory of their own and get ever closer to the fabled championship just feet away.
J9O, you dirty, disgusting rat. He recognized that the time was low, Parker. He recognized that Shopify Rebellion would not have the ability to clear all their angles, to drone everything, to check everything. They spent too long taking that top floor. He is rewarded with the back of a Monty. There's nothing better to see when you're playing that style of siege. J9O, such an incredibly smart player. Got an ace clutch to get Space Station to these grand finals, has played exceptionally through both maps 1 and 2 so far, and SSG 2 rounds away from being NAL champions.
Really just an incredible run here by this team of Space Station. International success might have eluded them this year, but domestically they have been a cut above. It's stiff competition in the NA League. You know, there was quite a disparity from the top to the bottom. There were 2 teams in the NA League all season that just really struggled, and it did allow the top teams to kind of stretch their legs. But that logjam that we saw at the top, being passed around from M80 to SSG to SR to OXG, at times even DZ in the running, there were excellent teams at the top. Envy looked like a world beater for a period of time there until they fell back to earth. Cloud9 had some good looks, and we're ignoring Wildcard, who finished in the top 4 at Munich and at Reload. NA is a much deeper region interregionally, domestically. Sure, M80 might have been the kings when it comes to international play, but it's a real dogfight when you get into North America playing against other North American teams. If you're hoping for an SR comeback, the odds just got a little bit worse. Benjamaster, the very first kill. Down goes Surf. That's your primary hard breacher. The only hard breach gadget that you see on the board is gone. That's going to make things mighty challenging for the Rebellion.
Yeah, kind of entering down below. He was kind of really Shopify Rebellion. Just on place, on colors. Depending on how they set up that bathroom wall, that ace is important to try to. Faults on East Stairs playing the Stenari setup, very similar to what we saw from Canadian a few rounds ago. Teamed up with Newers playing Break Room. He gets droned out and has to take a bit more of a passive stance back behind the desk. SR are looking for a way to crack this defense open, but they haven't found it yet, Parker.
I mean, you're going to have to get a bit desperate here, aren't you?
Yeah.
They've called their timeout. What are they able to do at this point in time? The only ability for them to talk to their coach, if Super could even diagnose the issue at this point in time, is hope that SSG calls theirs. But why bother giving your opponent an opportunity to get back into this match?
I mean, they just threw most of their flashbangs. They just used a logic bomb, and what has resulted from it, Parker? Not a single kill. Ambi finds one into J9O. That could be the tipping point inside of Ventilation.
You can hear Benjamaster's MP7 doing some serious damage. The Swede toppled by the Dane. Benjamaster with a huge end of round moment, and it's championship point for Space Station.
The 6th Invitational MVP is looking back in prime form. This guy posted 31 kills in the upper bracket final versus M80, the MVP on maps 2 and 3. Chalet was an exceptional map for him as well. He started off 7-1 on that map, and now here to end out things on Border. He has been pushing this team, pushing Space Station closer towards a championship. Shopify Rebellion will have to go back to back to back, flawless through the 4th quarter. Otherwise, this will be a finished game, and Space Station Gaming will be closing things out 2-0. An 11th map win in a row against the Rebellion. It is rare to see domination like that.
Inches for our North Americans who don't use the Imperial system. Many centimeters from the trophy. SSG can feel it. They can see it. They want to end the year on a high note. Space Station won the U.S. Nationals 6 years ago, if you will recall, also in Las Vegas. Albeit with a different team, they hoisted that U.S. Nationals trophy, or it was the U.S. Division. I think it was technically the U.S. Nationals was the name of it, but we had a brief period of time where we named everything kind of similar. It was right after Troy had actually been picked up on the team. They won the U.S. Nationals in 2019, then went on to win SI just a few months later. And it was the start of an upward trajectory for a team that was ultimately cut short by lockdowns that threw our entire global circuit into turmoil for a number of years. It's a bit of a shame when you look back and think of what could have been of that SSG roster or even that NIP roster from an international perspective. But I mean, hey, SSG showing their prowess here domestically in Philadelphia on the eastern seaboard. It's mighty cold out there, but these players, hot as hell right now, and Space Station is 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from being NA champions.
Don't count out SR yet, though, Parker. Some good information to start this round. Surf manages to catch Newers on a drone. Interesting shield outside the building, too. Gives a little bit of pause to Canadian, but this security position still becomes very tough to push through. Fault is able to play out on this balcony without fear of being punished, running around on this clash, being very mobile on what is usually a stationary operator. Break room seems to be the focus for Shopify Rebellion. This could make or break the game.
Benja, first line of defense, activating those smart goggles, trying to see through the smoke that's been dispensed by this SR roster. Canadian using both of his on the blitz, and it might have all been for naught, as we now see this SR team completely abandoning the position and circling around the map. They gambled. Ultimately, it did not pay off. They've got good intel still, and if they go for a and execute. Oh my, they might be able to catch them off guard. Canadian off to the races. Gambling his luck, caught in the crossfire. The Dana Benja is there. Nitro Cell goes out. Ambi taking some damage. Ashen dies. A swing from Benja. He collects a second. J90 on the board as well. They are falling by the wayside, but Spoit has his number. J90 dies. Fultz as well, and into a 2v2 we go. Diffuser surrendered. Rexon reads Benja like a book. And Newers, the newest member of this SSG team, will have to clutch out. He takes down Spoit. Next up is Rexon. Far enough back with over a minute to go. Jesse, this is for the championship, for all the marbles. Incredible gun in the hands of Newers, and he just misses the head of Rexon. Both of these players on double digits. Newers playing with him, flirting with disaster, and Rexon pulls it off to prolong this match. My God.
Oh, the top frag for Shopify Rebellion holds it down once again. Rexon has been the lifeblood of this team this whole map, and he's managing to pull them through, keep them alive for one more round, give them another chance to pull this game back. Spoit finally coming alive in that one too. It looked like the Scandinavian players were starting to take over. Benja, another massive round for SSG, but gets shut down in the midpoint by Rexon. Spoit a couple of monster kills to give Rexon that opportunity in the 1v1. Nice nitro from Newers to get himself back up to double digits as well on this map, but in the end, the long angle favors the AK, and Rexon comes out on top. 12-7 here on this map, despite being down by 2 rounds. He's really been carrying, dragging this team through border, but that might be enough. 2 more rounds will let us know.
A Herculean effort by Rexon. Was it Sisyphus who was told that he had to roll the boulder up the hill for the rest of his life? I feel like that's Rexon at this current point in time.
Yeah. I believe Sisyphus is Richie's
I'm old
middle
enough
name.
to have been there when that happened, by the way.
Were you good pals with Sisyphus?
I was good pals with the boulder.
Ah, okay. Tough spot to be.
Yes.
Nobody talks about how rough that was for the boulder.
I know. Think about it. You're just a happy rock. And now you got to be rolled up a hill for the rest of your life.
Well, it's a good thing Rexon will be used to pushing things uphill, because this game does not get any simpler. Space Station remain on series point, on championship point. They've got a strong setup here. Bomb sites ventilation workshop. J90 locking down east with the Stenari setup that we've seen both teams use so far in this game. Canadian on the Monty and Rexon back on the ace. These are the similar operators that we've seen from Shopify Rebellion all game long. Game plan's going to be the same as it always is. Push through this top floor, clear out break room, clear out opposites, clear out east. Who's going to be the one to break first on Space Station? Who's going to give themselves up to give that man advantage away? Or can they strike back and get this man advantage, which they've been quite effective at claiming so far this match?
If this goes to overtime, you're going to have to think Newers is going to want that one shot back that must have grazed the head of Rexon. Not landing on target, but boy, that could have been it right there. One round at a time, though, for both of these teams. Canadian on the shield, the Monty breathing down the neck of Ashen inside of security. That Denari setup will give the Monty some pause as Newers now comes in for the assist, hoping to catch the Monty staring at the door. You've also got Benjamaster down below. 3 players all looking to climb this mountain that Canadian has presented. Ambi hoping to catch them off guard now as he sweeps his way up through the corridor, taking out the 90 cam and sets his sights on the office side. Spoit grabs Ashen, taking some damage in the process. Now Rexon pulverizing Fultz. If things go bad in a hurry for Space Station, this might allow a timeout to go. And again, SR would speak to their coach. 1 minute to go in a very pivotal round for both teams.
The air's thick with tension, Parker. SSG can't find a foothold, but here's a kill. Goes back, gifted to SSG as Spoit team kills Canadian. That's the Monty off the board with less than 60 seconds to go. SSG are still in the disadvantage, but they've got the site control. They've got everybody down below. And Benja, Newers, J90, these are the 3 players who have been explosive on border today. With top floor advantage, SR need to keep working these picks. Here comes the Deimos.
I just don't see how you do this if you're SSG. You lose Newers, you had the Deimos track coming in. Benja trying to escape to the A-bomb site. He manages to do so. His Surf takes away some of the wall. Right now, the spread for the Rebellion, all upstairs. They're starting to drop to get to the bomb site, but they need to get the diffuser in. Rexon picking up the case. He's been great in his position. J90 taking out that fire extinguisher, smoke to conceal the advance. Benja and J90 both there. Oh my goodness. Spoit puts J90 in the ground, and Benja has to clutch up against Surf, running out of time. Surf does not have the kit. It will be a 1v1, a fight to the death, the blood sport in front of our eyes. Benja dancing around it and will win on time alone. Space Station win the North America League, and they are North American champions.
Benja steps up again and again and again and again. What a map, what a tournament to come through in Philly from the young Dane on Space Station. How good is that gotta feel? SSG remains dominant over their old rivals. Shopify Rebellion cannot muster a map. They cannot complete the comeback. SSG, North America League champions for the first time in years, Parker.
My, what an incredible team this SSG squad is. No real weaknesses shown in this series, but I mean, kudos to SR and to M80. All three of the finalists that played in Philadelphia had a very, very credible spot at winning this. And ultimately it ends up being SSG, and they dominate. They dominated M80, they dominated SR, and really there should be no doubt. Other than that slight hiccup in stage 2 against M80, it has been SSG winning it all. And well, enough from us. Let's hear from the champions down on stage.
At long last, it's finally happened. Philadelphia, give it up for your new NAL champions, SSG. Fultz, it's been a bit of an up and down year. You won the playoffs of stage 1, so you got to claim that at the beginning of the year. How sweet now does it feel for you to finally get a land victory under your belt before the end of 2025?
Yeah, it feels great. It's a great way to end the year, and I'm really just happy for my guys on the team. I feel like today, everybody was really just doing their job. Yeah.
If you had to characterize it, how difficult do you think that this year has been overall? To start off the stage at the very beginning with a win in stage 1 obviously has to feel good, but in stage 2 it felt like things got a lot more competitive. What did you guys do to make sure that you always stayed in it?
I think it goes back to our coaching staff. We have a fantastic coaching staff. Anytime we start to get off the rails, we kind of debrief after the event, identify what's going wrong, and our coaches always have the info on that, and then we were able to relay that as players and pick it up.
You guys already knew coming into this, your ticket to Paris is punched. You don't have to worry about the stress that might come from thinking you have to use this event to qualify. So when you came in, was it more of a casual atmosphere, or did you still want to come in to make sure you gave it your best?
Yeah, anytime you get LAN experience or an experience where you're playing an official match, it's a great experience to just learn and improve, and that's really what we're looking for going into SI.
The floor is yours, my man. Is there anything you'd like to say to the world and to our crowd in Philadelphia before we let you guys raise this sucker?
I appreciate the crowd. Even though it's not super big, you guys are loud, so I appreciate that. Yeah. And as well, shout out to all the family members that came out and supported, including my own. It means a lot, and I know how difficult that is for schedules and stuff for families to make that work. So it's really cool to see everyone here.
One more time for Space Station. You guys ready to see him lift this sucker? Philadelphia, give it to me one more time for your 2025 NAL champions, Space Station Gaming! Space Station are victorious in Philadelphia. For the broadcast, there's still one more desk to break everything down. We'll be right back after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Philadelphia, I'm not done with you yet.
Cage. He has cage for you, Jack.
That's
AJ,
fine.
that's
One
cage.
more. Blue desk. Nice.
Good
One
job.
blue desk. Blue desk in front door, I think. Vent.
Yeah, vent.
Nice front. Let's go.
In on you. Left. Yeah! Oh my god! How you what?
SSG, your North American regional champs. It was a hard-fought bracket, but they clearly were the best team here this weekend. They clearly were the best team throughout this entire thing. Didn't have to go to the lower bracket. They fought it out, made it work, and look at that. A clean 2-0 against Shopify Rebellion to win it.
And we talked about it before we got into the game. The maps just looked so good for SSG, specifically with how aggressive that they've been playing recently, to just be able to feed them arguably the best 2 maps to get aggressive, get loose. And there was no real way for SR to be able to adapt fast enough to jump on it. It was well deserved from SSG. I know at the end of the day, it's not a major tournament. It's not where they want to be, but it is a good stepping stone, and it is something that proves the work that they've been putting in has earned a little bit of success.
Absolutely, and I also want to highlight Benja. You know, we haven't been able to focus on him too much throughout this entire year. Him trying to find his footing, trying to find that security within his roles. And we heard from Foltz off screen saying when we see Benja start to be able to thrive, we aren't taking him off that position anymore. We're going to allow him to play into his strengths. And throughout this entire series, I believe Benja really has truly found his home here at SSG, just in terms of the play style that he is bringing on that utility, being able to open up these runs. Even in that last run, I mean, to play that time, to close out the series the way that he did, to even play the refrag back and forth, I mean, Benja really was a highlight reel throughout this series.
It felt like there were moments where Shopify Rebellion almost built some momentum. I'm thinking back to that Canadian Surf kind of duo clutch earlier on that second map, but it just wasn't enough, Fox. They just weren't able to build enough momentum to get into that position we know they can be in to mount a comeback.
I still think if you're SR, there's a lot of positives to take away.
Sure,
I mean, they played way better strategically. I felt like Canadians IGLing was very good in this tournament so far. So at the end of the day, you aren't going to be happy, but you can't be too upset if you are SR. There is a lot of improvement, and they did put up a really good fight. I really believe the maps were just not stacked in their favor against an SSG that has been playing so hot. So, you know, they gave all the cards to SSG. It's not SR's fault, but there's good takeaways going into Invite.
And Lax, this was just a stepping stone for a lot of these teams for the 6th Invitational, right? Still a couple of months away, and it's going to be on that new season. But always good to test your mettle in a LAN environment, make sure things are going well, trying new stuff out just to make sure the chemistry's there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and for one side, for SSG, you had a horrible Munich performance. You came into this event very hungry, clearly displayed it with each and every single matchup. Now the grand final winners. Congrats to them. But even for the side for SR, also a terrible Munich performance. Had a huge resurgence in terms of almost being knocked out very early on, beating one team right after the other, all the way to get to this grand final to fight here and really fight tooth and nail. It's not like they just fell over and died. We saw big clutch moments where, I mean, even in that round two, where we saw Troy with that clutch, I mean, just trying to bring that momentum, show the resilience. That is the recipe for success, especially when you're going to be going into this new patch. You're going to be scrimming all the way up until SI. It's going to be very important to come out the gate swinging the second we get into SI.
Yeah, you take every single game day rep you can get in a match, very intense atmosphere. We'll give you a final look at how the bracket ended up shaping up. We started a couple of weeks ago, as we said, and here we are today in Philly with our grand final now concluded. Space Station, a clean upper bracket run. They dropped one map to M80, but that was it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, best 3 NA representatives to be able to come to Philly.
Absolutely.
And to say the least, SSG absolutely deserved it with how they dominated the bracket game after game. They just didn't look like anything was stopping them. And now here's the matter of the high highs that SSG
I didn't want to
reaching.
mention this because I wanted to just continue on a high note.
We want to be able
with
to
them.
see the consistency all the way through, and hopefully lifting this trophy will be the motivation that they need to continue this reign going into Invite. We can only hope.
Well, one of those high highs was the winning moment, and of course, that has to be our blacklight detail of the day. Obviously, it was that big winning moment, but it also had quite a bit of strategy as well on display from Benja. We saw some patience. We saw playing time and just how good that could be.
Yeah, it was a very nice 2v4 to start it off, and Benja gets the first pick. Damages the player, tries to play his life, but on the other side of things, J9O gets one. But the instant trade from Benja off of the communication, and here, this is just a matter where you just have to let the player play in a 1v1 scenario and understand that he's playing off the sound cues to wait to get pushed to make a movement. So the constant back and forth, he understands the time. And the other player made it a little easy for him by not pushing in that situation.
I don't know. I was gonna say I don't know if Surf thought maybe that he was gonna bait out like some sort of diffuser when Benja already realized that the diffuser was on the other side of the map, and that maybe that he didn't think Benja had that knowledge. But I mean, for Benja to just sit perfectly still there, not get overzealous, and play it out and close it out the way that he did, on top of being the best performer for SSG. I mean,
he was 1 HP too. So one false movement, one big step, Surf would have hit that.
An intense final moment, a glorious one for SSG as they lift the trophy, and a glorious way for us to wrap up a 2025 season. Guys, it has been an absolute pleasure to be on the desk with you as many times as we were this year. Such a privilege to be here with you guys.
Pause right there.
Dude, I'm getting a little verklempt. I'm getting a little emotional. It really has been.
It's been great.
Incredible. Thank you so much to everyone who's been here in person and supported North American Siege all year long. You're a huge part of what makes this so special.
Oh, it's that way.
There.
I've never done
it. There it is.
What?
You guys got it. You guys got it. Finish it out. Finish it out. Perfect. And that is how we'll end it. Thank you so much for being a part of North American Siege this year on behalf of our entire studio crew who made this possible. Aaron, Holden, Andrew, Justin, Josie, Nick, Makaya, Ben, Christina, Dave, Jonah, Jorge, Joe, Levi, Caitlin, our observers, Nova, Medics, Easy, and Ace, and of course, Ginny, Lynx, XR Troika, Intero, Jesse, Jacob, Laxing, and Foxe, our producer, Ferme, our director, Ian. I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we will see you in 2026.